This evening we begin a new series of discussions, and our general subject is the orientation of Hermetic philosophy. In all of these courses, we are attempting in every way possible to present the material without depriving the student of the right to arrive at certain conclusions of his own. In other words, where certain reasonable doubts exist, where conflict or contradiction is present, we will say so, in order that we shall at least have solid ground as far as we can go. And in the case of the Hermetic philosophy, we cannot go as far as we wish that we could. In the first place, the entire origin of this field of thought is utterly obscure. All that we have is a group of definitely conflicting reports. But out of the conflict itself, and out of the very circumstances which surround the times and conditions associated with the beginning of the school, we gain some very useful and practical insight. So we will try to sketch the field first historically. It is generally assumed that the only material that we have relating to the general subject of Hermetic philosophy originates in the writings of the ante-Nicene father Clement of Alexandria. Clemens Alexandrinus includes in his work a considerable discussion of a system of Egyptian ritualistic, symbolical, magical metaphysics, which was prevalent at his time. And he wrote with the perspective of the late 1st and early 2nd century A.D. Clement does not, however, actually approach the central problem, namely, who was Hermes. Thus we have to seek in other directions, not nearly as factual or as comprehensive. The standard texts of the present time do not have any general knowledge of how what is called the corpus hermeticum came into existence. The corpus is composed or made up of a series of writings attributed to a mysterious person called Hermes, and often referred to either as Hermes Trismegistus or Mercurius Termaximus in the Latin form. Several efforts have been made to assume that this Hermes was the Egyptian deity Thoth, Thoth, long associated with the concept of wisdom, and considered by many to have become intermixed with the Greek Hermes, particularly during the period of the Grecian pharaohs of Egypt. That is, the dynasty of the Ptolemies, the dynasty immediately preceding the beginning of the Christian era. There is no evidence of certainty, however, that the Hermes of the Hermetic school was actually the Egyptian Thoth. This, however, brings a further matter. Thoth as a deity was worshipped in Egypt for a very long time. It would be safe to say at least for 3,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era. The question naturally arises, then, was this deity a deified human being? Did a being or creature by the name of Thoth actually exist at some remote age? The tendency now has been to suggest or suspect that many so-called deities were originally persons, and that through long periods of veneration and infallibility, a kind of deification was given to them by popular esteem. Plato declares that there were at least 5 persons by the name of Hermes in the Greek system. Therefore, that somewhere along the descent of this name, it was bestowed upon persons. Now, 2 possibilities present themselves under this thinking. The first is that the original concept of Thoth as one of the 5 elder deities of Egypt was that he was a god, and like Osiris, was originally a divine being, the basis of a general worship, at least in certain provinces and areas of Egypt. That later, this name was bestowed upon certain human beings as a title of honor or distinction. They were given names to indicate that they were Thoth-like or Hermes-like. Also, there is something to recommend the idea that early writers, recognizing Hermes as the deity of universal mind, took the position that mind is the author of all works. Therefore, that behind the human author of every product is the universal mind, who might well, therefore, be regarded as the genuine compiler, writer, or editor of the work. Thus, a work could be dedicated to the universal mind as its true author. Thus, persons in many ages could attribute their own productions, particularly those of vision and inspiration, to a deity long honored and regarded. It might then well occur that, as in other religions and in other systems, Thoth-inspired teachers were said to have arisen, becoming the embodiments or incarnations of the principle of wisdom, therefore entitled to bear this name. Certainly there were several persons by the name of Orpheus, as Taylor points out for us in his analysis of the mystical hymns of Orpheus. There was certainly more than one person in the course of time known as Zoroaster or Zarathustra. And it is quite possible that the last of the Zoroasters, who is said to have been personally known by Pythagoras, was by no means the first of these fire prophets, but was a distinguished philosopher or mystic or illuminata who had received this name as an honorary title. Thus it is quite conceivable that the name of Thoth or Hermes, because of the peculiar sphere of influence over which this deity was said to rule, could well have been associated with human beings, whereas many other deities might not so readily adapt themselves to this process of humanization, or this process of perpetual or periodic re-embodiment. We then have another thought, which is rather daring, has not perhaps received too much consideration, but might be worth a second glance. Namely, that Hermes, or both Hermes, the final person with whom we are concerned, was actually a ritualistic personification. In other words, that this so-called person was the symbolic impersonation of an idea, and that with the gradual passing of time, this person became real, although no one seemed to know where he came from, who he was, or how he departed from this life. If he was a person in a sacred drama, a character in ritualism, a hero signifying universal mind, or even human mind in its noblest and broadest sense, this person could become identified with a story. Ritualism could create a life for him, create situations, but these situations would be essentially symbolical rather than literal, although they might be very well set forth in a rather literal appearing relationship. That such may have been the case in the situation involving Hermes is not unreasonable, for we know that even Clement refers to the Hermetic system as broadly and deeply ritualistic. Wherever ritualism becomes important, we have this tendency for the emergence of a prominent or principal ritual personality who becomes the actual embodiment of the doctrine, the procedure, and all that has to do with a system of religious philosophy or mysticism. We know also that it is quite possible for imaginary or ritualistic persons to gradually gain historical definition. A good example, of course, is the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, who had no existence except in the fertile imagination of Alexander Dumas the father. Yet even today, tourists are taken out to the prison where he was imprisoned, and his cell is carefully and faithfully shown to them. The fact that he never existed is of no particular importance anymore. Now, there have been a number of instances in which imaginary persons have so taken the public fancy that we prefer to accept them as factual. Now, this is on a secular level. If we add to this the aura of divinity, creating a mystery and framing within this mystery a transcendent being, there is every reason to assume that it might be perpetuated as an historical person. So we have, in summary, about three broad possibilities here. One, that we are dealing with a divinity representing a universal state of consciousness, and that this divinity simply descended into the Greek period of Egyptian philosophy and was regarded as the patron of a school or system. The second is that this divinity was represented by embodiments, and that therefore priestly initiates, teachers, authors, and scribes may have received this name and have therefore been regarded as this person. And the third, that he is a ritual figure, as we will find in many other religions and philosophical systems. With this situation, as broadly expressed as we can, we then come to the intricate problem of dating the Hermetic philosophy. Nearly always we must date a subject particularly an unknown work, by context, by a study of the structure, by a study of the internal ideas presented. It is nice to assume that ideas can be born out of time, or that they can appear full-born and full-grown like Minerva from the head of Zeus. But actually this is very rarely, if ever, the case. Every idea of man is set into a framework of time and place. The average person, and even the average highly informed person, cannot be totally unhistorical. He cannot have attitudes that are totally unknown to the world in which he lives, nor can he develop an idiom or a form of expressing himself that is completely outside of the language structure of his own time. Thus, through idiom, through structure, and through various colloquialisms, forms in grammar, and other instruments, it is nearly always possible to historically establish a work within a very few years. An example of this, of course, a good example, is the early Rosicrucian manifestos. The Famith and Confessio Fraternitatis and the Chemical Marriage of Christian Rosenkreutz, these books are supposed to have been written much earlier than their date of publication. Actually, however, by studying them, we discover that no matter when they were written or how they were written, they could not have been written before the rise of Martin Luther, because there are certain ideas incorporated into them in certain patterns which did not exist or were not known before that date. Thus, the earlier dating must be regarded as largely mythological. Though in the study of the Hermetic writings, as they are preserved for us, we are in the presence of certain elements or factors that cannot be denied. The first is that they do not represent the philosophy of the ancient Egyptian. They are not a bona fide perpetuation of the ancient Ammonistic doctrine of the principal Egyptian systems. They are not grounded or set in the Osirian cycle or the great restoration of Egyptian religion, nor can we clearly find them oriented into the temporary reforms of Akhenaten. That these teachings are not classical Egyptian, we must finally accept, because our gradually increasing knowledge of Egyptian literature and a number of recent discoveries on the dramatic, ritualistic, and mystical writings of the Egyptians, apart from their funereal texts, all these prove conclusively that the Thoth of ancient Egypt is not actually the Thoth Hermes of the Hermetic philosophy. We must come down to a more recent time in order to find the inspiration behind Hermeticism as we know it. There is every reason to assume from the text and the study that the works could not have been written earlier than the time of the rise of the golden age of Greek philosophy. Therefore, that the writings could not, in their surviving structure, be earlier than the 3rd or 4th century BC. Also, there are other elements involved. Elements coming from the eastern side, indicating strong Oriental influence. And this Oriental influence is of a type which could not be any earlier than the golden period of Grecian thought, the so-called Age of Pericles. Therefore, assuming this to be the earliest possible date, and remembering always that the earliest known versions of these works are in Greek. We must also determine, if possible, the latest conceivable date. And knowing the quotations from the Hermetic writings made by the Fathers in the 1st and 2nd century, we can say with reasonable certainty that this work, the Corpus Hermeticum, must have been compiled or brought together in a period of approximately 300 years, not earlier than the middle of the 4th century BC, or later than the beginning of the Christian era. This general pattern will be subject to perhaps a re-estimation of 40 or 50 years, but I think not more than that. Actually, the Corpus Hermeticum consists of 42 books. At least it is so traditionally stated. Against this is the rather bizarre background in which it is affirmed that the writings of Hermes originally included 10,000 volumes. This, I think, again, must cause us to pause and assume that probably a symbolic meaning is intended. Here we have something to suggest Hermes as universal mind, the writer of all books. Even on this point, however, we must have a cautious attitude, because we know, in listing the books of Plotinus, who came in a little later in North Africa, that the term book was not used then just as we use it today. It was used with a bit of the Soroyan quality, which was not so well known to antiquity, because some of the books of Plotinus do not contain over 1,000 words. They're comparatively short tracts, but they are still called books. Thus, we are not sure how much actual writing might be involved in the so-called mythological library of the size mentioned. The next point is that the number 42, to refer to the so-called authentic works, is a highly significant number. It is the number of the Egyptian assessors of the dead, the jury that try the soul in the field of Amentet. It is also the number of the provinces of Egypt. There were 42 nomes, or provinces, and that is why there were 42 assessors, one of the jurors being selected from each of the provinces or nomes and their celestial correspondences in the universe. Thus, the number 42 suggests high symbolism of some kind, and also reminds us that the phrenologists of the 19th century, for some reason quite unknown, decided that there were 42 faculties of the human brain. Again, a number appearing which seems to exhaust certain intellectual processes and reflexes within the human intellectual equipment. So we have to be a little cautious on this point, sensing the possibility that we are dealing with an allegory or a figurative concept of some kind, possibly even Kabbalistic. The next point in connection with it, of course, is that up to the present time, very few of the so-called original works of Hermes have been known. We will in a later discussion go into these books, but for our orientation problem, we might say that up to now 42 works are not known. The principal work that is known today is the Pyomandres, or the Shepherd of Men. Outside of that, there are other short fragments, but the Corpus Hermeticum contains nothing resembling 42 books. Early writers came to the conclusion that it never did. But now we must also pause for a moment and mention the Canoboskian find at Luxor in Egypt in 1946, when the discovery of a Gnostic library about 30 miles from Luxor also included within this collection of books several Hermetic writings not previously known to exist. This opens the door for the speculation that it is possible that 42 works did exist at one time, that there was a reason for this selection, that it was not entirely arbitrary, or if it was arbitrary, it was a division set up within a group of writing in order to indicate some important sequence or symbolism involved in the work itself. Today, the term Hermetic is perhaps more loosely used than any other in the field of philosophy. We may say that after about the 2nd or 3rd century A.D., this term became gradually the synonym of secret. Anything that was completely sealed, completely hidden, completely locked, was regarded as hermetically contained in some way, and we still use the term to signify a sealed vessel or retort. Actually, as time went on, the term was used in connection with practically every system of unorthodox thinking that developed in the Mediterranean and European theaters from the 3rd century to the 17th. Now that is a long period of time. The word was thrown around and variously applied and misapplied for nearly 1,400 years. During this time, it certainly wandered far afield. A very large literature involving it arose upon alchemical speculation. It even became involved in medicine and in astronomy and in mathematical formulas of one kind or another. It came in general to represent practically the whole body of a secret or profound learning, particularly such learning as related to causes or to principles not immediately otherwise obvious or available. From this we must come to the conclusion that today it is exceedingly difficult to differentiate between the layers and overlayers of speculation which have developed around this theme. If we study the period most involved in the rise of Hermetic philosophy, say the period from the 3rd century B.C. down through and into the 1st century A.D., this period certainly stands out as a period of extraordinary mental activity. It also stands out as the beginning of the rise of sectarianism as it had never previously been known. And we must pause for a moment to analyze this because I think it is important to us. Our ancient forebears in the North Africa Mediterranean theater usually had their own local religions. They had the religions of their provinces and of their cities and communities. Usually the city or community faith was based upon that of the larger geographical area involved. When a nation conquered another nation, it conquered the gods along with mortals, and brought its own religion which superseded that of the people that had been conquered. Thus there was very little actual change of faiths due to sectarianism. People were not inclined to say, I prefer to worship this way and you can worship that way if it pleases you. You worshipped according to the land in which you lived. And if anything happened and your land changed proprietors, then it was assumed that if your gods were not strong enough to preserve the country that they governed, then it was a good idea to change your gods and join up with the conquerors. and at least be on the right side of the situation. And as changes in the religions of peoples were very slow, and most reformations were of slight general importance, I think we can say that up to the beginning of this critical period, there was almost no concept of what the Shakespearean plays refer to as a misbeliever, an individual with a wrong religion. The only way you had a wrong religion was to be in the wrong place, or to fail to change when some other religion took over your country. There were not minority faiths and majority faiths, such as we know today, nor were there the 500 jarring sects referred to by Omar. These things simply had no existence. There was practically no tendency of anyone to say to another man, your faith is wrong, or your gods are unreal, or anything of that nature. That attitude was foreign to antiquity. Wherever the deities were strong enough to protect you, you worshiped them. And generally, the so-called state religion concept prevailed. And if you were within the state, you held to its faith. If you traveled from another country, temporarily as a merchant or someone of that nature, and you came within the area of a deity different from your own, it was assumed that there would be a certain fraternization among the gods also. Your belief was held with respect, but it was very unlikely that you would be able to convert anyone to it in the new area. You were there as a guest. Your God was there as a guest of the local deities, and everybody expected everybody to take a nice attitude about the whole thing. All of a sudden, this changed, and changed in an extraordinary way. There gradually developed, in an incredibly short time, considering the motions of these days, a difference of attitude involving the total rejection of certain ideas as false and superstitious, the imposing of an entirely new group of ideas, and the division of peoples into schismatic groups, bitterly antagonistic to each other, and frequently ready to persecute and martyr the members of other faiths. This was a new and different situation. It arose with the changing of certain patterns, and we still are not too sure of what caused these patterns to change. But individuals living quietly within the atmosphere of their local gods did not change without cause. And this cause was not revelational. This cause was historical, social, and political. It had to be, because it had to strike into the lives of many persons of different minds and in different localities, in whose lives and thoughts such ideas had not previously existed to a degree that there is any historical record of them. Something happened, and we must begin to try to find out what did happen. One of the things that probably contributed very strongly to this situation was the rise of the Roman Empire. The Romans were the first great colonizing people of our knowledge. Also, they were the outstanding exponents of a way of life based upon commerce, exchange, and economic procedures. The Roman actually carried his religious philosophy more lightly than any other recorded ancient people. To him, religion was secondary to business. Of course, it's quite incredible that such should be the case, and we can hardly imagine it, although we're in exactly the same spot today. The Roman had his religious services, and he had his prayers, but he was perhaps the first man to pray for the inconvenience of his competitors. He very definitely invited the gods to work a hardship on anyone he didn't like. He also was perhaps among the first to pray for profit and for these material concerns which were comparatively secondary in the religious life of ancient peoples. He was also confronted with a situation that perhaps disillusioned them, or on another way of looking at it, opened him to the modern attitude on religion. In the process of colonizing and conquering and extending the boundaries of his domain until the Roman, in his glory, controlled most of the known world. In this procedure, it was necessary for him to absorb, govern, direct, and integrate into the great pattern of the Roman political structure more than 100 different peoples. These peoples, each with their own religions. This was the first time that these various religions had been subjected to the domination of a comparatively unreligious people. Here we have an interesting situation, because we can no longer assume that the gods of Rome simply won the battle. The Romans took much more faith in their phalanx and in their trained military power and in their machines of war than they did in divine intercession. The peoples conquered did not find it, therefore, possible to simply worship the gods of Rome. Even the Romans could not tell them how to do so. Other than state festivals and certain broad concepts, the Romans had no religious substitute for the type of spiritual value which existed among the peoples that were conquered. At no time, for example, did the Roman have a religious philosophy as deep as that of the British Druids, although he conquered Britain. He never had a religion or philosophy as great, noble, or profound as the philosophies and religions of Greece, yet he became temporal master of Greece. Step by step, therefore, the world was bound together without benefit of the gods. Now the Roman was enough of a businessman to realize something that even we do not fully recognize as we try to gather around some such place of compromise and arbitration as the United Nations Council chamber. The Roman realized that he could not profitably destroy the religions of all the peoples he conquered. He realized that to do so would be to destroy the social structure of the world. He therefore controlled the religion, but did not attempt to destroy it. And in the height of the empire, Rome, in its great edicts, declared universal religious tolerance. And at the time of the great Roman Forum, which was really the common ground of the empire, temples to many deities of many races and of many nations stood side by side with complete immunity from persecution. The Roman did not care what you worshipped, as long as you paid your taxes and kept out of treasonable activity. He did not care what your religion was, as long as you did not attempt to discredit the economic, political, military, or social power of the Roman state. Therefore, nearly all religious persecution in Rome was the result of groups or individuals attacking the Roman way of life. As long as they did not do this and simply maintained their interest in their own affairs, the Romans were not inclined to persecute in any way. And the proof of that is that nearly all of the great religious and philosophical teachers of the period at one time or other drifted into Rome, had schools there, and taught publicly without any interference of any kind. They taught many doctrines strange to Rome, but they paid their taxes and kept out of politics, and all went well. This, however, presented for the first time a situation that had never existed in our general thinking. The world, the Roman world, had the spectacle of many gods meeting on a common ground, the temples of many faiths, and to a certain degree, this proximity must have influenced Roman thinking. It must have caused the Roman, and later the members of other peoples that came to Rome for one reason or another, to do for the first time what you might call religious shopping. They began to look around. Instead of simply worshiping the conventional deities of Rome, they learned that a certain teacher was particularly outstanding, so they went to him. We know that because of their attitude, the Roman intellectual would go to the great teacher of rhetoric regardless of his gods. That made no difference. But we can be quite certain that an outstanding master of rhetoric or philosophy, addicted to other deities, would certainly involve his students in his personal philosophies and religions as time went on. So we have the possibility, which did not previously exist, of the average person weighing gods against each other, trying to observe the relative values of things, and coming to the conclusion that this was deeper than that, or that was more shallow than this, and the possibility arose of the individual saying, I believe this philosophy or this theology is better than that. Previously, such comparison was comparatively impossible. This arose also in the building of Roman philosophy. And when we study the works of the principal Roman philosophers, as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the Emperor Julianus, and Cicero, and several of the other outstanding men of the time, we know that they were all eclectic philosophers. That is, they showed definitely that each one of them had trotted from one temple to another and had gained something every time he stopped. And out of this religious circumambulation of the forum, he had come to a new kind of philosophy, with a bit of Egyptian, a bit of Greek, a bit of Persian, and perhaps a few vestiges of old Roman lore, and a kindly thought for the Druids, or the Mithraic teachings, which became the principal religion of the Roman legions. During their period of the conquest of Britain, for example, the Roman soldiers were not even worshiping the Roman gods. They were worshiping the Persian Mithraic deities. The image of Mithras slaying the ox was the principal symbol, and the Roman soldiers left it in England by a little stream, and because of this statue it was later called Oxford, and there the great University of Oxford was built, being built upon a monument or in relation to a monument of a Persian god placed there by Orthodox Roman legionnaires. Now you begin to see that we're in what might be termed a polyglot situation. Rome made possible, in fact made inevitable, that discriminating persons who previously probably had never visited far from their own lands, were now able, within Rome itself, or in Alexandria under Roman control, or in Athens under Roman control, or in Antioch under Roman control, or Ephesus, all of these great polyglot centers being then Romanized politically, that they could go to these centers, or living in them could enjoy extraordinary educational and cultural opportunities. That in any one of these cities a dozen great teachers might be flourishing together, not as in Greece, divided by their arts and sciences primarily, but now divided in the total religion, philosophy, and idealism which dominated their systems. There is no doubt that without such a situation, Gnosticism, a polyglot belief, could not have come into existence. Neoplatonism could not have arisen to the condition of general recognition which it enjoyed. There would have been very little possibility of the ascent of Manichaeanism, which was another one of these polyglot beliefs, nor would we probably have had Hermetic philosophy. They all seem to be more or less involved in this pattern. We also find rising in areas under general broad Roman influence, such as Judea, the rise of the Essenian cult, later the Kabbalists, and in North Africa the Jewish sect of the Therapeutae. We find men like Philo Judaeus arising in this pattern for the first time, writing a work on religion in terms of comparative religion, in which, instead of deriving his total message from his own faith, he immediately began to use other faiths as means of explaining his own. This situation may be said to have broadly existed just at the critical period that most interests us. Nor can we overlook the fact that Christianity rose at precisely this same time, and that Christianity, as a structural faith, bore witness within itself again of a highly complicated intellectual, moral, aesthetic background, a background in which from the very beginning Christianity stood out against, for instance, the background of Orthodox Judaism. Here we have a faith emerging by a strenuous reform. Here we find this faith spreading almost like wildfire, extending through a highly conditioned society. Had Egypt, with its old gods, had its old impregnable position, had the ancient deities of Greece been firmly and completely dominant, and had the Latinized Greek gods of Rome had the strength and domination and complete authority that they had in the times of Numa, or even in the period of the first Caesars, we could not have imagined any polyglot or heterodox faith spreading through these areas without an immediate reaction that would have almost exterminated it. Instead of that, we find it reaching people who are already inquiring, who are already a little uncertain, who are already disillusioned in something. The great note of Judaism of the time was disillusionment. The ancient gods of Israel had not preserved their people from the tyranny of Rome or the tyranny of Herod. The old vows had been broken. The punishment of deity was upon a delinquent people. All these explanations, man's moral effort to avoid or evade the inevitable fact that as a sovereignty he had been defeated and enslaved. All this turmoil, all this increasing doubt, the power of Rome took away from nearly all these other peoples the absolute faith which they previously had in their own deities, and gave them no immediate transference of that faith to any other group of deities. And gradually out of this confusion appears to have arisen a kind of intellectual individuality, perhaps best represented by your eclectic philosophy. These people simply, as we said, went shopping intellectually. And they bought a little from this store and a little from that mart or shop. And they built together a philosophy based upon experience, justified by personal favor, and perhaps containing a beautiful assortment of partly digested inconsistencies, as in the very beautiful but not maturely organized meditations of Marcus Aurelius. This perhaps is the answer, by a rather long roundabout road, but one that almost has to be covered, to the rise of the corpus hermeticum. It represents a natural instinct on the part of man, an instinct that we are feeling today, the instinct for the need for a substantial religious philosophy of life, an instinct that is pressed on by disillusionments, an instinct which is somewhat embittered, an instinct which has no longer the open-minded faith of the small child, but rather the disillusioned attitude of maturity. No longer this willingness, this readiness to believe all good things, but a certain suspicion, a fear that all pretenses conceal ulterior motives, or perhaps the continual fear of being hurt again, a further disillusionment involved in spiritual conviction. We know from the writings of Boethius and others that this disillusionment was strong in these early formative years of our modern religious life. If this can be regarded as valid, and we assume, as we must, that all old faiths did not die in their tracks. In other words, in these critical periods, a curtain didn't fall over the religions of the world, and all the old ways simply ceased by magic. It was reported that great Pan died, but we have no proof that this actually happened. We only know that he was no longer to be seen playing on his pipes by the side of the river. Actually, Egyptian philosophy did not die. Greek philosophy did not die. The Druids did not die. They were perpetuated in England in the bards. They were perpetuated in all the later mythology and lore, such as the Arthurian cycle and the legend of Taliesin. All the old ways lived on, but they lived on with certain modifications and changes. And in many instances, they flowed together to form new combinations which lived, and the original patterns were no longer entirely distinguishable. We know, for example, that before the end of the 6th century, Egyptian philosophy in Egypt was virtually dead. By that time, Moslemism was beginning to come in, and in a short time the land of the pharaohs would no longer be Egypt. It would be an Arabic state in which perhaps only a few of the old Copt Christians held any real link to the past. Therefore, if Egyptian religion survived at all in Egypt, it survived in Coptic Christianity. And we have reasons to know that this is quite essentially true, for there is much evidence of the survival of Egyptian religion in the Greek Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox, and the Armenian Orthodox churches. So things disappeared into patterns and came out again much later. And because after this decline of the Roman Empire came the Dark Ages, with almost complete illiteracy, a great deal that was carried across this long, dark interval was born with half memory. People did not even know anymore where it came from. They had forgotten, and did forget, in the course of 400 or 500 years, the entire cycle of descent. Little by little, the symbolism was moved into new patterns and imposed upon new doctrines until the original situation was comparatively forgotten. Today, if you go through a great cathedral or study the various parts and elements of Christian ritualism, you will find hundreds of relics, fragments, survivals of much older pre-Christian beliefs. But the average Christian believer does not even know this. Therefore, it is quite likely that he did not know it 1,000 years ago, even as well as he does not know it today. I finally made a sentence out of that, didn't I? Anyway, out of the polyglot of Greek, Egyptian, some Syrian, possibly some Hindu, and other Asiatic faiths, we seem to find 2 or 3 important groups emerge. One of these groups was most certainly the Hermetic. It is also interesting to observe that the early church fathers, the ante-Nicene fathers, ante now meaning before, not against, before the Council of Nicaea, the ante-Nicene fathers accepted out of the past 2 so-called pagan teachers with almost universal respect. A little later they added a third. The first 2 that they accepted were Plato and Hermes. And the third, who became popular a little later, but retained his popularity beyond either of the others, was Aristotle. And by the rise of medieval Christianity, Aristotle was held in just about as high a regard as any of the prophets or patriarchs. Christianity became Aristotelian, whereas in the early part of it, it was essentially Platonic. But that these church fathers in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries should not have resented either Plato or Hermes is itself an interesting point. It means that they recognized in these systems certain truths or certain realities which could not be denied, or which were so stated that they could be Christianized to the benefit of the new faith. What then was the basic point upon which so much of this depended? And apparently, this basic point in both cases was the definition of deity. The Gnostics had an entirely different definition of deity, so they were almost completely rejected. The Neoplatonists, with their peculiar mystical approach, also found little favor. But the Platonists and the Hermetists found a very strong favor because of their approach to deity as a purely monotheistic being. Therefore, we must say that Hermetic philosophy introduces strongly, sometime slightly before or at about the period of the Christian era, a totally monotheistic concept of God. Now this is interesting because it has been called a pantheistic monotheism. not a polytheistic, but a pantheistic. In other words, the one deity of Hermes and of Plato was a deity within creation, not a deity outside of or brooding over creation. The attitude of Hermes is the same as the attitude of St. Paul, the God in whom or in which, and we are told that probably the original of the New Testament statement was also in which we live and move and have our being. Thus, the deity of Hermes was an all-enclosing spiritual principle, and this essentially is also the Logos of Plato. Thus, the belief in one God seems to have endeared these two schools to the early rising Christianity, and to have caused the Christian church, particularly in the period of its great apologists, to assume that these revelations were inspired. And it was some time later before they became more critical and had a tendency to reject certain phases. Then Aristotle came in, because Aristotle, refusing to emphasize the conflict of opinion concerning deity, and building his ideas largely upon naturalistic phenomena, gave the church an opportunity to advance education and science without becoming theologically involved. And this made possible the great enthusiasm that was centered on Aristotle, and later, as Aristotle was involved into the system which we know as Thomism, or the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas, who was the Christian Aristotle. Now, in the Hermetic system, we begin to analyze, therefore, a concept which perhaps can be understood in terms of our previous meanderings through the problem of Roman religion. Namely, the concept that for the first time man conceived the possibility that all these different faiths had certain identity. Up to the time when you could actually go through the forum and maybe worship at all the altars, it did not occur to you that all the altars sent their flame into the same air. Nor did it occur to you that the smoke rising from the Mithraic altar might mingle in the atmosphere with the smoke rising from the altar of Vesta. Suddenly, the same air received all offerings, and men beginning to look around observed that the offerings were usually similar. They then went on a little further, and they discovered that the same number of deities were in the different sanctuaries, and that the deities of similar definition had similar appearance and attributes. And we must not assume for a moment that antiquity was essentially stupid. These individuals observing these things could only come to one possible conclusion, namely, that there were strong similarities, even identities, between these faiths. And after all, they had 1,200 or more years to catch up with the idea that the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten had already expressed, namely that there never had been but one God, and that all men worshipped him under different names. The Romans and other peoples under their dominion had the opportunity to see this worshipping under many names. And out of this came perhaps the idea that the basic reconciliation lay in the fact that there was one basic divine principle, and that this divine principle, variously named and defined, was the principal deity in all these pantheons. we observe men like the Emperor Julian contemplating this very thoughtfully and strengthening our belief that such could have been the case when he gave us his two great orations, one to the sovereign Son and the other to the Mother of the Gods. He tells us beyond doubt that his own contemplations have shown him the universality of a divine principle. Consequently, it is not necessary that this should have been imposed upon men, either by the Christianity or by Hermeticism. Already philosophy had acknowledged it, but in the old days, when nations were separate and the commerce between them was very slight, peoples of various nations did not know the beliefs of their brothers and their neighbors. Gradually, as this knowledge improved, we became more aware of these things, the public mind itself inevitably produced this concept of the over-deity. The deity that did not destroy the other gods, nor was this deity merely one becoming victorious and gaining special veneration. It was a new dimension of deity, a permeating, penetrating, universal power, a power in which all things shared, and which was the common life of all living. Thus, it would be inevitable that if this concept arose in the minds of progressive thinkers, that it would be the natural substance for the integration of sect or creed or cult or faith. It is also quite possible, as always is the case, that early rising of such belief would be secret. That men would gather first to mature their own ideas and to escape the eternal stigma of unorthodoxy which has followed thinkers since the beginning of time. Thus these precious discoveries, following in the pattern and practice of the older mysteries, would be communicated only to an elect, only to those who were regarded as capable of understanding correctly this new dimension of things. Which brings us to the next point in connection with the Hermetic philosophy, and that is its relationship to the mystery systems of the world at that time. We have mentioned the state religions. We must always remember that behind each state religion was some kind of a mystical or metaphysical structure. Antiquity did not know of a religion without mysteries. And by mysteries now we do not mean secrets in the general sense of the word, but structures, ethical, moral, spiritual institutions, sacred colleges or schools. And they were called mysteries because they were sealed or closed from the profane, even as though they had been closed by some kind of an hermetic stopple. These mysteries always had a deeper dimension than the general opinions of the people. As far back as the 6th century, when Pythagoras traveled throughout the Near East and the southern parts of Europe and finally into Far Asia, he came back fully convinced that in their esoteric schools all the great religions of the world were already teaching the same thing. The average person hadn't discovered this, however. Perhaps we can suspect that the confusion resulting in the collapse of the outer structure of religion of many of these peoples threw a great and sudden weight upon the esoteric schools. And these esoteric schools were not essentially theological as we know it today, and therefore they were not quite as vulnerable as the so-called popular religions. These so-called esoteric schools were actually institutions of higher learning. And even though you might lose faith in your deities, you could not deny the multiplication table. You could not deny the value of herbs and medicines in healing. You could not deny the secrets of bone setting. You could not deny the motion of the heavenly bodies, nor the secrets of navigation. You could no longer perhaps accept certain beliefs, but you were still leaning heavily upon jurisprudence, which was originally taught in these temples. You were leaning very heavily upon the laws and canons of art, of sculpture, and of music. All the great scientific knowledge, which was originally dedicated to the gods and was disseminated through the schools of these gods, this knowledge did not die with the popular faith. Thus, the esoteric schools, or the mysteries, perhaps came forward more rapidly after the decline of the state religions. Men now had a new level of value upon which to pin their faith, and it is quite possible that it was at this time that the gradual shift from a spiritual to a scientific way of life actually began. And as it took thousands of years to create the philosophical religious systems of the ancients, the last 2,000 years has been largely dedicated to the shift from the theological foundation of exoteric religion to the great mystery sciences of esoteric religion. In any event, the learned, the leading minds, those who became the opinion makers of their own days, certainly must have recognized that you could not destroy the school with the temple, that the school had to go on, that man still had to learn. The increasing dignity of the school is expressed in Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, and Hermetic philosophy, and to a degree in the Essene and Therapeutae doctrines, certainly in the Kabbalism of the early Jewish mystics, rising from Rabbi Akiva, who belongs to this same critical period and is just about as difficult to orient as any of the others. All of this seems to show that the universe began to emerge as a great wonder of law. We no longer hear of the gods walking around the earth concealed as mortals, or riding away into heaven in chariots. We no longer see winged immortals flying in space. We hear no more of nymphs and hamadryads. These things vanish. Instead of that, we begin to hear of the teachers, the great illuminators, those who came with extraordinary knowledge, those who made possible the advancement of arts and sciences, and those who gradually transformed the beliefs of men into a kind of moral philosophy or ethical system, a system based almost entirely upon the philosophic premise of adjustment to disillusionment. Philosophy is actually man's reconciliation with the inevitable. And in that we see it emerging. We see it coming more and more into the foreground. And we find men like Hermes, or beings like Hermes, no longer simply telling stories and fables about the gods, or writing hymns about deities, or perpetuating the powers of arbitrary deities. We find Hermes and these others beginning to talk about structure, about the universal law of living, And we know that out of the North African Hermetic tradition, almost certainly the astronomical theory of Ptolemy came into existence. The theory that controlled the thinking of men until the day of the Copernican rediscovery of the old heliocentric idea. We find law, lawfulness, education, culture coming forward very rapidly, apparently from nowhere, and spearheaded by mysterious, phantom-like persons. Let's pause for a moment and consider for the Neoplatonism, which was in the same general area. It is now generally believed that Neoplatonism was founded by a man called Ammonius Saccas. Ammonius Saccas was a sort of North African Aesop. He was a strange man of no education as far as is known, and his name implies his trade. He was a carrier of bundles, burdens, and trunks. He was Ammonius of the sack, and he delivered goods for people and received a small amount of money for transporting and transferring freight and baggage. He was sometimes referred to as a porter, certainly as a carrier of burdens. This man is supposed to have suddenly burst out with one of the most transcendent systems of mysticism the world has ever known. How he received it, where it came from, no one has been able to say. Yet this man, unlettered, unschooled, unlearned, drew around himself one of the most brilliant academy of thinkers that the world has ever known, including such minds as Plotinus, Iamblichus, and other leading thinkers of his day, finally to produce in Athens a little later the glorious, glittering figure of Proclus, who is called or surnamed the Platonic successor. The rise of Neoplatonism is a mystery, and has always remained a mystery. Yet there is a dark hint that behind Ammonius Saccas was another person. That for some reason this other person chose to be represented by the common bearer of burdens. Now, who is this bearer of burdens? Perhaps it is the same bearer of which there is reference in the Bible, of cast your burdens upon the Lord. Also, there are many concepts of Jesus as bearing the burden of the world's woe, or bearing the burden of mortal sin. This burden bearer keeps appearing in many localities, certainly a possible symbolic statement or concept. But who and what was the force behind this? It is quite possible that these persons simply represented teachers or initiated masters sent out of the schools or out of the mystery system, or stepping in because of their superior knowledge into the vacuum left by the collapse of popular theology and moving the entire concept onto a new level. It could well be that under such a situation, this breaking through could have occurred in many places at almost the same time because the need was general. And the need in this case produced an almost perfectly structured breakthrough in a dozen places simultaneously. We may assume that these were inspirational, but we may also assume that the temples were the source of the inspiration, for they had been for a very long time. Furthermore, as soon as this breakthrough occurred, as soon as the world in general began to think scientifically, philosophically, cosmologically, and to begin to use the instrument of symbolism with a certain intuitive apperception, the moment this breakthrough took place, the mystery schools vanished. And from that time in the Western world we heard no more of them, until a very much later date, hundreds of years later, when we find the rising of Christian mysticism in Europe. But probably 1,000 years passed, and the great institutions of Eleusis and Samothrace, the ritualistic temples of Memphis and Luxor, Karnak, the great temples of Egypt, particularly Memphis of the White Walls, all these disappeared. We find, for example, that with the rise of Christian mysticism in Syria, the Essenes disappeared, and no one has the slightest knowledge of what happened to them. They vanished. The moment the breakthrough took place, the old schools that had been the custodians of the lore and had only accepted candidates under oath and obligation, the schools vanished. The one possible solution to this is that once the arcana, or the secret of the schools, the knowledge which they had so long religiously guarded, became public, their own existence ceased. Because you cannot maintain a secret that is out, nor can you initiate people to gain a special knowledge which they can gain without it. The level that these schools represented then moved into society to become an objective, recognized system. In the hundreds of years that followed, we have the building upon these foundations, because this revelation of laws was a pretty tremendous thing, and it brought out foundations that could not be immediately exhausted, nor fully built upon. It has taken centuries to build upon these foundations, even as far as we have today. And without the knowledge of the Greeks and Egyptians of 2,500 years ago, modern man would never have advanced his knowledge of electronic or atomic energy, because he is actually making his calculations with the instruments that were given to him by the Greeks, Egyptians, and Arabs. Thus, from the emerging of these things, we begin to see why, out of the ruin of a theology which had failed due to the wars that had destroyed men's faith in the ancient gods, there arose a new object or a new instrument of faith, faith in wisdom, faith in essential value. And this wisdom gradually became synonymous with God. Deity was no longer the Olympian despot. Deity was now the extraordinarily wise Father, the old learned one. Deity was moving gradually into the relationship of the mentor, of the great teacher. And in the speculations upon this subject, it was not difficult to imagine that this universal mind, this power that was behind the whole great institution of learning, should suddenly blaze forth as the most convincing concept of deity that there was. So God became no longer a symbol of power, but a symbol of wisdom. This was something that actually the Greeks did not have. The Greeks had deity as an object of veneration, and in the Mithraic hymns, the Orphic hymns, we find a great adoration for deity. But the Olympian gods were a rather frivolous lot as a whole. They had some rather strange and inconsistent practices, and were not entirely admirable, as even Socrates pointed out. There were some scandals among the immortals that were better not mentioned even by the Greeks. Some of these scandals, rather well whitewashed, have descended to us in Bullfinch's mythology of the Greeks and Romans. Whatever scandals, however, were whitewashed by the Greeks were revealed in their full splendor by the Romans. And it was not the state religion It was the great school of philosophers rebelling against it. Not rebelling against the gods, but rebelling against the literal acceptance of doctrines which they held to have mystical or secret meaning that made possible the rise of Pythagoras and Plato. Because it was the duty of these men to refine and improve and deepen and broaden the concept of religion, that men should realize that these fables were actually stories of secrets and wonders that could only be fully understood by those who had been initiated into the sacred colleges and rites. And that then in these schools the keys were given by means of which these fables were unlocked in all their internal splendor, and man could begin to appreciate the greatness of the things which he had once regarded as frivolous. This remedying of an obvious defect resulting from man outgrowing his own infancy, the great philosophers strenuously attempted to achieve, and they did to a great degree. Gradually the world caught up with them, and these philosophical systems that were once for the few became increasingly significant to the many. Now this tremendous rise of intellectual rebellion against limitation brought also with it a certain inevitable reaction. We find, for instance, a very interesting thing, that as soon as the public mind began to be highly philosophy conscious, the philosophers gradually became mystics. The leaders departed from this pattern also, and began to emphasize a purely theistic, intuitive approach to deity. It seemed as though they instinctively realized that intellectualism would run the whole thing into the ground, finally. That men substituting mind for God were going to fall onto the horns of another dilemma. They were going to gradually grow great with pride. They were going to worship their own thoughts, and they were going to adore the products of their own mind, and they were going to lose the basic intuitive power which comes only from humility. Thus, even at the beginning, you see the struggle taking form that was finally to emerge. The philosophizing and the revelation of certain great secrets from the temples could no longer be stopped. The breaking down of the mystery institutions, the final dispersing of the priesthoods, the conquering of the areas, the pillaging of the great sanctuaries, scattering their teachers, meant only the inevitable need for the preservation of ideas. And the only way to preserve them was to throw them into the very public mind from which they had once been protected. Because only then could the common man be the keeper of the mystery. Otherwise it would have died with that generation. But no sooner had this occurred than it became obvious that a great danger was also presenting itself. And this probably was the one great surviving, preserving factor that threw a number of these early important leaders into the Christian camp. Here was an important control or directive against the rising of the wisdom principle to the point of mental arrogance. Here was humility. Here was a simple doctrine of human relationships. Here was a simple teaching of the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God, and do good. Serve, love, have faith, and practice the virtues. This coming into conflict with the revelation of exact knowledge seemingly occurs in pattern, in the mingling of the wisdom of the old mystery systems with the emotional, mystical content which was so present in human nature. And these mingling produced the heresies. They produced the conflicts which mutilated the first 6 centuries of the Christian era. Here then we had the beginning of the schismatic difficulties. We had the wisdom principle and the love or emotion principle drawing apart, trying to build a bridge, each attempting to absorb the other, each determined to preserve itself against absorption, and finally, in many instances, parting as foes, and each going its own way, deprived of the most valuable of all factors, that which would have been reconciliation, the bringing of these things together, so that we could have had an enlightened love, and we could have had a truly spiritualized, human, idealized wisdom. The dividing of these two groups has never been completely overcome. But the mind, being by nature a dominant and inquisitive instrument, has continued to dominate and has continued to lead man into intellectual segregation ever since that time, until today mind dominates practically every attitude and action of the human being. Our Hermetic problem, then, seems to deal with the breakthrough in North Africa of certain secret instructions. We know that the priests of Amun-Ra, those who wrote the rituals of the dead, those who gave the ancient Egyptian Amunism, and later the Osirian religious cult, those who swung their censers before the altars of the great old gods, these priests, with their chants, their rituals, their rites, and their ceremonies, were not the builders of the pyramid. The builders of the pyramid were mathematicians, masters of geometry, deeply versed in astronomy, possessors of exact sciences. These exact sciences, therefore, moved behind the surface of Egyptian religion. And Dr. Preston pointed out that he told me one day that he was convinced that the Egyptian hieroglyphics have at least 2 different methods of being read. One being a sacerdotal language, a language of priestly process, and the other in some way related to the mystery systems. Dr. Preston was convinced that behind the surface of Egyptian religion was this great wisdom cult, the cult that produced Imhotep, the father of medicine, the cult which made possible the building of these great monuments, and also the gradual regulation of the laws of Egypt, until Egypt became probably one of the most magnificently integrated cultures in the history of antiquity. These things were practical achievements, achievements that could only have arisen from adequate knowledge. The people did not possess that knowledge. The Egyptian lived and died without it. The rulers of Egypt, although initiated into the priesthood, did not always possess it. Actually, it was held by a group, an organization, a secret body of persons. And this secret body perpetuated itself by rites and ceremonies, as described by Plutarch in his Mysteries of Isis and Osiris. This breaking through in Egypt seems to have given us the basic principles of Hermetic philosophy, because these principles deal with certain things, the true nature of deity. The true nature of deity, here interpreted as the eternal mind, which brings all things into existence by the power of thought. Thus, Thoth, Hermes, Mercury, gives us the concept of a world that exists in the divine mind, a projection and manifestation of the eternal thinker. And he tells us that the world is the non-eternal thought of that eternal thinker, that all things are supported on the warp and woof of thought, thoth, for our word thought comes from his name. This being, therefore, which is the creating power, creates by will, creates by the exercise of secret attributes. This deity is not a highly glorified Louis XVI. This deity is not the Zeus of ancient Greece, nor the Jupiter of the Latins. This is a mystery God, a God without form, of which all things are the form, a God without dimensions or proportions, but containing all dimensions and proportions within its own nature, a God of 7 powers, which are 7 arts and sciences, and a God ruling by the inevitable motion of its own being, and this motion absolute law. When we begin to see this, we begin to see that we are escaping from most of the type of thinking that wrecked antiquity. We are moving forward into something, and we do not know how it was concealed as long as it was, but that it appeared spontaneously in many areas, and that it is intimated by men like Pythagoras and Plato, who were initiates, to have existed, intimated by Apuleius and Plutarch, to have existed, referred to arcanely by Cicero and Seneca, known to the Emperor Julian as the result of his own initiation at Ephesus, and appearing again in the apocalyptical writings of the New Testament. These factors, breaking through, seem to tell us beyond any reasonable doubt that this structure of the Corpus Hermeticum was the beginning of, or one of the beginnings, of the effort to build a complete scientific philosophical foundation under the collapsing religions of antiquity. That this information had been previously perfected, and that the outstanding examples of this perfection would be found in the great architectural and legal documents of antiquity, such as the Code of Hammurabi, probably the earliest and one of the most enlightened of all legal codes. That it is to be found concealed in various ways in the proportions and dimensions of ancient buildings, that it roots in mathematics, that it roots in subjects so ancient that we cannot even trace their beginnings, that there was also a consistent integrated concept of the solar system, of the universe, of space, of time, of energy, and all of these things, which certainly form no part of the decadent ceremonials of the old later Roman priesthood, whose principal concerns were to be sure that they had the right cap on and that they were wearing the red slippers without which they could not perform their sacred duties. And when asked why they wore the red slippers, the answer seemed to be because their forefathers had sacrificed animals and stood with their feet in the blood. These things became a kind of orthodoxy, but behind it always was this other, greater thing. And when Julius Caesar sacrificed to the gods as emperor deity, he certainly did not know these other things, or he would not have conducted his life in the way that he did. So this double body of learning came out, and we find it striking in Syria through the Syrian Gnosis, and in Alexandria through the Alexandrian Gnosis, through the Corpus Hermeticum, through the Neoplatonists, and through the rise of Christianity and the impact of Essenian and Therapeutae thinking in North Africa. All of this body of material arising almost at the same time, all with the same basic dimension of released thinking, and also, for the first time, polarized thinking. You'll remember that when medicine was still in the sanctuary and was serviced by priest physicians, that there were no legislations in Rome for the deportment of a doctor. The moment, however, medicine left the temple and physicians became secular, it was necessary within 10 years to create one of the most elaborate legal systems in the world to prevent medical malpractice. The moment the sacredness of the thing was removed, the moment there was the secular physician, there was the need for medical reform, almost within the day. The same thing happened in this intellectual field. The moment the knowledge of the power, potential, and possibility of the human mind was equipped with the instruments of knowledge, instruments which Cicero and Seneca also mention, immediately it was necessary to create legislation, real or theoretical, to prevent the abuse of knowledge. And from that time on today, we are still trying to find out how to prevent that abuse, and we have not by any means succeeded. Against this abuse, we have thrown a great moral framework, and today, even in our present emergency, we are using religion to combat the destructiveness of materialistic scientific thinking. And by an instinct, without any actual integration, without anyone being able as a person to require it or demand it, the age of atomics has resulted in the greatest age of religious revival the world has had in at least 1,000 years. So back in the first century, the rise of a great scientific concept of life threw immediately into perspective the need for this great religious reform. So the scientific phase of it, the philosophical phase of it, and Christianity as the religious phase of it all came into existence together. Each part of a need, each essential to an orientation. Now, what was the actual wisdom orientation of that time? Were the individuals involved in that revelation actually as wise as some think they were, or as foolish as some others think they were? Can we honestly say today, looking back upon the first century, that those people knew anything that we do not know? I think we can be almost forced to answer in the affirmative that they did. Because actually, in order to exhaust what they knew, we have to exhaust something which we have not yet exhausted. That is the instrument by means of which we are capable of creative knowing. It is one thing to copy the past, which we have done. It is one thing to take a Roman sewer pipe and make a better one today. It is one thing to take an Egyptian lute and make a more perfect instrument of it. It is one thing to take a Syrian trumpet and make a peculiar hook in it or twist it and form it into what we call a trombone. That is all within the possibility of things. Actually, our French horn has not changed much in the last 2,000 years. It is quite possible to take a piece of Coptic or Greek fabric and create new ways of weaving it. It is possible to use the Greek mathematical theory and find constant applications for it. But these do not represent the basic point. Sometime, somewhere, someone created geometry. This creation consisted not of bringing something out of nothing, but of a peculiar type of trained intuitive observationalism by means of which a human being suddenly recognized the universe as a geometric manifestation of universal energy. this individual had the power to see geometry in nature, or sense it, or begin to organize it. Somebody else saw for the first time the analogies between music and number. Another individual saw somewhere, somehow, the basic principle of chemistry and the chemical combinations of elements. Somewhere there were basic thoughts. The basic thought of the 47th proposition of Pythagoras, or the Euclidean proposition. Study your ancient contributions in astronomy, geometry, music, rhetoric, grammar. Somewhere these things had perhaps not a fully developed emergence, but a series of creative impulses by which that appeared which was not previously available. We have not exhausted antiquity until we have reached a point where we can create knowledge rather than merely extend existing knowledge. When the individual of today can create something as absolutely independent as arithmetic, he may then say that he has a creative power to exhaust, and has exhausted, the previous contributions of his people. But as long as he merely uses arithmetic, he has lacked that tremendous creativity which is the basis of the wisdom of antiquity, the power to be the first to know something. Now, we may say that everything worth knowing has already been found, so we can't do it. This is untrue. There are more firsts waiting than have ever yet been revealed. But as long as we are content to use rather than to create, we have lost one dimension of thinking. And that dimension is the very thing that the Hermetic doctrine is concerned with, namely man's ability to become conscious within and of the universal mind itself, so that every individual creates with the mind of God, or with the universal divine intellect. Thus, the end of all knowing, according to the Hermetic system, is that men will not think about God or think of God, but think with God. And this statement still poses one of the most difficult situations with which the average individual can intellectually be confronted, because we cannot even understand fully what this implication actually is. But we do know that at a time less blessed than our own, when the opportunities for knowledge were much less than ours, when the instruments of available learning were far more deficient than ours, men had the creativity which established all of our great instruments of knowledge. Therefore, that this creativity lay within consciousness itself, was not acquired but was innate, and that the solution to all things lies in the innate solutional power of the universal mind in man. Now, that someone 2,000 years ago should have sounded this is important, and it is easy to see why this idea could not die, why it had to continue to exercise an influence. And it is also possible to estimate from this why this orientation could have been involved in the corpus hermeticum. The idea of this one consciousness, the author of all knowledge, this one mind, the substance of all good, and of course with it all, the vision of the way in which man, through the development of the special and particular faculties of his own consciousness, might in some way and in due time attain to identity with this mind. We will learn a little later that such is the burden of the divine Paimanda, or the shepherd of men. And we know that it is the burden of that department of the Neoplatonic thinking which is called the theurgical part, namely, theurgy, the magic of fulfillment, the magic of doing, the magic not of listening nor learning, but the strange power to be one with truth. So back even in that day, men dreamed of the possibility of bringing their own consciousness in rapport with the universal consciousness. And the secret books of Hermes and the mysteries of the Hermetic doctrine were in one way or another concealed in this, or were concerned with it. Thus, the moment we apply this key to alchemy, we change the entire perspective of these chemists. The transmutation of ignorance, the transmutation of not knowing into the state of pure enlightenment. The creation of the universal medicine, truth itself, which alone can heal all the sickness of ignorance wherever it is distributed. And the principal primary contribution of the Hermetic philosophy was that such a truth elixir was possible. That it was not the vain speculation of deluded persons, that it was not a hope beyond possibility, but that truth substantially was attainable. Perhaps not immediately, perhaps not totally, but that the motion toward truth was the motion toward solution of every problem, internal and external, as far as problem could beset man or any of his attributes. Thus, the Hermetic arts consisted of the arts of human regeneration. There is everything to indicate that they were influenced by Buddhism. Buddhism with its noble path of renunciation. It is quite possible that the Hermetic philosophy was influenced by the earliest systems of Eastern mysticism that resulted in Yoga and Vedanta. It is quite possible and almost certain that this system was also influenced by the part of the old Sanhedrin, the great Sanhedrin of the Jews, which dealt with the mystery of the Merkava, or the chariot of righteousness, by means of which the prophet is transported to heaven without death. This chariot of righteousness, this chariot of Ezekiel, being the symbol of illumination, or the spiritual ecstasy by which man is moved from one world to another. Hermes himself describes this experience, or the writer of the Hermetic doctrine creates a person and causes that person to be the personification of the truth seeker, receiving into himself the experience peculiar to those who through dedication have become worthy of the truth. Thus in the Paimanda and in other Hermetic fragments, universal mind or consciousness becomes the teacher, instructing the disciple in the attainment of the great end of learning, which is the Hermetic marriage, or the Hermetic union, the union of the mortal and the immortal in an indissoluble bond of amity. In these thinkings, then, we have the grounds for many mystical speculations that were to come at later date. We see the source of a large part of Christian mysticism. We begin to see why the more illumined church fathers must have recognized the same essential doctrine that they themselves were seeking to cultivate. They must also have realized that the experience of deity is the end of all spiritual quest. And because Hermeticism, like the early church, was concerned with truth as an experience of consciousness, it could not be rejected totally, any more than the ethical experience of Plato could be rejected totally. So the orientation of our problem is historically in these centuries of change, these centuries by which certain directives arose in the thinking of man, and in the midst of these directives we see the rise of this very strange and elusive belief. A belief, however, which again never died, but became disseminated through 100 sects, even reaching into the Near East to become very important in the teachings of the dervishes and the Sufis. Thus this teaching moved in and on through time, losing its name after a very short time, but never losing its directive to the individual or its positive affirmation of the exact science of human illumination or redemption through the spiritual experience of illumination. These elements and these factors give us the orientation and will, I think, permit us to go on next week with a further analysis of the doctrine itself. Last week we began our orientation on Hermetic philosophy, and as the subject indicates, we must continue this orientation this evening. While it may seem that our development will be essentially historical, this is not the full intent of our present approach. Actually, history in this case is rich with overtones and implications of dynamic philosophical importance. We are not interested merely in digging into the past for the sake of unearthing the intellectual artifacts of our ancestors. We are, however, mindful of the living content of things, which is timeless and has continuing vitality for us. I had a letter through the mail today, a very highly confused person. This person would not have been confused had they possessed any adequate integration around the essential substance of the beliefs with which they were concerned. The living person today, in the search for his own believing, finds it very important to defend values and to protect himself against the superficial attitudes and false interpretations which are so common in relation to great systems of religion and philosophy. We have to have a certain amount of factual background. Lacking in this, we are unable to orient and integrate, or to keep our minds clear in our present thinking. So if we sharpen our thinking a little, it will do us no harm in our daily living, where we have been inclined to save the mental instrument, protect it from labor, and come too quickly into easy believing, for which there is never any really adequate reward. We have taken this evening 3 parallel systems for consideration: the Hermetic philosophy, the Gnostic philosophy, and the Neoplatonic philosophy. Now, it's more than a coincidence that these should all have flourished in Alexandria in the opening years of the Christian era. It is also not a coincidence that all of these were closely involved in the rise of Christianity. Nor is it by any means accidental that in a strange way, as St. Augustine points out, these 3 sects were in large measure responsible for Christianity. Now, this does not mean, he did not certainly intend to imply that Christianity had merely copied these doctrines. Rather, that Christianity, confronted by 3 schools of the magnitude of these, was forced to make very definite plans of its own. It was forced to overcome at an early date as many of the divisions within its own structure as possible. It required a united front against a world that was not ignorant, not stupid, and not gullible. It therefore was a challenge, and it was this tremendous challenge that to a large measure resulted in the final Council of Nicaea and the Christianizing of the Western Roman Empire. Had it not been for these sects, it is very likely that Christianity might have dissolved in its own internal discords. But confronted by these large enemies, it gathered its resources, defined its position ever more clearly, and finally came to a condition of ascendancy. Thus they formed the adversary, which sharpened the wits of the early Christian fathers and caused them to give much more scholarly attention to their own doctrines than might have been their original inclination. So we have these three schools, and the order of them we should also consider. For antiquity, the Hermetic philosophy was probably slightly the elder. In other words, it probably arose slightly earlier than Christianity, 100, 200 years, possibly 300. It also extended downward through the Christian era and down to the 4th or 5th centuries AD. The second in historical descent was Gnosticism, which belongs to the first Christian century primarily. It arose probably not later than AD 30 and continued to exercise a considerable influence down to also to the 5th century AD. The third of this group was Neoplatonism, which probably arose in the latter part of the 2nd and probably somewhat in the early part of the 3rd century AD, and continued to exercise considerable influence until the 5th century. Thus, these three organizations coexisted with the early Christian development. And by the nature of their teachings, this coexistence was again more than coincidental. For when we study these three systems, we observe marked parallels among themselves and to Christianity. The question as to who borrowed from who has always been a moot one, and we will not even attempt to explain and interpret it. We can only say that these persons lived together, that they lived in speaking distance of each other, and that they were united by a common tongue. We know, for example, that St. Augustine was highly conversant with Neoplatonism, and apparently did not hold it in essential disregard, although he publicly criticized it on some occasions. Actually, a large part of his own philosophy was certainly influenced by Neoplatonic thought. Trying to analyze the structure of these three non-Christian groups, to determine their essential keynote, what was the essential difference between them? The more you read about them, the less difference you observe, until a number of writers have practically given up in despair any effort to distinguish their essential doctrines. These doctrines are so close that they are regarded almost as identical. Actually, they are not identical, because each presents a particular perspective about something in which they all have a common interest. The principal foundation of the Hermetic arts must be regarded as scientific. Hermetism, or Hermetic philosophy, was a science, and as it developed strongly along scientific lines, until in the Middle Ages, Hermetic philosophy became the synonym of chemistry. It was based upon a series of exact procedures. It was mathematical, and it made very little use of factors beyond the comprehension of the average person, although it did have certain abstract teachings. These abstract teachings, like Buddhism and Confucianism, were rooted in natural phenomena. They were rooted in familiar things, in common everyday occurrences. In this, the Hermetic school borrowed considerably from the Egyptian. For while the Egyptian had a very deep mysticism. His mysticism was always clothed in the familiar forms of natural phenomena. His after-world state, or after-death state, for example, the Elysian fields. This paradise was very similar to the delta of the Nile. In fact, there was very little difference. Here the celestial blessed did not rest forever, but had their proper cattle and plowed their fields just as they did on earth. The only thing is that the difference between the terrestrial Nile and the celestial Nile was essentially that the celestial Nile never failed, whereas the terrestrial Nile sometimes did not rise appropriately, and there could be famines in the land. But the heavenly streams, sustained and protected by the gods, meant forever that there would be prosperity in the blessed world, and that everyone would have enough to eat, everyone would enjoy the advantages of good living. Now, there's no doubt that the Egyptian priests and philosophers went beyond this point, but it is also an evident part of the daily religion of the people. And Hermetic philosophy has a relation to this. It also went far beyond materialism, but it never went beyond the concept of a universal law. It never transcended the idea that divine procedures were mathematical, that cause and effect were inevitable, that the progress of the human being came through the mastery of certain sciences, and that, of course, the science of sciences was that of life itself. Therefore, Hermetic philosophy emphasized life as an exact science, a science of human generation and regeneration, a science of human perfection, and the Hermetists believed and affirmed that the keys to this science, like the advanced formulas of mathematics, were reserved to certain persons who had advanced themselves in these subjects and had become entitled to receive the great instruction. Thus, everything moved forward on a very orderly procedure. The Hermetic school was a kind of university in which the students advanced from grade to grade according to their abilities. This was a strong point in favor of the school, but also the secret of its ultimate dissolution. The average human being, having reached mature years, does not want to go to school. He does not want a way of life that is dominated by a procedure of constant learning. He feels when he has reached a certain degree of intelligence that he should go out and enjoy himself. Therefore, the Hermetic science was essentially restricted to those of scientific instinct, not necessarily of scientific attainment, but individuals who like to approach life as an exact problem, a mystery to be solved by the instruments of science. And we must not overlook the fact that the instruments of science available in those days were better than we believe or generally accept. We were not living in as dark a time as the modern historian would depict. The Hermetic philosopher had many instruments. He had already received the great arts and sciences of Greece and Egypt. He was already a master of liberal arts. He already had many instruments by means of which he could attain his end. But there was something much to recall to us the great architects of the ancient world in the Hermetic school. These architects fashioned magnificent structures. And Hermetic philosophy was a concept of a magnificent structure built according to laws, built like a vast college or a school of life from which no one could graduate without attaining perfection, a school that challenged the person from the cradle to the grave, a school in which he must continue to learn till the day he died. Obviously, this type of thinking would not appeal strongly to the shopkeeper, the merchant, the average person whose interest in science was largely utilitarian, whose knowledge of architecture was exhausted in familiarizing himself with the house in which he lived. This type of thinking therefore, did not have glamour. It did not have the magnetic appeal of mystery, finally, because the Hermetic school was constantly declaring that there was no mystery in mysticism, that mystery was an illusion, that actually what we call mysterious is nothing but that part of the universe about which we are ignorant, that there can be no real mysteries, and the person growing up is not a magician, not a wonder worker. He is a scientist, gradually familiarizing himself with laws and keeping them, and gradually developing a great ethical, spiritual code based upon these laws. Therefore, actually, in a sense, an exact way of life, built upon observation, experimentation, reflection, and tradition. As inheriting the sciences of ancient Egypt, the Hermetic philosophers therefore thought in terms of medicine. They thought in terms of legislation, of jurisprudence and common law. They thought in terms of mathematics, astronomy, and music. They were distinctly working with subjects which had to be skillfully mastered, and the real proficient was the person who developed the skill to do these things superbly. And education was to give him the skill, not only to practice the daily sciences known at the time, but also the skill to reorganize, redeem, and perfect his own life. Everything was therefore rather a highly educational program, intensely directed toward the person who, having gained what education he could in the world in which he lived, desired to go on and learn more about how to perform specific tasks, learn how to build a better ship, learn how to rediscover and use the lost secrets of Tyrian dyes, learn how to perfect chemicals and drugs, learn how to perform delicate surgery on the human body, to learn chemistry and physiology and anatomy. All these things came as part of the Hermetic doctrine, overtoned, however, by the great concept that all knowledge was sacred. Therefore, that the physician and the judge and the lawyer were actually priests of a universal mystery. And the Hermetic philosophy points out that the end of all of this knowledge is to discover the wisdom and the exactitude and the goodness of divine providence. Thus, it is quite conceivable that the Hermetic position could be of interest and value today to a great many persons. Perhaps our modern scientists are deficient principally in the Hermetic overtone, this overtone that science is divine, that the scientist is not one who must build a religion, but rather a man who must experience the immanence of all divine matters in the very exactitudes with which he daily works. Now this, in substance, I think, is the perspective of Hermetic philosophy as distinguished now from these other groups that we wish to discuss. Now, what is the perspective of Gnosticism? Not long ago on Sunday morning we gave a discussion of the Gnostic ideals of Valentinus. Therefore, we will assume that many of you heard that. We will digest it a little, but try to cover the ground for those who did not hear this lecture. Gnosticism, which arose in both Syria and North Africa in the first century, within the first 30 or 40 years of the Christian era, had one peculiar disadvantage from the beginning. It was never a completely united system. Gnosticism was always at least a three-pronged instrument. Gnosticism was broken up at a very early period into sects. In fact, what we know as Gnosticism altogether is practically a union of sects initially divided. Thus, instead of having a system strong around a central core, or a central teacher, or a central leader, we have a dozen or more groups with various backgrounds and various religious doctrines with which they were attempting to create the Gnostic position. We know the word Gnostic from gnosis, to know. It was a search for knowledge, but essentially the Gnostic was a religionist. Instead of being a scientist, he was a theologian. He was attempting the same principle that dominated the Hermetic philosopher, but he was working upon an entirely different concept, namely that through the extensive interpretation of, clarification of, the theological and religious structure of the time, he would find the true, actual, eternal, and universal faith. That he would come into possession of the true religion, the one religion. Early in his experience, therefore, by the very diversity of his background, the Gnostic began to be a student of comparative religion. He began to think not of one faith alone, but of many faiths. And in the schools of Gnosticism, there were followers of many beliefs and many religious systems. The only answer to this, therefore, was the recognition of the unities underlying spiritual revelation. The Gnostic believed in revelation. He believed that the final source of knowledge was the power or grace of God bestowed upon him, so that he might know, as an inner or spiritual certainty, those things which could not be comprehended by the intellect. Therefore, he practiced visions. He practiced certain forms of magical rites and ceremonies. He invoked deities, and he sought to gain the intercession of divine powers in the advancement of his material state, or the continuance of his spiritual growth. The three great schools of Gnosticism that have descended to us, the Syrian under Simon Magus, the Egyptian under Basilides, and the other Egyptian school under Valentinus, constitute only three of probably nearly a dozen branches. These represented again, however, a very peculiar level of thinking. If the ancient was not inclined to be scientific in a large way, he was not also inclined to be theological in a large way as the Gnostic understood the term. For example, the average Roman, the average Alexandrian, the average Egyptian or person of the area certainly could not discourse learnedly on comparative religion. Western man could hardly do it until the last few centuries. It was not common for the believer in those days to have any interest in beliefs other than his own. As we mentioned last week, the state religions, the various gods ruling areas and provinces, formed the background of the theologies of local groups. They seldom went beyond these. And had it not been for Rome, probably the whole concept of comparative religion would have been greatly delayed. But the Roman Empire, by conquest and colonization, forced this study upon the dawning mind of European man. Gnosticism, we will say then, was represented by little groups, probably 100 little groups, divided into 8 or 10 schools. These little groups consisted of a teacher, something like an Oriental yogin or master of the Vedanta system, a saintly person. This saintly person was surrounded by disciples. These disciples in smaller areas might be a dozen, in larger areas perhaps 100. But it is very doubtful if during the rise of Gnosticism that the total body of the Gnostic order ever reached more than 2,000 or 3,000. It could not, for the simple reason that it demanded a kind of thinking that was strange to the time. It demanded the individual devote a great deal of personal labor to the contemplation and interpretation of things. It made it necessary for the believer to examine the various aspects of the deity he worshipped, as these aspects were found in the religions and beliefs of maybe a dozen other nations. This kind of contemplation was not for the marketplace. It was not for the individual who was busy in the merchandising of his daily profession or trade. Thus the Gnostics almost immediately became ascetics, wandered into the wilderness, separated themselves largely from the communion of other persons of other interests. They were content to be devout, content to contemplate and to meditate, to pray and to examine the secrets of religion as they understood these secrets. Naturally, under this pattern, they did not have the staying power, because they could not touch the popular mind. They could not touch the majority of people. It's probable that even in their own day, the Gnostics were regarded as mysterious, as being persons set apart, strange, perhaps even mad. Their thinking was not in the terms of prevailing orthodoxy. The Syrian Gnostics had trouble with the Orthodox Jewish religion. Later, the Christian Gnostics had trouble with Christianity. The one link between the Gnostics and Christianity that remained strong for a considerable period of time was the link of the teachings of St. Paul. The Paulian group was very close to the Gnosis, and many of the Gnostic teachers quoted St. Paul as being the outstanding example of the teacher of their time relating to the mystery of Christianity. Now, the Gnosis moved toward Christianity, and Christianity certainly enveloped phases of the Gnosis. But there was always a conflict there that could not be completely reconciled, the nearest point of reconciliation being in the works of Paul. In Gnosticism, for example, the principle of redemption was an eternal principle, ever functioning. The principle of redemption in Gnosticism was unhistorical. It was known to the first man, and it would be known to the last man, because redemption was an attribute of eternal deity itself. Redemption, therefore, did not center upon any historical time or historical person. Gradually, in the Christian Gnosis, an effort was made to apply this redemptive principle exclusively to the person of Jesus. The Gnostics made a valiant attempt at this, but when you look in perspective over 18 or 1900 years, the patchwork, the tragic difficulties which their philosophy or religion passed through in this effort to combine itself with another doctrine, these difficulties become increasingly apparent. The historical redemption concept was not Gnostic, and the Gnostics who attempted to follow it did so with a good spirit and a good heart, but never consistent with their own original teaching. Thus, Gnosticism was a religion seeking a universal experience of God. It was a little bit in the feeling of the teachings of Akhenaton. It was this sudden bursting forth of the realization that there was only one God, and that this one God was the God of the friend and the enemy, the God of races and nations, and had an existence beyond all attributes, all terms, and all names that could be bestowed upon this divine principle. Immediately, the Gnostic deity begins to emerge, and we are in the presence of a universal, eternal, unchangeable principle of mystery. Mystery, however, which is penetrated primarily through religion. A mystery which is approached by utter humility and complete devotion, seeking always that mysterious hour which no man knoweth, the hour when the grace of God shall richly descend upon the individual. Now, Gnosticism, having created a perfect God, or having conceived one, found itself upon the horns of a dilemma, because from this perfect God it must explain an imperfect universe. It must proceed to develop the idea of how this God could produce less than itself, how this deity, forever wise, forever good, forever beautiful, could be responsible for the confusion which existed even in Alexandria in the first century. Because, after all, man's confusion, like his living, has been eternal. In order to explain this mystery, Gnosticism assumed or expounded what is called emanationism. This emanationism is of Platonic origin, but its relation to Plato gradually vanished as a factor in thinking. This emanationism is to the effect that as this resplendent and magnificent divine power, perfect and effulgent in all its parts, is the radiant core, source, and heart of things, its radiance extending outward forms a kind of halo or nimbus. And this first brilliant nimbus surrounding the mysterious, unknowable core of things, the Gnostics called nous, or mind. They declared, therefore, that mind was the revelation of that which was beyond the mind and above mind, and that the creative works of the world were accomplished by a mind suspended from a consciousness, that this mind was subservient to that consciousness, and that this mind ultimately returned to that consciousness, either in the form of the individual mind or in the collective universal mind. Then this effulgency, continuing to radiate outward, like the streamers of the corona of the sun, gradually radiated further and further into darkness. And as it radiated, it became weaker and more diffused, until these emanations of light became less and less powerful, and were ultimately absorbed, dissolved, or eaten up by the darkness of space. Therefore, imperfection constitutes that part of existence or creation in which the rays of the central consciousness are not strong enough to control or to blaze through and reveal themselves. And the absolute circumference of existence is matter. And matter is that part of life in which the light has been absorbed until it is no longer obvious or apparent. The Gnostics, being essentially dualists, then affirmed that what we call matter is essentially the principle of evil. That evil is this darkness. Evil is the victory of space over spirit. This victory is the inertia, which is at the extreme circumference of action. It is not a central inertia, but a circumference inertia, in which, as Plato points out, if you stand close to the light of the candle, you can read the book. But if you are 20 feet from the light of the candle, you can no longer read the book, because the light is not strong enough. In the same way, if we stand close to the nous, or the source of light, we can read the book of life. But if we are far removed from it, the light is not strong enough, and we cannot read. And the minds and bodies of men, having dissolved and absorbed this light into themselves, it is no longer available for immediate purpose of illumination. In this dark circumference, then, the spirits of negation had their abode. And in Gnosticism, it is only fair to point out that they did not actually believe in a principle of evil. They believed, however, in the existence of beings in whom darkness dominated, therefore in whom light was not sufficient, and what we call the bad person, or the demonic person, is the one whose light is so obscured that he can no longer live by it. Thus, the Gnostics had a very handy and convenient framework upon which to develop a very complicated system of analogies. They were able to prove that the impoverishment of light is the cause of darkness. They were able to demonstrate to their own satisfaction, therefore, that materialism is simply the impoverishment of light. That wherever a thing is not light, it is because it has absorbed light, and the light is not strong enough to break through it. Under the Gnostic system, therefore, the great purpose of life was to release the light, was that the individual, through a decision or determination of his own mind, must choose to free the light in himself. He must dedicate himself to such work, such labors, and such processes as would so purify and redeem his nature that the light could be released. Thus, all growth was a release of the divine life from within things. This concept was also derived from Plato, but the Gnostics developed it into their very complicated eonology, in which they conceived of man gradually by various disciplines, refining himself, choosing to separate himself from darkness, choosing to overcome the ignorance, which was the opacity of himself, so that the light within him could shine through, and that he could release the imprisoned light, so that this light could return to the source of light, the divine aeons from which it came. In order to achieve this, according to the Gnostics, the presence of nous, or the divine mind, the firstborn of the eternal, gave the discrimination, gave the insight, gave the aspiration and the rationalization necessary to liberate man by an action of his own will. By means of mind, man is therefore forever at the gate of liberation. The Gnostic, however, was not optimistic enough to overlook the fact that mind could also be a destroying power. He therefore recognized a divine mind in the likeness of the eternal Father, and a mortal mind in the likeness of the darkness, and that the mind of man accepting darkness was deluded by his own acceptance, but the mind of man yearning toward the light was liberated by his own yearning. Beneath this process, the mind was an instrument, but the primary end was a spiritual release, the restoration of a true spiritual state, and mind was therefore sacrificed to the liberation of pure consciousness by a voluntary purpose. And the achievement of this purification actually represented a series of Gnostic baptisms. The individual was required to practice the highest form of religious conviction from the earliest time of his association with the order until through renunciation, regeneration, prayer, meditation, contemplation, and through the total sacrifice of all worldliness, his truly spiritual nature might be released from the cravings of his lower nature, and the light within him could shine through a purified body. Purification in Gnosticism was to be attained by the practice of the spiritual way of life, the individual becoming no longer dominated by or bound to matter, verged away from it, and toward the light from which he came. It is quite an elaborate system, but I think the essential principle of it lies in this dualism and the fact that consciousness imprisoned in every living thing, is the Redeemer of that thing, and that this redemption must result from man making a voluntary dedication of his total existence to the service of this consciousness within him. If he did so, then he was truly upon the way of gnosis. And this way was a series of mystical expansions, dominated almost totally by theological concepts, principles, and doctrines. Now, the third of our systems, which we want to contemplate for the moment, is Neoplatonism. And Neoplatonism in this triad certainly plays the part of philosophy. Neoplatonism was Platonic philosophy plus the experience of man for 500 years or 600 years after the death of Plato. As we have noted in the previous discussion, the world of the 1st and 2nd centuries A.D. was a very confused world, a world of disillusionments and despairs, a world in which rationality, in the form of a great system of thought, was not sufficient in itself to meet the needs of a large group of persons, those by nature philosophical, those who like to contemplate the great ethical structures of life, stood in desperate need of a restoration of ethics. And this restoration of ethics, as is usually the case in a corrupt or decadent era, included a more or less violent revulsion against the abuses which then dominated the practices of society and also of education, culture, and the sciences. The Neoplatonists were working with the principle of wisdom. They were elevating not the mind, but something beyond and superior to the mind, to first place in the contemplation of reality. Whereas in Gnosticism, universal deity was the absolute good, in Neoplatonism, the absolute or universal deity was absolute truth. And in this, we have an entirely different premise, although the words in practical experience often seem to become synonymous. They are synonymous upon levels. The philosopher was working to achieve the experience of that truth which solves all error or refutes all error. He assumed, therefore, the existence in space of a quality known as truth. He was perfectly willing to assume that this truth was an attribute of deity. But in some way, the Neoplatonic concept of deity was this all-truthfulness. And he would say that if a thing is all-truthful, it is also all-good. Therefore, a thing that is truthful is good, whereas the Gnostic might have reversed it from the religious position and said, a thing that is good must be truthful. It was a different approach, with the postulation of a different end. The mystic of the Gnostic school seeking this end, which is the all-embracing love of God, whereas the Neoplatonists sought that end as the all-embracing understanding, by means of which he himself might experience the state of total truth. Now, he sought truth not from the selfish intellectual desire, as Plotinus very clearly points out. He did not wish to be assumed to know more than other men. He was not of the type who wanted to get up and say, this is the truth. His truth was beyond articulation, in word or even in thought. His truth approached a mystical experience in itself. But whereas one had the infinite believing of the Gnostic, the other had the strange desire to believe through knowing, that the individual could never be sure till he knows. Therefore, the development of the power to know, until this knowledge revealed all things knowable and all things necessary, represented largely the Neoplatonic position. Neoplatonism arose then as an effort to link the philosophy of Plato with the need for a spiritual, emotional experience of truth. This experience of truth could not be merely the transference of information. No individual could say to another man confidentially, "This is the truth." Even if it was so, and even if the statement was true, there could be no communication of truth apart from a dynamic experience which involved the immediate sense of internal knowing on the part of the person to whom the so-called truth was communicated. Truth could never be anything worldly. It could never be the truth about planets or comets or the tides or the seasons. This truth had to be the all truth, which was man's experience of the true discovery of his relationship to everything that exists, including himself. And in order to have this experience, he must also have the full experience of the wonderful world structure to which he was intimately related. He must not only think of God and about God, he must think with God. So Neoplatonism was this search for truthful thinking, thinking with the mind of God. Thus, as the Hermetic philosophers might have assumed God to be absolute law, and the Gnostic school absolute good or absolute virtue, so in the Neoplatonic school, God was the continuous state of absolute knowing. God knows all things. God is a state of eternal knowing without center or circumference. That which knows all things notes also the sparrow's fall. God is a universal knowing beyond mind, a knowing which is seated in the heart-mind structure of every creature, so that man is capable of a kind of knowing that is without mind. A kind of knowing that is strangely passionless, and yet when experienced is a total experience from which no part of the being can escape, and which causes afterwards the individual to say with the strange finality of revelation, "I know." Yet this same person could not say what he knows, because his knowledge is not of things, but of the eternal value which lies beneath all things. Thus, knowing in Neoplatonism is practically and functionally this internal power to know value, to apperceive or apprehend essential essence in things, and to experience identity with essence. Neoplatonism, therefore, would follow in the Buddhist concept that while man seems to have a mind and seems to have a knowing power, he is actually knowing with the mind of God, whether he knows it or not. And this mind, which seems to be his, is actually an eternal mind, the eternity of which he has not recognized or accepted. Thus, Neoplatonism carries with it a certain pattern of acceptances. Acceptances of the presence of value where it might not immediately be suspected. Now, what was the structure of Neoplatonism in relation to some of these problems with which we are concerned? It is not difficult to realize that when we start talking about essence and knowing, and the power to know apart from the power to think, that the Neoplatonists left the larger part of the Greco-Egyptian world behind them. They were thinking in an entirely different dimension also from their contemporaries. Furthermore, although Neoplatonism had within it a large number of the elements of a religion, it was not essentially religious. It was essentially a descent of the great idealistic philosophy of the classic Hellenes. As a result of this, it lacked many of the elements of glamour. St. Augustine, analyzing it in his own time, held that as far as value content was concerned, Neoplatonism was entitled to have become a world religion. It had a tremendous contribution to make, and even Augustine admitted it. But he declared that it could not accomplish this. First of all, because it did not have anything to focus the public mind. It had no appeal. It lacked, as Augustine pointed out, the first essential of a religion, namely an heroic personality, preferably a martyr. That only around this concept have religions successfully been built. The second thing it lacked was an offering of a perpetual state of bliss or a perpetual state of illumination to the average man. It did not offer to the average person very much probability that in his lifetime, in the common affairs of his daily thinking, he would be likely to achieve to this state of knowing. It must again be reserved for the person who is willing to dedicate his life, his resources, his time, everything that he has, to the prodigious examination of himself and of his universe, and the contemplation of internal wealth, the wealth of idea, the pure wealth of contemplative induction. This type of thinking certainly could not be popular. Also, again, not only was Neoplatonism a minority group, but it drew around itself only a limited number of scholars, most of them not glamorous, very few of them understood, and all of them inclined to express their ideas on so abstract a level of dissertation or of oration or of writing, such as the Aeneads of Proclus or Plotinus, that they simply were not comprehensible to the average person. Thus we had three schools, all of them essentially deep, all of them descending from old footings, each one of them strangely and wonderfully practical, but all of them deficient in popular appeal, and all of them deficient in obvious simplicity, too complicated, too recondite, not suitable to move masses. Now, at this time, and under these conditions, the relationship between these schools and Christianity can be more clearly understood. Christianity moved into this great focus with an extremely simple moral ethical code. Actually, in spite of the various writings of the early church fathers, who some of them were rather vitriolic on the subject, there is no real indication that Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, or Hermeticism ever actually assailed the teachings of Jesus. They did not. They were quite aware of the ethical integrity, the simple and tremendous vitality of these teachings. Each one of them, perhaps in its own way, could have proven these teachings far better than the church theologians could have proved them. Each one had a deep sympathy for the essence, but each was composed of a type of mind that also belonged in a minority group. First of all, these three groups were made up of persons living out of time in a strange way. Perhaps the Neoplatonists were born 500 years too late. Perhaps the Hermetic philosophers were born 1,000 years too soon. And perhaps the Gnostic had the unfortunate misfortune of being born at a strategic moment when other things were more important than his own ideas. But all of these groups had a strange lack of contemporary vitality. They were deep. Many of them had descended from the old mystery systems. They had within themselves sciences and forms of knowledge that should not and did not die. But not one of them was in a position to step into the great human tragedy that was moving the face of the Near East and the Mediterranean area at the time. They could not console this average person under loss, under pain, under misery. They did not have this power of direct approach. They could take the ignorant man and educate him. They could take the unlearned man, and if he wanted to become learned, they could teach him. But they could not take the average person and console him where he was as he was. And because of these situations, the groups fell into a minority relationship to the rising power of Christianity, which had a tremendous appeal to a very large group of persons under misfortune, who wished consolation, who wanted something upon which to build hope and faith immediately, something to sustain them in a very heavy crisis. Now, what neither the church nor anyone else could know at that time was that the history of Europe and Western civilization from the beginning of the Christian era to the present day has been one constant sequence of crises. There has hardly been a moment in which the immediate need for consolation was not present. Thus, the old scholarly motions fell further and further back, away from the popular mind. And one by one, these older groups or their descendants lost popular interest. And we can say that this situation repeated itself continuously throughout history. There have always been Gnostics and Hermetists and Neoplatonists. There are today. There are always those persons who, by endowments of one kind or another, are moved into a contemplative relationship with life. There are also others whose nature is such that they are in constant need of the consoling presence of an extremely simple, direct hope. Now, what is the essential reason for this difference? Is it because some people are more sophisticated than others? Is it because some individuals like to be intellectual? Is it that some individuals pose as scientists, and that others still perhaps wish to gain distinction as philosophers? I do not think it is this at all, or any of these factors. They may exist, but I think they exist only as isolated incidents. The difference lies in the psychic integration of the being himself. The differences lie in the capacity of the person in terms of his needs, of his possible acceptances and of his inevitable rejections. Some have gone so far as to say these differences arise from chemical biology alone. This I also doubt. But there is no doubt that there is a psychological chemistry in man, and that this chemistry produces different types of persons, due to their own backgrounds, due perhaps, if we believe in rebirth, to earlier existences and previous experiences. But in any event, they are not the same. There will always be, and always has been, a limited group that will think gnosis, regardless. There is a limited group that will think in terms of Hermetism. There is a limited group that will think in terms of Neoplatonism. They simply have these natural instincts. They cannot go against them. For no man can accept that which goes against something within himself. And the differences lie there. And the demarcations and segregations of values lie within the individual. And for that reason, there will always be majority religions and there will be minority faiths. The thing that we can hope is that they do not have to remain forever in antagonistic relationship to each other, that they can be recognized as complementary and not regarded as separating man from man. Actually, in the case of the three we are discussing, they could undoubtedly have contributed much had they been able to unite around the core of the practical Christian need. They probably could have saved Europe the Dark Ages. But because of the lack of sympathy between groups, and because those who do not understand must always be impatient of that which they do not understand, lack of understanding ran instantly into misunderstanding, and this in turn led inevitably to conflict. The conflict was one-sided from the beginning, because the number of persons involved and the public appeal was so different that none of these minority groups ever really had a chance. They could not compete. They could not actually survive as such. But we also have to realize that leaders, regardless of what they lead, must of themselves also have attributes of leadership. And in the background of Christianity, there were a number of persons, Christian by conviction and conversion, and yet by nature and mind, scientists, nature and mind, philosophers, by nature and mind, mystics. These groups of leaders, the small dynamic which was behind the rise of the church, in most instances either directly and admittedly were aware of the three schools which we mentioned, or else indicate through their writings secret sympathy with these schools, so that the leaders of Christendom became enriched by the very doctrines which themselves did not survive. The leaders, those minds possessing abstract intellectual powers, certainly dipped deeply into Neoplatonism and into Gnosticism. And as a result of this, the church itself gradually passed into a schismatic state in which the heresies began to appear. These heresies resulting very largely from the intellectual individuality of leaders, which continued to beset the faith even after these other organizations no longer presented a challenge. Actually, therefore, we must recognize that these three great systems, and several others, to lesser degree, have influenced the rise of Christianity. They have influenced its doctrines. And as we have said, the uniting of the Christian front against these non-Christian movements hastened the rise of hierarchical Christianity. That is, the rise of a strong central church government, capable of clearly stating its own convictions. And this in turn called up the councils, the various gatherings, the synods, and the assemblies in which the great ecclesiastical principles were variously debated until gradually the Christianity that we know took form and appeared. Now, if we have these patterns a little bit familiar to us, we can see essentially that even in our own thinking, as in those days, the individual is not united. Synesius of Alexandria was a Christian bishop, a Neoplatonist, a Gnostic, and a Hermetist at the same time, and found no difficulty, no conflict, no contradiction, and no heresy, simply because he had not the kind of intellectual capacity that pigeonholed various concepts within his own nature. He was perhaps more able to build a magnificent faith upon the total reconciliation of the inconsistencies between these doctrines. He was also able, by the grace of God, to retain his orthodox standing, in spite of all of these modifying circumstances. He therefore represents, in a sense, the synthesis of these beliefs, and to our thinking today, a rather outstanding example of the possibility of religious reconciliation. Now, reconciliation in our time does involve very strongly the problem of these three schools, and still, to a measure, the prevailing orthodoxy in which these schools function. Today, for example, we have in the world a prevailing orthodoxy. Whether it be a Christian orthodoxy or a Hindu orthodoxy is not important at the moment. We have the majority of the human beings of this world religiously integrated around certain simple, basic beliefs. These beliefs include certainly the reality of the existence of God, the immortality of the human soul, and the victory of good over evil. These beliefs are disseminated even throughout the so-called Soviet Union, and every effort of materialism in that area to overthrow these beliefs has notably failed. These beliefs exist in China, they exist in India, and in all parts of the world. Thus we have a tremendous body of belief in fundamental spiritual value. And yet, just as we had this tremendous body of believers in those days and in these times, we now find ourselves in the presence of the long shadow of a highly exaggerated Hermetic thinking. We have in that the rise of science. We have the gradual recognition that we live in a scientific universe. We have man exploring the exactitudes of space, depending completely upon such sciences as mathematics for the possible calculations by which he seeks to attain his ends. And mathematics, as Pythagoras pointed out, is the first science of God. Thus we have an excessive intellectualism which has not yet achieved the Hermetic position, namely that knowledge is suspended primarily from God as fact, the inevitable thing as it is, that God is total reality, and that this reality is the totality of all things known and unknown, and that no matter what we can ever know, we can never discover that which destroys the fact of reality. For all knowledge is the triumph of reality over superstition or ignorance. Thus, the infinite universe of realities, of facts, of scientific procedures, this universe is held within the tremendous principle of all fact, all reality, all procedure. And this principle is alive. This principle is a dynamic, not a static. And this principle permeates all other things with itself, so that everything that exists bears within it the stamp of reality. And man's search is the search for this reality in things, or in space, or in self. Now here we have then science rising, and even in our modern world, science is a minority group, very definitely a minority group. It lives in the same world with a dynamic religion, yet it is not reconciled with that religion. Yet its essential discoveries and principles are not irreconcilable with religion. They simply stand apart, much in the same way that Hermetic philosophy and the early rise of Christianity, these stood apart. They had more in common than they ever knew, but they were never able to cement this common understanding. They were never able to bridge across between faith and fact. They never could recognize faith as another name for a scientific procedure. They were never able to recognize that the ways of faith are as scientific as the ways of atomic research. Because of this same division between two systems of thought, we are producing a generation of human beings in whose natures there are strong, irreconcilable, or at least unreconciled divisions. The person of today, growing up in his world, is in the presence of a constant pressure of conflicting conceptions and conflicting convictions. Going to school, he is confronted with them. And at the present time, our policy is, if this person is potentially the type of material what we hope will become an intellectual leader, is to pass him through 4 years of college. The purpose of this being primarily to destroy his idealistic convictions. We might just as well face it. That is what it amounts to. The purpose of it is to make him worship knowledge, and never to reveal to him that knowledge is merely the manifestation of the knower, and that without the universal knower there could be no universal knowledge to challenge him. So we have this conflict, which inherited from the past, from little minority squabble 19 centuries ago, could very well, and does very often, land the modern young person in the juvenile courts because of conflict. Therefore, we cannot say that this long problem should just be allowed to drift, nor should we overlook the examples and the wisdom and evidence of the past relating to these things. Now, as we go along in this, we find there are other minority groups. As distinguished from the popular mind, a structure very difficult to analyze at this time, because it doesn't seem to be very sure of what it is thinking, if at all. In distinction to the popular mind, we have what we term the intellectual. Now, the intellectual, or the mental type, the individual who is searching for knowledge per se, he is not necessarily searching for mathematical formulas. He is searching for the power to know, and the end of knowing, of course, is the knowledge of good and evil. The knower, the intellectual, also presents a problem. We have had nearly 18 centuries of him in the post-Christian world under the general name of the intellectual leader, the philosopher, the scholar, the learned person, the professor. Everything from the school teacher to the Oxford Dome comes under this particular heading. He is also the teacher, because the teacher is one of whom it must be assumed that he knows at least more than those he teaches. This is sometimes an assumption, but at the same time, there are evidences to sustain that in most cases there is a certain leadership possible. But now this problem of knowing. has given us a variety of knowing beliefs. And we have today the great clash of the intellectual schools. We have the Kantians and the Hegelians. We have the defenders of Schopenhauer and the defenders of Nietzsche. We have new philosophies of every kind, from the idealism of Bergson to the prevailing distemper of existentialism. We have these beliefs, beliefs of disillusionment, beliefs of despair, beliefs of frustration, and of hope, and of fear. We have beliefs of all kinds, rising from or catering to the neurotic pressures of our time. So we have this mysterious thing of man who also seeks to know. He seeks to know ethically that which is good. He seeks to know to a degree idealistically that which is true for him. He would like to live well if the effort is not too great. He would like to know more than he knows, first because he thinks he could earn more that way. Sometimes he would like to know enough to be able to console himself about his own uncertainties. He wants to know. The great desire to know rises strongly in the mass mind of mankind. And here we have the conflict between knowing and not knowing. And we have the big problem of the moment. The problem that has been argued and debated for years. Namely, can we know? What can we know? Can we know anything that we will not have to unknow at some later time? Is all knowing relative? Is knowing merely the collecting of the traditional belief of our race? Is the physician a true knower after he graduates from medical school? Is the lawyer a true knower after he has read Roman law and British jurisprudence? What is knowing? Is it the individual familiarizing himself with the past, with other beliefs, with the statistical material available on the subjects that interest him? Is this knowing merely the handing on of report? And we have this very strongly in education. And Neoplatonism points out that the fallacy here is that all knowing must ascend, that the end of knowing is that man shall truly know the truth, and that the truth is something that is apart from particular knowledge. A man may discover something of truth by learning to play the piano. But if he does not add this concept to something else, he will become a musician, but he will not become a truth knower. That truth is something total, and that all education must in some way strive for this totality, but it does not know how. Thus there has to be this truth that sets us free, instead of this neo-truth that keeps us in bondage. The Neoplatonist answers very simply that the only solution to this problem is to recognize that man partakes in his own nature not only of the attributes of truth possibility, but the very substance of a living truth fact. That the truth resides in the innermost parts of the conscious life of man, and that the great journey of the individual is from ignorance to truth, and that truth is something supreme, something infinitely sacred, something absolutely divine, and that therefore the search for truth is essentially identical with the search for all realities with which the human being is concerned. The individual who attains to the state of truth has discovered why he should live well and how he can live well. There can therefore be no truth, as Plotinus points out, that does not produce a change away from error in the actual life of the person who attains it. A person can be educated and still unmoral. A person cannot possess truth or be possessed by truth and be unmoral. The individual can become learned and still be dishonest. But the one who attains truth cannot be dishonest. Therefore, truth is a transforming, living thing. And that which attains it can never function inconsistently with that which it has attained. On this grounds, all knowledge is at the moment inadequate, for we have no form of knowledge which compels us instinctively, inevitably, and irresistibly to right action. We know much and still have to struggle with our own conscience. We know exactly what we should do, but we haven't the courage to do it. The truths we so-called possess are not dynamic enough to give us the vitality or the fulfillment of themselves in conduct. This is the great burden of Neoplatonism, and it is certainly the burden of Confucianism. For Confucius said, the superior man is one who is incapable of an inferior action. It isn't one who doesn't perform it because he knows better. It is the one who is incapable of it, because the instinct which has given him this superiority, moving from within himself, is irresistible. It is moving from the same or deeper source, or as the source or as the cause of his previous difficulty came from. He is moved from within to compromise. When truth is his, he is moved from within not to compromise, and he will always follow inward motion. And the reason why he does not do well always at the present time is because inward motion does not impel him to do well. So truth now becomes to Neoplatonism the irresistible, redeeming, regenerating, civilizing power. And nothing can be said to be true that does not change people for the better. It may be a fact that the tides are affected by the moon. It may be a fact that there are certain formulas by which atoms can be split. It may be a fact that they have been split. But unless the discovery of how to split atoms carries with it such a tremendous spiritual experience that the person who splits the atom can never, from any motive or reason, permit that knowledge to be used for anything but good. Unless that is there, there is no truth, regardless of the fact. Truth must be the power that makes us do things well and do that which is good. For the end of truth is to know that which is good, and therefore to possess both the knowledge and the dynamic to perform that which we know. This is the danger pointed out by Neoplatonism in relationship to education. And their cry, their problem, their premise is just as sound today as it was then. And because they were a minority sect and at that time were neglected, those who say the same things today are a minority sect and will be neglected. But that which is said is nevertheless true. And whether it is accepted or rejected, as Neoplatonism points out, truth is unmoved, like the old American Indian proverb that is said to have been inscribed around the walls of the study of King George V of England. The moon is not frightened by the baying of wolves. That which is does not change, regardless of whether it is accepted or not accepted. Thus, Neoplatonism has its offering of today. man searching for the dynamic of truth. And if he searched for the dynamic of truth as industriously and as patiently as he has sought other things, for instance, his knowledge of atomics, he would today not only have a great science, but a great morality to control it, which he does not have. Now, what is the contribution of Gnosticism to this little pattern? Here is the third group. This group working on an essentially religious level. The purpose of Gnosticism is the direct search for good. And in this search for good, we come to another problem that confronts the modern world. And that is that with the Gnostics, and certainly with the attitude that they took, we have a large proposition confronting us to find out what is meant by good. The Gnosis says, until we know what is good, we can never do that which is right. What is good? What is this tremendous power of things at the root of existence? What is this power that Aquinas also debates in his double question as to whether a thing is good because God wills it, or whether God wills it because it is good? What comes first, the good or the God? Is God good, or is good God? And if God is not primary and must obey the law of good, then what is the law that God obeys? Or if God is primary and his will is good, then what is the good which he wills? These have been debated from the dawn of religious thinking. But the great problem that Gnosticism pointed out is this great need, this tremendous need, to integrate a common understanding of what is good. Now, they were perfectly aware, even in Alexandria, that we have to approach good on two levels: relative good and absolute good. Relative good we see around us every day. It is a common spectacle, a good which is locked within the dimensions of time, a good which cannot escape from the currency of things, a good which is refutable 100 years from now and was not applicable 100 years ago. There is a good which is also an immediate good, the imminent as opposed to the eminent. There is a good which is so difficult that at the moment it appears evil. There is also this unending concept that the imperfect mind of man cannot achieve to a perfect statement of good or a perfect definition of good. What we call good is that which is agreeable or likable. What we call bad is that which is disagreeable or unlikable. That which injures another may be good for us. That which injures us may be good for another. All these problems evolve around the effort of man to find the final central orientation of himself. Psychology is approaching this problem as basically as it can, but is also in a little dilemma for the reason that the psychologists cannot decide which of themselves is good. They cannot decide which of their own system certainly is best. They have therefore as yet no reconciled concept, no over-concept. Now, good can be achieved on a relative basis by a court of law, which will come to justice as far as it can do so in the light of the evidence. And the good judge is the one who, weighing the evidence, gives the most honorable interpretation that he can. But that his interpretation is right, or that the evidence is true, he can never know. Thus, the Gnostic situation was the discovery of the nature of ultimate good. How is it to be done? And because Gnosticism was essentially a mystical tradition, it came to a very simple concept. namely that good cannot be known as a process of the mind. Good can only be experienced as the result of revelation. That good can only be bestowed upon man. That the experience of good is the experience of God in the life of that man. Now we can also say, of course, that this experience of God may be misinterpreted. That what one man calls an experience of God may not seem so to another. And in the name of the experience of God, some very terrible things have been done to the world. And in a great many instances, terrible doctrines and horrible edicts have been passed, undoubtedly with the deepest sincerity and the full contrition of spirit. What then is to guide us in the knowing of internal good? And of course, Gnosticism points out that this is the entire concept behind the theory or the philosophy of various purgations of consciousness, or cathartic philosophy, but producing a catharsis or cleansing of the individual. Only the individual in whose personal nature corruption has ceased can have the mystical experience of good. If any other person has such a kind of experience, he will distort it and deform it and profane it by the very process of it passing through his consciousness. If he is intolerant, the good will become merely distorted into an instrument for the advancement of his intolerance. Therefore, the individual who has his own purposes can never experience good per se. The only person who can experience good is one who has completely renounced self-interest and has completely renounced the human equation as an influence or part of his life. Thus the demand for the ascetic life, the renunciation of worldliness, the individual achieving a state in which nothing can be important but the revelation of the divine will. Now, the fact that the ascetic goes out and gives up the world does not prove that he is an ascetic. He may also be a neurotic and do the same thing. It does not prove that by any action of his outward person, no matter how consecrated that action may appear, that action is without ulterior motive. Thus, in the Gnosis, the point was very clearly made that only through years of testing and of trying, only through the most diligent application of principles, the most total and complete analysis of self, and the final renunciation and rejection of everything that is ulterior within the self, can the individual come to the point in which he may depend upon the purity of revelation. But revelation, again, is a relative thing. And revelation, or the experiencing of the good, can come to many kinds of persons. We will not say necessarily that it is complete, any more than Gnosticism affirms that it is complete. But it can be an extension of our present realization of good. Now, the proof that it is a revelation and not an hallucination arises also from the consequences of it. At the moment, there may be no way of testing. And here we come upon a point which has been made much of since Gnosticism and also in psychology, but it is essentially a point in gnosis. And that point relates to the individual who receives a revelation of some kind. Instinctively, he falls under mechanisms. One of these mechanisms is his desperate fear to apply what he has experienced. The strange, mysterious sensing that if he applies it, he may lose it. This is only an extension of his own doubt about himself. He is perhaps inwardly aware that by nature, constitution, and attainments, that it is unreasonable or unlikely that truth could come to him. As long as he does not apply his revelation, he can always cling to it and hold it to be true. But if he applies it objectively and observes that it does not function correctly, if by application it disproves itself, then this individual is deprived of the support of a spiritual conviction within himself. So he is inclined to be careful not to apply. Yet in Gnosis, the first problem emphasized his application. The truth is revealed, it must then be applied. And if it is true, it will operate. And it will operate constructively. And it will produce nothing different from itself under any condition. If it is true, it will increase truth. If it is untrue, it will increase error. The individual, therefore, whose truth does not produce some kind of good, has no truth. In this thinking, the search for good is therefore, in a sense, the search for harmlessness. It is the search for value, which again produces within the individual a condition of integration or homogeneity of effort. And as the Gnostic Valentinus points out, the true experience of the good is most quickly tested by the fact that it produces the harmless person who is at the same time certain of his own conduct. The individual who by instinct cannot perform an action contrary to good. Revelation flowing out through the person is evidenced by a greater measure of good. And in our level of thinking, there are good things which we hope for. They may not be ultimate, but they cannot be deficient in any state superior to themselves. Therefore, we can say that kindness is not an ultimate good, that there may be good beyond it. But if that kindness is real, that ultimate good cannot be unkind, because it must not be deficient in any of the lesser forms of itself. Therefore, a kind of attitude of good which leads to cruelty of conduct cannot be good. A revelation which leads to intolerance cannot be true, because here is an assumed greater good in violation with a common good which experience has justified. Now we can say that absolute truth might violate everything less than itself. It will not violate anything of its own nature. It can only violate that which is contrary to its own nature. A greater sense or knowing of good may elevate our discrimination about all things. But good cannot make a person destructive. And anything which can is not good. And all excuse to the contrary is not valid. Because destructiveness, as Gnosticism points out, is a causation which sets in motion a sequence of further destructiveness. And that all of this destructiveness must ultimately be washed out by ultimate good. That therefore this destructiveness forms the adversary which opposes good. In our daily thinking, which must be on the moderate level, we also, all of us, have some intuitive, conscious sense of good. And this good has been for the most part sustained whenever we have been able to practice it. Consequently, revelation must strengthen this good toward achievement of greater goodness. Revelation can never result in a quality which detracts from good. Nor is it at all a matter of excuse or explanation. There is no way of explaining away facts. That which causes injury causes factual injury, and no rational integration or rational interpretation can justify the act of destruction. Therefore, in Gnosticism, the purpose always is to measure the achievement of the gnosis in the terms of the unfolding harmlessness of man. Now, wherever we have had religious intolerance or harmfulness caused by sincerity, we have nearly always found that it is associated with too limited a perspective towards values. Wherever the effort to be true and to be right has led to trouble, it is because the troublemaker was devout but not intelligent. Therefore, good must also indicate or prove the presence of increasing ability to administer the power of God. The individual who achieves a spiritual value receives with his inner understanding a sense of use. It is not possible for an individual to say, for instance, as people have come to me and said, "I've just been illuminated, what did it mean?" You can't have such a situation, inasmuch as an extension of consciousness is an extension of meaning and cannot exist apart from it. And any extension apparently of strange phenomenal circumstances not accompanied by an appropriate extension of understanding must be regarded as delusional of some kind. The individual cannot grow inwardly without improving his total nature. Though the Gnostic pointed out that the search for good becomes the supreme career of the truly devout person, for in his effort to serve God, his only protection is his own enlightened understanding. It is the only way in which he can preserve the honor of deity. For if in a benighted, fanatical manner he even tries to serve God, he will disgrace that which he serves. So all service involves man's growing ability to comprehend the good and to act according to the comprehension of the good which he possesses, thus opening the way for the increase of this factor within his own experience consciousness. Now here we have these patterns then, adding up to the problems of our time, coming down to us as directive, as for instance concerned with such a question as, where will we all be as a civilization, as a people, 100 years from now? Not necessarily ourselves, we may not be present, but our world collectively thinking. Where will this world be if we lack directives, if we continue to have no more internal resource than we have today? What will our external achievements do to us? And that was the question that the Gnostics were asking, and the Neoplatonists and the Hermetists 2,000 years ago, or nearly so. What are these directions without directive? They simply mean drifting along lines of opportunism or retrenching against immediate disaster without plan, purpose, program, or any design suitable to achieve lasting results. Now, as our primary purpose in this series, is not only to compare these teachings, but to point out primarily the Hermetic position in preparation for a study of the actual Hermetic literature itself. I think we must come back now to their premise, the scientific premise, in which they reached out and actually enclosed a large part of both Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. At least the masters of the Hermetic schools intertwined their teachings with those of these other schools and also with the system of Christianity. Christianity perhaps played a less important part in their thinking than the other schools for the simple reason that Christianity was an obvious thing. When you say to someone, do good to others, or be honest, or be kind, or be brotherly, you do not challenge the scientist, nor do you challenge the philosopher. If he is a person of values, he admits that this is true, regardless of what the logic behind it may be. He might be able to spend 10 years and develop the scientific explanation, but it would still only support something so obvious and so undeniable that there would be love's labor lost. There would be nothing gained by such an endeavor. Therefore, these schools sought to work with problems not quite so obvious, but which must ultimately arise in the course of growth, because in the course of growth, everything that is concealed must be revealed. And growth is the unfolding into the obvious of things not obvious. So the Hermetic school was seeking to create foundations upon which newer generations could build structures of knowing, by means of which the total program of human society could be advanced. They did not intend that these programs of knowing would ever interfere with a Sermon on the Mount or any of these essential convictions of Christian mysticism. They were simply seeking for more exact instruments of knowing in specialized fields of endeavor. Now, as we go into the alchemical phase of this, which began probably in the 6th or 7th century and continued on down to the rise of modern chemistry, Hermetic philosophy was distinguished from the beginning by its byproducts. In addition to its principal theme, it inspired innumerable investigations. It inspired the alchemist to make all kinds of experiments in his retorts and in his laboratories. And I have seen lists of practical products that we use today that is very impressive. A very long list, hundreds of items, every one of which represented a disappointment to some alchemist. He was searching for the elixir of life or the mystery of the transmutation of metals, and he came up instead with a new formula for soap. It didn't quite work out as he intended, but he did make a valuable contribution. They locked one alchemist in a basement and fed him through a hole in the door of his cell until he was able to make gold. He never managed to make gold, but he discovered the formula for Dresden china. All kinds of things have been found by those looking for something else. And Hermetic philosophy has therefore indirectly contributed a great deal, practically all of the basic knowledge of chemistry that we possess, and hundreds of byproducts arising in early chemical research. However, the alchemist was more than this. He was searching for the one thing which must ultimately come, and he was, like most of us, sometimes sidetracked by his byproducts. He was never completely willing to stop trying, however, and even though some of his byproducts made him richer than the gold he might have fashioned, he still was searching for this other thing. He was searching for the master key to the total transformation of matter. He was convinced that what we call matter is in reality spirit in disguise. He knew from his own experiences that everything that is not spiritual is a kind of spirit, limited, blocked, or impeded in some way. Therefore, every error is some kind of a truth that we have not yet mastered. Every delusion is a fact out of focus. Every failure tells us something about a success that lies within nearer grasp because of the reverse we have passed through. Thus man, with all his humanity, and it is a broad statement covering a wide variety of attributes, man in his total humanity is God itself, with its divinity locked within this strange casement of base metals. And the effort to find the science for the release of this divine factor, the science for the release of reality, of fact, of the total Hermetic mystery, was his challenge, and it has always been his challenge. His challenge was not to conquer nature, but to release nature. As one of the great alchemists, Bacillus Valentinus, said, the end of alchemy is man becoming the voluntary servant of nature. That nature must be obeyed, and that wisdom is not the ravishing and ravaging of nature. The wisdom is man achieving a subtle, sensitive, spiritual rapport with nature, in which man can cause nature to open her wonders, reveal them without fear to the being who is without fault. This is almost exactly the wording of Valentinus. And it is the idea, the concept of man persuading, man inducing the universe to give up its secret. And this secret to be won only by man's love and not by man's strength. Won by the wisdom principle, by the principle of obedience, the acceptance of the challenge and the acceptance of the responsibility, both together. So in the Hermetic philosophy, we have this pattern outlined, gradually unfolding through the Hermetic books, which conceal it under allegory and legend. But what the Hermetic philosopher was seeking for was this wonderful, mysterious powder of transmutation, the red lion. The mysterious power which changes all things instantly. And that mysterious power was, to his way of operating, some way locked up in the mystery of universal or divine mind. That this mind had some way within it the power of the spontaneous release of itself. That mind as the bridge between nature and God can be crossed. And that this mind can, in some mysterious way, open a blazing core of facts by means of which the individual becomes master of the world. Not because he becomes its ruler, not because he becomes richer than someone else, not because others honor him, but simply because he has achieved mastery over illusion. That he stands in the full awareness of the glory of the creating power. That he accepts totally the highest of all scientific facts, and that is this fact of the eternal presence of this gold, this mysterious substance locked in everything. The alchemist says, and I remember the work by Weidenfeld, The Secret of the Adepts, in which it is stated that the alchemist does not manufacture gold. He does not create gold. He discovers it. He finds it where it is. He causes it to grow. He feeds it the nutrition that is necessary for its survival. And when he has brought it forth into birth, then this gold will transmute a world of base metals, 100,000 times its own weight, into the purest gold. This is the great golden key of science. Science which can transmute and transform all need, all inability, all lack into an abundance by drawing upon the universal principle of truth, or gold, that is locked in everything. And man, having discovered the perfect science of sciences, can then transform or transmute 100,000 times the weight of truth in ignorance, and transform it immediately into pure gold. For wherever this touches, it is like the fabled king of Crete. Everything it touches is turned to gold. Thus, everything that the true science key touches or unlocks is turned into truth, turned into reality, turned into a useful and necessary aid to the advancement of the total state of the universe, and along with it, the immediate state of man. So the search for the science of sciences, the science which transforms that which is not spirit into spirit again, or releases spirit, causing it to grow in all things, including in man himself, until it becomes the master of the world. All of these speculations were concealed in terms strange and obscure, but changed into modern language and into modern thinking. There is not one of these speculations that does not have a contemporary application. It points out to us the things we must do now, the things that need the doing, and reminds us as we gather here that as in Alexandria, there will only be a few who will know what is needed or will be impelled to meet that need. But out of each generation there must be some who will carry on this mysterious golden thread until in the fullness of time the restoration of essential learning can be achieved. Because the answer was there in the beginning, and until men accept the answer, the problems can never be solved. And in these answers that we have suggested, I think we lay a sufficient foundation to go on later with the next step of our Hermetic researches. And thank you very much. We should be in a position to support our position and to prove that we disagree with knowledge rather than without knowledge. And I can't imagine a more delightful example of this situation than that which relates to the Hermetic literature. For in this we have a wonderful disagreement. We have the most learned persons over a period of perhaps 1,800 years in violent disagreement. Each of these positions has been taken with skill. Most of the authorities have done everything in their power to ferret out the facts. When we say everything in their power, we place certain provision. For it is not in the power of any person to go completely against conviction. And most of the erroneous opinions that we have in life arise from prejudice, from some bias or limitation by which it is impossible for us to think clearly and freely and to examine all facts upon their own merit alone. We are conditioned by our living, by our thinking, by our education and our environment. And these conditioning factors move in upon our thinking and frequently distort it. Therefore, if a person researching in some field belongs to a school that has strong prejudices, he has already lost his own freedom of thinking, his own individual directive. We'll begin with a discussion to be found in the Stromata of Clement of Alexandria. This writer was alive and at work as a literary man between about 175 and 220 A.D. He belongs to the great group of ante-Nicene fathers, writing, of course, strongly from an early Christian prejudice. Yet he was living with the peoples of Egypt. He knew them, and in many instances, in most cases, there was a strong streak of honesty in the things that he stated, although there could be much bias in his interpretation of facts. He was reasonably correct on his basic facts. He describes a procession in Egypt, which apparently he had seen, a sacred ritualistic processional involving the custodians and bearers of the books of Hermes. He describes how a procession of priests and savants, teachers, moved in very sacred ritualistic order, each with an appropriate symbol and wearing certain insignia indicating the department of learning over which he presided. Clement also says that to earn these distinctions of learning, it was necessary for these scribes, scholars, and priests to have memorized certain books of Hermes, some 3 books, some 4 books, some 10 books. These various religious and philosophical teachers also carried emblems relating to the branches of learning over which they presided. Therefore, some of them had become masters of the medical books of Hermes, others of those books dealing with statesmanship and law and the government of peoples, others still of astronomy, mathematics, navigation, and the secrets of the heavens, and the geography of the earth. Still others, in turn, of philosophy, of the deeper mysteries of the mind, of those sciences which are speculative, inductive, or theoretic, and still others, bearing those books and insignias which indicated that they were students of the divine mysteries, concerning the nature of God, of deity, of the state religion, of the secondary deities and tutelaries, and all things which had to do with theology. Adding together the books specifically referred to by number, but not by name, by Clement, we find clear statement of 42 books, divided apparently into a wide variety of subjects. In short and simple, covering practically every field of knowledge known in the ancient world. Now we have here several facts of importance. The first is that Clement writes apparently as an eyewitness to these rituals, taking them for granted, and his contemporaries must have known whether he was correct or not, and it is unlikely that he would have perpetrated a fraud. It would have been too easy to detect it, and some other writers would certainly have come out violently against him. The second important point is dating, namely that this procession occurred probably not later than 220 AD, and possibly as early as 150 AD. This gives us a kind of orientation which brings us violently into conflict with one of the greatest antiquarians of his time, Fabricius. He declares it to be his most solemn and sincere conviction that the Hermetic books could not have been written prior to the year AD 300. Now here we come head on into one of our least minor problems. Is it conceivable that Fabricius was not aware of the statement by Clement? This is almost impossible. Had he not noted it himself, someone else would have brought it to his attention. He was working at a time when literature was not as abundant as it is now. Men did not overlook source books centuries ago, when these constituted practically the sum total of authority. Therefore, we try to understand why Fabricius took his position. The answer is obvious from other authorities working in the field. According to this answer, Fabricius assumes that the books carried by the Egyptians in their religious processional could not have been the present books that we now associate with Hermes. Fabricius would be inclined to follow the school with which he had greatest fondness, and take it for granted that the books referred to must have been primarily Egyptian, that these books must have been in the Egyptian philosophy, in the Egyptian religion, and almost certainly in the Egyptian glyphic writings. He, on the other hand, Fabricius, takes the position that the Hermetic books that we know today were undoubtedly written in Greek. Now, where we do not have many facts, positions can be strongly held. His position is sustained by the evidence of his time, but there were two things he didn't know. He couldn't know. One was the discovery in 1946 of the Canoboskian Library near Luxor, about 30 miles from Luxor in Egypt. This library proves conclusively that the Hermetic books were in existence prior to AD 300. And the general opinion now is that the manuscripts discovered will probably date from the middle of the 3rd century AD, or perhaps the beginning of that century. In other words, these books are practically contemporary with Clement of Alexandria, the man we quoted first. Now, the position that the Hermetic books had to have been written in Egyptian is also assailed by another fact, a fact which perhaps Fabricius did not adequately examine. That is, that considerably earlier, a Greek dynasty of pharaohs had taken over the administration of Egypt, and Egypt was already passing from Egyptian learning to Greek learning. This we evidence from the appearance of the Septuagint version of the Bible, which was actually prepared in Greek in Egypt, probably in the middle of the 4th century BC. Therefore, to say that Greek could not have originated in Egypt prior to the 4th century AD is no longer a tenable hypothesis. Also, we have another interesting point, one that we cannot overlook. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone gave us our first real clue to the Egyptian language. And it is important to us because it is a bilingual inscription in Egyptian glyphs and in Greek. Now, this is important to us for two reasons. First, because this stone was cut or prepared approximately 200 BC. The second point of interest is that this stone actually carries the name of Hermes. It is one of the words, of course, in the Egyptian form, Thoth. But it also carries another very interesting peculiarity by which we divide the Egyptian Thothic literature from the true Hermetic structure. We most of us realize or remember that Hermes is generally referred to in the Hermetic writings as Mercurius or Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice greatest. And in some of the earlier works, this is modified a little, and he is called the twice greatest. But always this peculiar appellation of more than great accompanies the peculiar use of the term in the Hermetic literature. On the Rosetta Stone, the reference to Thoth is Thoth, great, great. In other words, twice great. And this carries with it an implication that is so close to our Hermetic problem that we cannot ignore it. Also, we know, therefore, that 200 BC, a sufficient study had been made and a sufficient interest had been created that a bilingual inscription relating to matters of importance had already assumed the proportion of a necessity. And in Egypt, Greek and Egyptian were both languages needed in the administration of the state 200 years BC. This brings the next point that involves itself in our peculiar situation. How early could these books have been compiled? Here another group of authorities move in. The effort now being to collate or to relate certain words and structure in the writings of Hermes with the existing versions of the Bible. This opens an interesting problem, and it is now generally regarded as likely, from a peculiar use of terms, that the author of the Hermetic works was to some degree acquainted with the Old Testament. The quotations that he appears to use, or the similarities which arise, are clearly to the Septuagint version, or the version that was actually prepared in Egypt. Also, references to the New Testament have been variously traced and implied, and this opens another interesting situation. Namely, that perhaps the author was acquainted with the New Testament, but the evidence to sustain this is less strong than that he was acquainted with the Old Testament. This brings another group of authorities into the picture, namely the recognition that ancient works passing downward over periods of time are frequently changed. A scribe or a translator working with a document and with certain liberty to either polish or refine the style of that document is very likely to fall into idiom, the idiom of his own time. Our outstanding example of that, of course, is the King James Version of the Bible. This version, prepared and published first in 1611, is a masterful translation into English. Yet any scholar examining the King James Version would date it almost certainly into the opening years of the 17th century. Not because the original contents belongs to that period, but because in the translation it has fallen into the idiomatic forms current at the time the translations were made. This can also have occurred in connection with the Hermetic writings. It is not at all impossible that versions or variants of these writings may have appeared at several times, and that these various editions might have been some in Egyptian, some in Greek, and that those in Greek, probably made by scholars, could easily be influenced by dominant books in the field of the literature of that time. So out of this entire rather involved and at the same time interesting detective story, we come to a series of rather negative facts. Actually, no authority has as yet clearly proven his point. It is not absolutely certain that words or peculiar constructions paralleling the Septuagint could not have come into the Hermetic writings at a time of their translation or transliteration from the Egyptian glyphs. Scribes and scholars could have polished the work in the temper of their own days. Nor is it at all impossible that other versions of the work may have been tampered with after the beginning of the Christian era. It is quite conceivable that efforts would be made by certain groups and certain sects to twist or move this group of literature into the Christian camp. On the other hand, certain other groups might have done everything possible to delete Old Testament parallels for various reasons. And later, in the period of the heresies, each translation could be changed, even as we observe changes in the Bibles of the various sects of the early Protestant Reformation. We have therefore only one essential fact that seems to be clear to us, namely that Clement was aware of the existence of some kind of a literature which does not exist in Egyptian glyphs in any manuscripts that we know today. He was aware of this literature as early as 175 AD. Cicero, flourishing approximately 100 BC, also refers to the Hermetic writings. Now, shall we say that these were Egyptian works now unknown, or were they the same general body of literature that we are now concerned with? There is nothing to indicate in the remarks of Cicero that he was referring to a particular or special kind of Hermetic writing. He took the attitude of referring to the subject as a corpus or body of literature. From what we are able to gather from these suggestions, and bearing in mind that Clement makes no concept or claim that this ceremony had been recently introduced, or that it differed from ancient and usual practices, we gradually move the date of the Hermetic literature back until, in all probabilities, we have some security as early as the 1st or 2nd century BC. Beyond this point, we have not so great a security. And we are quite possibly involved in a situation that arose after the gradual decline of the Greek academies and the motion of Greek learning into the Egyptian theater. Now, why do we make a point of the difference between Greek and Egyptian in this case? Is there any reason to assume, for example, that these Hermetic books might not be merely well-polished Greek versions of more ancient Egyptian texts? This is a moot question. In favor of it, of course, is our comparatively inadequate knowledge of Egyptian religion. A knowledge, however, which is gradually filling in. And at last, our Egyptologists are beginning to worry themselves with some text other than those of the old funereal rites. We're beginning to sense something of the dignity of Egyptian literature, something that we have not known until the last 25 to 30 years. However, against the belief that these works are simply a translation of earlier Egyptian doctrines, there are certain facts not to be overlooked. What we know today of Egyptian religion, what we have been able to piece together, even in more recent years, would lead us to the conviction that the Hermetic books are not orthodox Egyptian texts. They represent some kind of a change. They are not steeped in the Osirian ritual of the later Egyptian religion. They are not part of the great Ammonism that preceded that. They show very little indebtedness to any structure of Egyptian learning which we now possess. There is, however, as Dr. Breasted has pointed out, and Budge of the British Museum supports this position, there is great possibility that mystical or secret sects existed in Egypt at an older time, and that these sects may already have begun the rationalization of their theological concepts, and that religious philosophy, as philosophy, may have arisen in Egypt at an earlier date than we realize, and has generally been ignored because we have not recovered adequate text evidence. If, as was the case in early Christian mysticism, this lack of adequate text is simply due to the fact it was not written, but was passed on as oral tradition or under obligations, or as Breasted suggests, the glyphs themselves may be susceptible of two complete systems of interpretation. We may then well be in the presence of a tradition long held orally and finally reduced to written form with the rise of the Greek period of culture in Egypt. This would be consistent because the coming of Greek learning to Egypt would have justified a large part of the Hermetic corpus. In other words, for the first time, the teachings of Hermes may well have become of interest to the average Egyptian, who was beginning to be cultured in the philosophical speculations of the Greeks. Egypt was reticent in these matters because, of course, it claimed, as most ancient nations did, that itself it was the cradle of learning. It might therefore well have refused to wish to accept that a foreign teaching such as Greek was of primary importance, and may have attempted to prove that its own teachers and its own leaders of past times had originated this doctrine. Now let us see how that stands up, because we have an interesting point here. We know that in the 6th century BC, nearly all Greek scholars visited Egypt. We know that Pythagoras received a large part of his education from the Egyptians. We know that Plato visited Egypt, receiving the mysteries at Sais. We are perfectly well aware that Solon, in the 6th century, went to Egypt, and there he became instructed in the principles of laws, which he later reformed and applied to the needs of the Athenian states. All of these considerations must cause us to realize that Greek philosophy was indebted to Egypt. Yet in Greek philosophy we do not find the elements of the Egyptian religion which flourished at the time of Pythagoras or Plato. We do not find Pythagoras returning with a hierarchy of Egyptian deities to impose upon the Greek mind. We do not find him returning with Egyptian religious rites, ceremonies, or rituals, although Pythagoras was profoundly concerned with ritualism. From what we can generally observe, the Pythagorean system was essentially derived from the Orphic, which in turn probably came originally from the Far East. Yet here we have Greeks going to Egypt, learning many things and returning to strengthen and unfold their own Grecian system of philosophy. Is it possible, then, that the return of Greek philosophy to Egypt, about the time of the rise of the Hermetic literature, was more than a coincidence? Is it at all conceivable that Pythagoras and Plato and Solon and others who made the same, at that time, difficult journey, actually received a teaching different from that of Orthodox Egyptian religion, and that in the mysteries of this teaching they derived the principles of their own Greek system? If this is true, then there is no reason to doubt that the Hermetic tradition in Egypt, which in many ways is similar to the Greek, might well have been older than the Greek, and might have been communicated to those Greeks who later fashioned the Platonic and Peripatetic systems of philosophy, or even the Stoical and Cynical schools. All this gives us something else to worry about, which I think I add as a kind of a novelty, because as far as I can find out, the others have not been worrying about this point. This is a private worry of our own. There is every reason, then, to assume that being without knowledge of the actual facts involved, and having only circumstantial evidence upon which to build, we cannot preclude the possibility that the Egyptians did possess the rudiments of Hermetic philosophy earlier than the rise of Greek philosophy. This would seem to be more probable inasmuch as the Greeks borrowed from the Egyptians at a time when the Egyptians were not borrowing from the Greeks. In those days when Solon visited Egypt, the Egyptian priests referred to the Greeks as children, infants in learning, and Solon was inclined to agree with them and recognize the tremendous value of being allowed to become acquainted with the Egyptian system of law and political structure. All these situations lead together to refute the belief that is advanced by one authority as a pat solution to everything, namely that the Hermetic works were compiled by an individual who was interested in both Egyptian and Greek lore, and therefore, in all probability, was a moderate scholar in these different fields, perhaps living late enough to also indulge in Christian speculation. These points seem unreasonable, and I think that we have to recognize the probability that the so-called Hermetic tradition could have existed in Egypt without being directly involved in the state religion. It could have been a philosophical school. It could have been a group of sectaries of its own peculiar order, like the Essenes in Syria and the Therapeutae also in Egypt, though belonging to an entirely different conviction from the Egyptians. This gives us one other situation that we cannot afford to overlook, however, even though it becomes a little contrary to our desire. We must be perfectly fair in presenting the different sides of this situation. It has been a custom since the beginning of the written word for individuals, either for prestige or profit, or to bestow unusual dignity upon some production of their own, to ascribe that production to an ancient writer. We find this all through various works. For instance, as late as the 18th century, a whole group of works were attributed to Aristotle, in which he had no part at all, particularly an essay on midwifery that certainly would never have been Aristotelian. But these tracts, in order to gain a quick public, borrowed ancient names. Friar Bacon, Roger Bacon, was subject to the same type of fabrication. And it is even generally assumed today that books printed as late as 1800 were printed on old paper in old type and backdated to become more impressive. There is no way in which we can estimate what individuals will do to accomplish an end. It has been also the general experience of man that antiquity bestows authority. And wherever a subject wishes to have immediate recognition or to move into a sacrosanct position, it chooses to be appended to an ancient work. Thus, if we say that a work was written 50 years ago, it does not have the same prestige if we say that it was written 2,000 years ago. Antiquity seems to give us a certain sense of confidence. Also, it makes a remoteness, dividing the work from our common habits and dividing the author from the persons we may have known. We know what fabrications in various fields of literature have accomplished in this particular case or instance. Thus, it is always possible that the Hermetic writings were produced at some period, perhaps between the 3rd century BC and the 1st or 2nd century AD, and attributed to an earlier author. This attribution may not be as completely dishonest also as one might think, because even today we have a class of literature, particularly in metaphysical and mystical matters, in which various ancient persons are said to have revealed themselves, or to have dictated writings, or to have projected thoughts upon later writers. We have a considerable field of spiritualistic literature sustaining this position. We also have a number of minor religious movements of comparatively recent order or vintage, in which the essential teachings are attributed to miraculous circumstances and remote ages. If these things come through a kind of inspiration, if an individual entranced or under the pressure of vision seems to see, note, or be in contact with a remote scholar or a great teacher of the past, he may very well actually believe that some document dictated to him is actually attributable to the original author. This type of thinking we do find, and we find it quite honestly advanced. And with perhaps 18 or 1900 years of obscurity in between, it is very difficult for us to clearly demark these possibilities and to give them adequate consideration. I think one point is of very great interest to us, and that is that the history of Hermetic literature is loaded with a variety of unreasonable circumstances. Even after we pass out of the original Alexandrian center, where in some way this whole literature seems to have risen in this great North African melting pot of beliefs and doctrines, it moved into the Near East to involve or invite the speculations of the Arabs. They did a splendid job of speculating, by the way. Their extravagances added to the original uncertainty have not done anything to clarify the matter. But they did undoubtedly prepare commentaries and tracts, and in their own inimicable style had their own revelations relating to the Hermetic philosophy, so that just as we are indebted to them for a number of original Christian documents, so we can definitely say that we are indebted to them for a very remarkable group of Hermetic interpretations, expansions, revisions, and even a book or two that was not previously known to exist. Whether these actually were legitimate or whether they were invented, we have no way of knowing after so long a period of time. This also meant that the Hermetic philosophy returned to Europe. It returned through the Moors and through the Crusades and through the increasing contacts between the Near East and European scholarship. It came back to Europe, or reached Europe, in a blaze of glory. It became one of the great fashions and fads of the time, and Hermes grew in stature to such extent that he eclipsed even Aristotle for a while, and that was a considerable problem in eclipsing. Actually, however, in the interval, in its slow meanderings from Egypt via Arabia and into Spain, and from Spain up through southern Europe into the great centers of European culture in the medieval period, in this period of wandering, the Hermetic philosophy began to change its shape, change its presentation. Much of its so-called broadness was lost. The original books of Hermes came to be regarded as merely the outer surface of a larger literature, and the entire subject gradually emphasized its scientific import and became practically synonymous with medicine. Thus we have a complete literature dealing with the medical arts, and, of course, one of the prime elements in medicine, chemistry. Chemistry, of course, in those days was without boundaries such as we know now. Chemistry in China, in India, Arabia, was alchemy. And alchemy was a fantastic conglomeration of ancient beliefs and modern experimentation. The alchemists were not by any means a group of quacks, nor were they an assembly of madmen. They were devout persons, serious scholars, deep thinkers. And in their thinking and in their speculations, Hermes became their patron saint. And this ancient philosophical personality ultimately dissolved to become the symbolic figure of Mercury, Quicksilver, a chemical element. So in these long journeys, Hermes passed from a demigod of Egypt to a medieval element. Now that was quite a trip. And in the course of this traveling, another interesting thing occurred. During the 15th and early 16th century, a brand new literature accredited to Hermes appeared. For this literature, there is no history whatever. We know beyond reason or doubt that this literature arose from original sources, perhaps not earlier than 1400 AD and as late as 1500. But the name of Hermes began to appear on the titles, pages, and among the emblemata of alchemy. He became accredited with the preparation of chemical formulas, means of transmuting metals. He was even accredited with the discovery of gunpowder. Now this is so totally different from the corpus hermeticum of ancient times that we must pause. Yet we must also remember the words of Clement of Alexandria in the Stromata, where he tells us that in this procession of priests there were some who carried the symbols of medicine, chemistry, and other arts. Upon perhaps this very slender foundation, Hermes was elevated to become the patron genius of medieval Hermeticism. This Hermeticism divided very definitely into two schools. One was that of the gold makers, whose philosophy was not, however, as superficial as we might think. They were convinced that there were analogies in nature, and that any law or pattern or process by which the regeneration of man could be achieved could also be used for the actual transmutation of base metals. On the hypothesis that all processes in nature have a certain uniformity and consistency, it was assumed that if man could save his own soul, thus transforming himself from a material to a spiritual creature, that he could also transform metals from the dross side of themselves to a more purified state, suitable for medicines and elixirs, suitable for the extension of life and perhaps the achievement of physical immortality. These gold makers, however, such as those who were so industriously occupied in the old Street of the Alchemists in Prague, Czechoslovakia, these alchemists were ridiculed by another group. This other group maintained that the entire Hermetic tradition, as it has now been called, dealt not with metals, but with the regeneration of the intangibles in human nature. If anything, they would have taken the position that if you can transmute metals, this proves you can transmute man. They would have reversed the polarity. They would have reversed the interest, affirming that the mere achievement of material wealth was an ignoble and unreasonable end, totally inconsistent with the divine destiny of man. These mystical gold makers then immediately began to reduce the chemical symbols and tracts and writings attributed to Hermes and other authors into metaphysical textbooks, books inclined to reveal that transmutation was a kind of yoga, a kind of mystical regeneration within the human being, the man himself being the alchemical retort in which these marvelous changes might take place. And these same mystics assumed that Hermes, representing Mercury, Quicksilver, representing this mysterious agent in which all elements can be reconciled, that Mercury therefore represents the reconciling power of human consciousness, or perhaps more exactly of the human mind. For Mercury becomes the key, the master of the mystery, by means of which all things are unlocked. And the medieval man liked to think of reason as this power by means of which all mysteries could be solved, all good things could be accomplished, and the interval between man as a physical being and man as a spiritual being could be crossed or bridged through reason and illumination. Now this would carry us back again to the Hermetic books by a circle. For in the Pymander of Hermes, we have no doubt whatever that Hermes is used in this work not only as a person, but as an embodiment or personification of universal mind. So your mystical alchemist seems to have retained the Hermetic tradition, although he passed it through a variety of symbolic processes. Your material alchemist lost it. And perhaps your material alchemist was the mad parent of the entire concept of modern material science, because he certainly was one of the first to conceive of the tremendous personal advantage to himself if he could control laws for profit. If, however, he was a mystic, he would control or direct laws only for the glory of truth. And this division on various levels has endured to our present time. With the rise of modern chemistry, the Hermetic tradition has more or less faded from our consideration. But this does not mean that interest in these old processes has entirely ceased. At the present time, as a fair authority on books and on rare books, I think I can say that there is still a tremendous demand, a tremendous learned reading public, desirous of securing any material relating to the Hermetic experiments of the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe. Any rare work which appears in this field is immediately purchased, disappearing again from the trade. I have talked to book dealers in this country and communicated with them in Europe, and it is rare indeed to find a rare alchemical text, regardless of price, remaining in a dealer's store for more than a few days. In other words, there's a market somewhere. The interest in these things continues, And there are people who are ready to pay $200, $300, $500 for one of these old books. The market is always greater than the supply. Reprints of these works are periodically made and become in their own condition rare books. And it is common knowledge that very few even reprints of the rarer Hermetic writings are available. They disappear almost instantly, not into public institutions, but into private libraries, where they are variously used. Thus we have another interesting point. 90% of these books are not going into the libraries of chemists, nor are they going into the collections of alchemists who have any intention of making physical experiments with the texts. They are going mostly into the collections of philosophically minded persons who are concerned with the attempt to restore the lost symbolism of the Hermetic tradition. And in that respect, we might mention the work on Hermetic philosophy by Mrs. Sarah Atwood, one of the outstanding rarities of the last century. A very deep and serious study of the metaphysics of Hermes, the metaphysics of the great alchemical tradition, represented in Europe by several thousand valuable books, a tradition that rose mysteriously and with tremendous, spectacular intensity around 1550, and was completely forgotten, or at least had passed from all interest as far as the public is concerned, as early as 1700. In that 150 years or less, the entire restoration of alchemical Hermeticism had its course. And by the beginning of the 19th century, 1800 or even earlier, these books were rare and almost impossible to obtain. Now this gives us some general clue to a difficult problem. We have one or two other points that we want to make as clear as possible. As we have only numbers, such as the number 42 given to us by Clement, or perhaps the allegorical numbers of earlier writers who attributed to Hermes anywhere from 10,000 to 40,000 volumes or more. These numbers are not represented by any available literature. The Hermetic fragments that we have today, and which are clearly separate from the other groups which we mentioned, the Neoplatonists, the Gnostics, and the early Christian church, these fragments are comparatively meager. Yet reference is made to numerous others. What happened to them? Is it true that at some time along the way these were drawn into secret societies, and that the alchemists at one time at least did possess access to these manuscripts or books? Is this possible? It is possible, but belongs in the sphere of romantic thinking. We have no serious evidence. Actually, only a few texts, the Pymander particularly, and the Asclepius, remain, which are completely and unitedly bound up with this tradition. These are surrounded by a vast array of borderline literature that seems to tip in almost any conceivable direction. There is even some evidence of alchemical writings in the Alexandrian period in Egypt, but this had not achieved the interest which we know today. We are aware, however, that the Egyptians experimented under the name of Hermetic art with the creation of synthetic gems. We know that they were able to copy, in what was later called Roman paste, most of the precious stones of antiquity. And because the art of the lapidary was at that time not very well known, it is quite possible that that fraud occurred, in which synthetic stones were passed off as genuine. That these creations of artificial stones, the development of certain dyes for textiles, for various purposes, the creation of malleable glass, or glass of itself that would bend. These ancient arts, like that of Greek fire, are known to have had some real existence. They were included in Hermetic thinking at that time, therefore indicating that the Hermetic system was regarded as scientific and having secrets useful on the level of practice and trade. This, again, is represented only by a meager circle of authority or traditional remain. How then shall we examine the books of Hermes out of the knowledge that we have of them? I think the answer lies in one direction only, namely that the Hermetic concept in itself must have had a school of some kind surrounding it. That these books appeared and remained simply isolated fragments of literature is inconceivable in the mind of the time. For in those days it would have been very difficult for any scribe to have remained concealed. It was not then possible to follow publishing procedure. These manuscripts had to have been circulated among at least a small group of friends, devotees, or dedicated persons who were at least partly aware of the facts. Thus, this literature could not have simply appeared and not have had any foundation in realities. In our discussion of the Pymander, which will come later, and which perhaps should have been introduced at this point in the planning of the series, but it wasn't, so we must follow the pattern, we have some interesting thoughts. In the Pymander, we have a general concept of universal procedure, a concept partly paralleling that of the Greeks, perhaps somewhat paralleling that which was later to become Gnosticism, and to a little degree, at least, paralleling the early theological speculations about universals held by the Christian fathers. Very early, the church drew to it a certain number of scholars, and these began to speculate outside of the jot and tittle of the approved canon. And the mind of man, once it has reached a certain size, cannot be further pressed back into an old pattern. So the church had to be prepared for men thinking forward rather than merely backward. This change in perspective in the various fields of learning is important to us because about the time that we attribute to the creation and circulation of the Hermetic writings, we find the basic Hermetic concepts beginning to influence thought outside of the school itself. We are told that Hermes, for example, wrote upon astronomy. And we can only pause to realize that Ptolemy of Alexandria, who was perhaps the greatest astronomer and geographer of the ancient world, and also the father of most modern astrological speculation, that Ptolemy's works move from the same premise of that of the Hermetic revelation. In other words, Hermes' universe is rather closely associated with the later developments of Ptolemy. The concepts of geography and navigation are those of the Hermetic school and not of the other neighboring schools. The changes which took place in concepts of government and in the healing arts, the secularizing of medicine, and a variety of other subjects which moved and changed the face of the Mediterranean culture. These changes followed closely after the so-called original Hermetic period, and they followed even more closely the original ideas and concepts of the Hermetic school. So we'll then trace some of these ideas in an effort to try to show how they spread out into the literature of the time. We can see, for example, the rise of certain powerful intellectuals in the Roman Empire. It is a mistake for us to assume that the Romans were all ignorant. For from the beginning of the Roman culture to the final decline of Roman life under the coming of the Ostrogoths, the king Theodoric, up to this period, we see the continual structure of a Roman philosophy. And we find this moving through the thoughts and meditations of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, through the great hymns of the Emperor Julian, and finally to Boethius in his Consolation of Philosophy. With this, the school closes. Julian, Boethius, and Marcus Aurelius all show Hermetic influence. They show the type of thinking which was peculiarly associated with that school, a kind of thinking which, while similar to Gnosticism, was not Gnosticism, similar to Neoplatonism, was not Neoplatonism, and with certain Christian elements was distinctly not Christian. Thus it is quite conceivable that down through this technically difficult period to record, when, as is so often the case, historians were interested only with war and not with culture, that a descent of belief and doctrine can be traced. Now we also know that one of the introductions which we find in the Hermetic writings is this important approach to the concept of mind. Now we know that Plato, Pythagoras, and Aristotle seemingly rather well exhausted our concept of the human mind. Yet in the Hermetic writings and in the Hermetic corpus, we find some new aspects of mentalistic thinking. We know, for example, that in most of the Greek schools, mind became an instrument. It was a wonderful and powerful means for the accomplishment of truth. Mind was therefore a kind of channel through which knowledge moved into the individual. But in the Hermetic tradition, we find something that departs from this and gives us a rather different perspective. The emergence of mind as a magical power, the power of creative thinking to change things. Here we have perhaps the beginning of mental magic, and the foundation from which, by perversion, mental malpractice may well have come into our awareness. But we have in the Hermetic teachings mind not only as a way or means for the acceptance of understanding or knowledge, but we have mind capable of objectively transforming the world around it. We have mind as a positive energy. Also, we are introduced to the concept that mind moving from man is an instrument of God moving from man outward into a world of manifestation. Therefore, we have an interesting Hermetic axiom namely the concept that God moving into creation is creation. God moving into man is man. God moving into nature is nature. Namely, the identity of the creation and its creating power. We also have Hermes giving to us one of the great principles which was later to influence all our knowledge, and that is the great concept of analogical resemblances. Long ago it is said that Alexander the Great, while king of Macedonia, went out into the desert to visit the tomb of Hermes, a tomb which has apparently disappeared from our present knowledge, although there are reported locations for it even now. Opening this tomb, he gazed down upon the great sage of the past, whose body and bones had moved to ashes. But he saw among the ashes the great emerald tablet, known as the Emerald Table of Hermes, which contained upon it the great Hermetic inscription, which opens with the rule or law or statement, which has since become world famous: that which is above is like unto that which is below. That which is below is like unto that which is above. This parallel created the entire concept of medieval science, a science based upon the similarities of things, the idea of macrocosm and microcosm, that the universe was the great man and man the little universe. And while we have theoretically outgrown much of this thinking, as Thorndike explains it, it is still true that the law of analogy is operating in our lives every day as a force in our thinking, and is also a powerful instrument of scientific research within certain limitations. So the Hermetic concept of analogy stands out in a strange intensity. We can probably trace the thinking to earlier periods and far places, but the statement, the bringing together of the idea and its clarification seemingly was part of the Hermetic tradition. Thus we have analogy and mentalism coming out. We have the Hermetic work emphasizing that a man is what his mind is. That if his mind has experienced its re-identity with God, man is God. That mind, like the later quicksilver of the Hermetist, that mind absorbs all things into itself and transforms them. That it is the agent which can never cease functioning until all opposites have been reconciled. That also that this mental process has a great challenge in life. Man's inevitable and eternal instinct of inquiry arises from the great destined end for which he is intended, namely that man can never rest, never cease his wanderings, never settle into any permanent pattern until he has achieved all that is necessary for the reconciliation of all opposites within himself and around himself. That man is therefore the reconciler, that he is the power that brings heaven to earth and raises earth to heaven. Man in the Hermetic tradition is no longer a toy in the hand of destiny. He is no longer an instrument subject to the machinations of unknown forces. He is no longer a pawn of autocratic deities. Man is the master of both gods and nature, not because of his arrogance as a person, but because he possesses within himself the power of reason. And by the power of reason, all things that are divided, broken, or injured can be brought together and healed. Thus the healing power of unity, the restoration of division, the bringing of all that is necessary to man, and his ability to use it, digest it, assimilate it, and transform it from theory to practice. All these powers rest naturally within the capacity of the individual. The great Hermetic art, therefore, is man's reconciliation of heaven and earth through his own wisdom, through his own reason, through the attributes of his own conscience and consciousness. The Greeks were given to numerous disciplines. They believed in training the mind. They believed in, to a measure, the preparation of the mind for certain experience. They hoped to attain, as the Neoplatonists, illumination above intellect. But all of this was a strange journey homeward. It was man searching for a truth, searching for a reality for the salvation of himself. The Hermetic philosophy shows different principles, and these principles were to gradually emerge and mingle with the later streams of humanism. For in the Hermetic art, man was not only capable of redemption, he carried with him a tremendous responsibility to redeem. He had a job. He had a work. And it was the great labor of his mind to reveal to him his work. One of the purposes for which intellect is given to man is that that man may discover his own job. This is a rather practical way, perhaps a little homely way of saying it, devoid of fine Greek, but it is the principle involved. That man was not here to leave here, as some taught. That his existence in this world was not a penalty for sin. That he had not fallen from a grace into a disgrace. That he was not merely here because he was in prison, and that we all shared a common guilt or we wouldn't be here. Nor was his primary end to escape here, to leave this place, and to return to some far distant land in the terms of Neoplatonism. The real purpose of man was to assert the universal mind over nature, not as a tyrant, but as a gardener. And in one of the alchemical books of Hermes, we have the Hermetic gardener in the garden. This Hermetic gardener is not there merely to enjoy life. He is there to keep the weeds out of the garden. He has a job to do every day. It is his duty, therefore, to pick the weeds of false knowledge out of the garden of truth. It is his duty to see that good things are well fertilized and well cultivated. It is also within his province to be a kind of Luther Burbank, to be able to improve the qualities of plants. And we have another Hermetic axiom, namely that art perfects nature. In this axiom, which later became one of the outstanding keys of the Hermetic alchemical philosophy, it is assumed that skill in man becomes the skill of God working for all things. Thus the individual who goes forth and improves something plays God, just as the individual who goes forth to destroy anything plays devil. That each individual has the right and the power to have a divine participation in the improvement of things. That it is not his duty nor his place to simply wait until deity does all things. Rather, deity expressing its primary power through the potential wisdom of man, deity releasing its own mind through the human mind, forms of all humanity one mind for the accomplishment of its own works. Thus the Hermetic philosopher, if he wishes to assume that Hermes is this mind personified, may well say that this mind is the author of all books, the author and original of all knowledge, and perhaps most of all, the patron of all skill, and that the greatest of all skill is this skill of transformation, this skill of transmutation, by which all things are transformed from a lesser to a greater state by law, and by lawful procedures. Man becoming skillful then in the administration of natural law becomes the preserver of his planet, becomes the perfecter of his way of life, and makes possible all other good things, so that not only man but all nature enjoys a wonderful fecundity and prosperity. Hermes tells us, either as the person or as the embodiment, that all things are under the sovereignty of their superiors, and all things are servants of their superiors, and that it is the duty of the superior to guard the inferior, and it is also the duty of the inferior of every level to revere and obey that which is superior. Now, in the concatenations or orderly sequences of nature, man is, hermetically speaking, the chief of the animals. He is the naturally ordained ruler of the life upon the planet in which he exists. He is better equipped than any other creature visible to him for the advancement and common profit of the whole earth. Therefore, man, being superior to the animal, to the plant, to the mineral, to the elemental and chemical organization around him, man's superiority gives him the right of service. It makes him responsible for the security of all these other things. Man has a proprietorship over everything that is less than himself. But this proprietorship is not merely tyrannical authority. This proprietorship is responsibility to serve and improve, advance and increase, unfold and enlarge, strengthen and redeem everything in nature inferior to himself. Now that was quite a concept for the time. In fact, we're having a little trouble with it now. The idea that man's sovereignty is duty, that because he possesses a certain kind of mind, he is the God of the kingdoms beneath him, and that he must be a just and righteous God, that he has those responsibilities which are similar to those which we assume God has in relation to ourselves. We assume, as Hermes explains, that the deity that we worship is all good, all powerful, all virtuous, all beautiful. Therefore, we bestow our allegiance upon that power with perfect confidence that it will not betray us. Those kingdoms below ourselves transfer a similar allegiance to us, and in any degree to which we fail to make the common good of these things our primary consideration, to that degree we are false gods in nature. All science in the Hermetic concept only exists for the purpose of equipping the individual for the service to which he was intended. Science is not to give us mastery over nature, but to give us insight into nature. By science, by philosophy, by religion, we are supposed to have the three elements of the philosophic stone, the salt, sulfur, and mercury, that must be brought together, and from which comes an elixir of life, a life which bestows the healing of all things, because it arises from unity. Here there is appearance that perhaps Hermeticism is indebted to the Pythagorean philosophy. But do not forget that Pythagoras declared that he gathered his numerical philosophy from Egypt at an earlier date. So where it came from directly, we do not know. But whenever Pythagoras referred to the number 2, or the duad, he spat upon the ground, on the assumption that it was the symbol of division, and that all division is death, that it is something even sacrilegious to speak the number of division, and those who speak it must cleanse their mouths. Thus all things which separate, according to alchemy, retard the projection of the stone. All growth in nature is restoration, and restoration is reunion. It is the bringing together of things separate, so that in their unity they may find wholeness and wellness and fullness. But as alchemy and the later Hermetists also taught, the bodies of things are not easily brought together. It is not very easy to cause an amalgam of two rocks, no matter how hard you hit them together. Nor is it easy to conceive that out of two separate human beings, the Hermetic androgyne can actually physically be created. Physically, things cannot be identical, having a separate existence in body. Therefore, the Hermetists always pointed out that union is not to be attained in body, which, however, is not a misfortune nor in any way a retarding of the process. Before things can be united, they must achieve a victory over body, because things outwardly not to be united may be inwardly united, which is the strongest union of all. If this be true, though bodies cannot be identical, minds can come into a common union. And out of the compatibility of minds, a unification may take place. And this may in turn lead to the final Hermetic step, namely, that minds are compatible. But as man outdistances mind and elevates himself to a spiritual state, he passes from compatibility to identity. That in a spiritual condition, all things may be one. In mental things, a mental level, all things may be in agreement, may find common purposes and common good. Whereas physically, all things can only be, as the old masters used to so quaintly state it, in vicinity. That is, close to each other in some way, but not achieving any internal union. Hermes then gives us the mind as the wonder worker. He tells us that mind, because it is superior to body, is master of body. That the body cannot be held responsible for any corruption while it is under the sovereignty of an intellect. Therefore, that all ills, troubles, misfortunes that afflict a body must be blamed upon the mind, which is the ruler of that body. Therefore, that if this mind leads man or permits man to indulge in unreasonable or irrational procedures by which the body is injured, it is the mind and not the body that is responsible. Also, if through its own mistakes the mind has brought the body to mishealth or to difficulty and to sickness, the body cannot remedy the excesses of the mind, and therefore the mind must remove its own negative factor and must reintegrate its own position and must redeem its own conduct before health can be restored to the body. Even then, as mind in turn is master of body, so spirit is master of mind. And whereas mind is accountable to the body for certain leadership. It is accountable to the spirit for certain obedience. For all things must obey superiors. Therefore, mind is the messenger, the instrument, the intermediary, and in this sense becomes the Greek Hermes and the Latin Mercury, the messenger of the gods, the winged being that can travel into all spheres and spaces, carrying the words of the gods. Hermes, as the messenger of God, therefore is associated with this concept of Mercury. He is associated with the quickness of this deity. And in the ancient Greek legends, it is said that Mercury was more rapid even than his winged heels and helmet might imply. He was so rapid that he could circle the world in the twinkling of an eye. Mercury was therefore the universal immediacy of mind. And also this Mercury could not be held in any restraint or limitation. It penetrated walls, it went through solids, it did all kinds of things, being apparently possessed of the most superhuman attributes and powers. Obviously again referring to mind, that knows no distance and no limitation except that which it imposes upon itself. Thus, in the story of mind, we have this power that can travel, can be anywhere, can be the armchair traveler who, sitting quietly beside the fire, remembers the distant lands that he has visited, or thinks of other distant places that he reads about in books. This mind can also escape from now into past and future. It can escape from all kinds of patterns imposed upon it by dogma, limitations, and creedal separateness. It can most of all, if it is so minded and so inspired, attain to the free circulation of its own state. It can be itself, totally and entirely. And in being itself, it is free of everything except the duty which it owes to those things less than itself. And in the natural nature of its own being, it becomes the useful and inevitable servant. Even Hermes was aware that there is nothing more dismal than unemployment, and therefore that the mind, escaping from the burden of ignorance with the duties and employments which it bestows, does not escape into free space merely to become a vagrant, merely to wander around thinking about things and enjoying thought of itself forever. The mind, having escaped from unprofitable labor, chooses profitable labor. Having departed from unworthy procedures, moves victoriously into worthy ones. Thus the mind can never be idle. It can never rest. It must always move, and in its motion, it must always be adventuring toward the solution of mystery. Hermes then points out that there is no mystery, except the mystery of ignorance, and that everything mysterious is merely something not understood, and that it is the end of mind that there shall no longer be mystery, that there shall be no question that is not answered, no riddle that is not solved. This concept Hermes carries also to another level, namely the power of mind in the sense of its imaging propensity, that the mind is not only capable of perpetuation and self-discipline, and all of this type of thing, it is capable of a procreative process. In other words, mind is capable of giving birth. And in the description of this process in the medieval Hermetic tracts, we find many things that could well be attributed to an earlier date. The idea of the creation of the Hermetic energy, the mind as father and mother of itself, the mind as a kind of Melchizedek, a priest forever, and that the power of the mind to create between its own positive and negative polarities, or its male and female principles, brought together through what the alchemists call the Hermetic marriage, that from this is born the homunculus, or the crystal being, the infant that is made of glass, born within a womb of glass, and like Merlin possessed of all kinds of magic. This homunculus is the symbol of man's innate creativity. The mind is not exhausted, either in learning or beholding or administering. The mind is not exhausted in the perpetuation of knowledge. Its final function is not to take that which has been known, become aware of it, and pass it on as that which shall be known. This does not exhaust the power of mind. The power of mind includes the possibility of a direct creativity. And it is because of this creativity that the world does not remain the same. It is because of this creativity that the world is not merely the same kind of a garden forever. It is because of this same creativity by which the skilled gardener can improve the quality of plants, so man can improve the quality of self. And furthermore, he can creatively project from the known, creating within himself tremendous instruments of imagination. These instruments of imagination have to have a validity. Imagination is not the individual actually freely generating something from nothing. Imagination is not merely a conjuring of a web of insubstantial fabric. There can be no creativity without law. There can be no procreation of mind unless the image, the created thing, the new creature, is lawful. Thus, although the mind may engage in flights of fantasy beyond our conception, we have the extraordinary record that the fancies of one generation are the sober facts of the next. At the time, a novelist of the quality of Jules Verne wrote some of his wonderful books about trips to the moon and journeys under the sea and around the world in 80 days. Everyone thought him mad. They said his creativity, his imagination approach insanity. Yet these things are now sober facts. And down through the ages, countless dreams that have never had substance in their own time became the basis of the mature growth and development of the race, or of the tremendous social pattern to which we belong. In all things, therefore, Hermes points out, there is a lawful creativity in mind. We can imagine nothing that has no relation to a fact. We may imagine a disproportion of things. We may build a daydream about futures we will not live to see. But the only reason we create this dream is because we have already recognized a need for something more than we have. We are merely projecting both our processes and our necessities. Therefore, we are bringing together procreating elements and fashioning them into a new vision. If this vision takes the form of More's Utopia, or Campanella's City of the Sun, or André's Christinopolis, makes little difference. There is nothing essential in these great social visions of the 17th century which have not since been realized. Yet in their own time, they existed only in the creative power of the human mind. The creative power of the human mind may also formularize. It may not only have certain abstract thoughts, but it may weigh and estimate needs so exactly that it can create solutions immediate to problems imminent. This means that certain minds have the power to go beyond the common acceptances and to achieve certain things. There were thousands and thousands of good parents who realized in an abstract way the need of their children's education. They knew that there had to be a way to bring essential knowledge to the young. But from among these parents, Amos Kominsky, or Comenius, came forth with a creative concept of an exact method. And that method has given us the modern public school. These things existed as dreams first. These dreams are sometimes handed on from one to another before they are realized. But dreams realized now or later, according to Hermes, belong in the fact that there is a creative dimension in the mind. That the mind not only buffets itself against the necessities of nature, but is forever ingeniously solving the unsolved problems of its own necessities. This mind then carries still further implications, and on this ground Hermes approaches that section of his work which is essentially religious. Hermes now identifies this mind with a series of situations, and he produces what is called the great Hermetic confusion, inasmuch as he presents to us a concept of God that is monotheistic, polytheistic, and pantheistic, all at once. He intended to. Actually, when he created a monotheistic concept, he did exactly what many ancient peoples did. And when he created a polytheistic concept, he did no more than the Trinitarians did in the early church when they made of God three persons. Actually, no difference was achieved. And pantheistic, with its implication on the divinity of natural beings, also did not depart from the concepts of the Greeks, the Egyptians, or for that matter, much of our modern thinking. If there is a tendency to religion in modern materialism, that tendency is pantheistic. It is not so named or so distinguished, but science, with its tremendous exploration of energies and its discovery of ever-increasing power throughout nature, has gradually come to take an almost reverent attitude towards elements and substances and essences and principles and laws, regarding these as innumerable powerful agencies which it would like to control, direct, and use for its own purposes, whereas Hermes says the answer is to use them for their own purposes, which is something a little beyond us at the moment. But Hermes does give us a monotheism. And in this he is not different from most other ancient peoples. For it is a great mistake to regard either the pagan or the heathen as essentially a polytheistic believer. Although we may have gods by the thousands in ancient and oriental pantheons, these peoples are essentially monotheists. For monotheism is not primarily the existence of only one divine person in nature, but of one divine principle in nature. That principle being reality, truth, or God. That this one divine power manifests solely in itself, by itself, and through itself, and has no dependency upon its own creations for the expression of itself, is scarcely reasonable or logical. The most devout person today believes that he is a spark from the flame of God. He sees no conflict with his monotheism in affirming that there is a divine principle within himself. This principle within himself must be divided from other similar principles in other selves. But all of these are suspended from one common principle, the great fire from which all the sparks have come. That great fire is the one deity. The sparks are the polytheistic expressions of that deity. And nature, every part of which is filled with the life and power of God. The innumerable sparks in the atoms, in the blades of grass, in the rocks, in flowers and animals. These sparks are pantheistic in the sense that they represent God growing up through nature. They represent this one power. Medieval man denied the power in himself, or the divine principle in himself, to all other creatures less than himself. But today we are not inclined to take this position. We recognize that growth is the manifestation of life, that anything that can grow is alive. We further recognize that existence, the continuance of a thing without disintegration or decay, is also the proof of the presence of life. Therefore, all things which have a continuance have some kind of a life. Even dead bodies have some kind of a life. And therefore, this life, which is a continuance of existence, or is an animation in existence, with growth, with motion, with power, this life must either be God, or else there is a life in nature apart from God, which Hermes would not accept. Consequently, we live in the substance of a monotheism. As human beings, divinely ensouled, we are polytheism. And as we gaze out to the infinite vista of the presence of God in all universal mysteries, we are in the midst of pantheism. Yet these things are not essentially different. They do not contradict each other, in spite of the fact that much has been made of this apparent Hermetic contradiction. It is not a contradiction because it is an unfoldment upon levels, and is no more unreasonable nor unorthodox than the statement of Paul relating to the thrones, dominions, powers, principalities, angels, and archangels. A recognition also of the existence of secondary powers of a divine origin, but superior to man. The Hermetic tradition binds this entire problem together by placing over the universe a kind of being representing the extension of divine consciousness into nature. This medial being, suspended twixt heaven and earth, dominion wielding, is the concept of universal intelligence. Intelligence is less than God and more than nature. Man likewise is less than the totality of God and more than the totality of nature. Man has powers above nature, but he is subject to powers beyond himself. This median power is the instrument by means of which the sovereignty administers the world. This power is intelligence, wisdom, knowing, learning, or reason. Man has become peculiarly, by his position, the embodiment of this reasoning agent. Everything above man has a faculty beyond reason. Everything beneath man has a power or faculty less than reason. Therefore, as man ascends, he moves from the reasonable to the intuitional, to the inspirational, and to the illuminal. As he leads downward from reason, he goes down into instinct, into sense, and into attributes of reflexes and sensitivities which he cannot really understand. Thus man possesses this reasoning power. This reasoning power, however, is also in motion of its own accord. The power of reason is not forever the same. The power of reason, apparently, is subjected also to a kind of growth. Reason moves upward, as all other things in nature. And this motion of reason is clearly set forth in the vision of the Pyamandres. This motion of reason is also indicative of man, for man is gradually moving through reason, from its least to its greatest parts, even as he is moving in philosophy, from Theosophia Practica to Theosophia Theoretica. He is moving upward from objective, obvious things to things more real but less obvious or less objective. This motion is his natural growth, and this motion is the releasing of his power to act as an intermediary between heaven and earth. For this reason, Hermes and many other Hermetists and mystics do not accept the idea that man is simply an animal standing on its hind legs. Nor will they accept the famous old Platonic definition that man is a biped without feathers. There is something more to this than meets the eye. Man is divided from the kingdoms beneath himself by a quality which these kingdoms possess in potency only to a limited degree. In the animal, reason is potential, and to certain animals, the rudiments of apparent reason or manifesting reason may be dimly traced. But man is the only creature, the only reasonable creature that can build an empire. He is the only animal that can wonder where it came from and wonder where it goes. He is also the only animal that can look at the sky and determine to conquer it. Man has proportions and dimensions within himself, a great uneasiness. If this uneasiness was in the beast, he would have taken the world away from man. But because man possesses this uneasiness, possesses this constant pull, and is moved toward the continuous improvement of himself, man is gradually learning the magic of his own mind. He is learning, however, that this mind is governed by law. He is learning that this mind is something for which he is accountable. That unlike the concept of modern humanism, he is not lord of all he surveys to do as he pleases, but only to do what must be done. He has the right to do as he pleases only because he has the power to do so. And if having this power and exercising this right, he does that which is contrary to law, he falls into adversity. And here we have the Hermetic concept that what we call the tragedy of the world, the tragedy of life, the misery and misfortune with which we have burdened our own kind, is man exercising or attempting to exercise a kind of free will which is without foundation in value. If he continues this exercise, he may do as he pleases for a time or within a certain pattern, but the laws which he has violated will turn upon him and destroy him. He is not merely a mind in vacuum. He is not the type of being conceived by doing. He is not the person for whom all the world is his oyster. He is not the individual for whom all the world is a slave. He is not merely here to gratify. And while he attempts to follow such a procedure, he is in trouble and will continue to be in trouble. He is here primarily to understand, to become the hermetist, to become the alchemical master. He is here to learn the secret way by means of which all imperfect things may be redeemed, including himself. He is here for the purpose of becoming the master of the Hermetic arts. the capacity to play God to nature, even as he bows humbly to the God of nature. He is therefore exercising toward a divine state. And it is because of this reason within himself that man has creatively projected the concept of deity. Deity, in its own inevitable existence, is unknown to man. Man's only possible assumption is that it exists. Man cannot define it without defiling it. But man instinctively recognizes the total sovereignty of something. And this is partly due to the fact that he instinctively experiences the potential of the total sovereignty of himself. Therefore, that phase of mind in which all things are possible becomes a very interesting thing. The question was once raised theologically, and this is a nice point. Does God perform miracles? There was a great question over that problem. A number of theologians affirmed that because he was God, he could perform miracles. Another group said no. The mere fact that God is God does not permit him to perform miracles. Then the third group came forward with a very pithy quotation from Scripture which sort of settled the argument. They said, frankly, there is no need for even the speculation as to whether deity can or cannot perform miracles, because it is stated in the Scripture that with God all things are possible. Therefore, where does miracle come in at all? If God can do anything, then there is no problem of miracle, because the all-doing of God is of the nature of God and therefore not miraculous to God. And as he can do everything and anything, there is no requirement of an action beyond his common nature. This was a very interesting point of argument. But it is very reminiscent of our Hermetic problem. For Hermes envisions this kind of a deity, in whom no miraculous or exceptional action of any kind is necessary. For the common works of God are themselves sufficiently miraculous. There is no requirement for man to consider that he lives in a universe beyond law. There is no assumption that he lives in a universe ruled over by any temperamental or eccentric factor. For in this universe, universal mind, moving into its own creations and becoming identical with them, moving forever, moving into all parts of its own nature, and establishing itself in the midst of itself on all levels, becomes the kind of alchemical garden. For it is stated by the Hermetists that the seed of immortality is present in everything. The alchemists declared clearly that they cannot manufacture the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, or any great thing. They can only take the seed of it, which is present in everything, and help that seed to grow through art. Thus, by art anticipating and advancing nature. Hermes would have said this: universal mind is locked in everything. Its lesser expressions are the habits and forces peculiar to various types of life. Its greater expression is the reason within it. Its greatest expression is the consciousness within it, which is the master of all its reasoning processes. Therefore, it is not that man shall create these things, or shall exercise a strange and mysterious power, unique, but that man represents one kind of God serving another kind of God, one condition of deity administering to another condition of deity, and that the mind with which man saves life is the same mind as is in the life which he saves. Therefore, all processes are deity working upon deity. All creatures are God manifesting among gods. And over this sovereignty is mind. Therefore, all things are attainable by mind, because mind is all things, in all things. And the various operations which we call nature may be understood, because the very understanding by which they operate is identical with our understanding by which we understand the operation. This goes into many abstract phases of metaphysics, but it does give us certain clues and certain keys, and I think constitutes the essential burden of the general phase of the Hermetic literature. It cannot be rescued from a single book. It cannot be taken from any one group of fragments. It must be taken from 1,800-year survey of the existing changes, modifications, and specializations within the descent of this tradition. But because these things are in it, and because men of many ages, including the fathers of modern science and philosophy, were aware of this tradition, and many of them were addicted to it, we find its principles surviving in our thinking, and through us, whether we realize it or not, will survive to the world of the future. So I think that perhaps is a good point to bring it to a termination this evening before everyone gets a little too exhausted with that part of the divine mind which he is using. We have already devoted considerable time and thought to basic definitions of Hermetic philosophy. And in the work of last evening, we traced this through its various phases, from its religious and metaphysical implications in Egypt to its chemical and alchemical extensions in the early years of the modern world. This evening we wish to approach a different aspect, but largely within the broad coverage of our original intention. The question of the place of the original Hermetic teachings in the rise of Christianity must first be clearly stated. We must assume and accept that there is no unity of opinion on this matter. The more conservative writers are inclined to think that the old Hermetic tradition had a comparatively slight influence on Christianity. They support their position in many ways, particularly by interpretation of the Hermetic writings. Let me point out exactly what I mean by this statement. They use interpretation of their own for the simple reason that basic interpretation or basic understanding is almost completely lacking. Therefore, we are unable to say with certainty what the old Hermetic masters might have said in relation to Christianity. Most of the articles, books, research papers that have been done from a very late date and by more or less prejudiced thinkers. I do not mean intentional prejudice, but through the long medieval period where scholarship in these extraordinary subjects was not particularly clear or complete, very little survived that could guide us and direct us in our modern thinking. On the other hand, we must realize that Christianity and Hermetism rose in the same general environment and background. And a study of the early church fathers indicates clearly that among the original Christians of the first 3 centuries, there were men and women of numerous attainments. We cannot assume that Christianity was composed entirely of simple folks. It attracted the scholars of many persuasions, and as must follow under such conditions, these scholars brought with them to the faith the background of their own general and particular learnings. Thus we may say that it would have been almost impossible for a new sect or creed to arise, completely uncolored and untouched by earlier or even important contemporary influences. There can be no doubt also that among certain learned groups which later became distinguished in many instances for heresy, among learned groups there was a natural inclination to philosophize Christianity. It became important to certain minds to orient Christianity against the background, we will say, of Platonic philosophy, or against the background of Aristotelian thought. It was also in North Africa quite customary to find Christianity closely interwoven with Gnosticism, with the later phases of Egyptian religion, with Hermetic speculations, and a little later with Neoplatonism and Neo-Pythagoreanism. The Christian of that time, if he was an intellectual, might not really know the dimensions of his own orthodoxy or lack of it. Christianity had not attained a strong dogmatic position. Its own beliefs and doctrines were not too clear, as we find from the Ante-Nicene Fathers. We must therefore accept that there was, not only probably, but almost certainly, some interchange, some intermingling of ideas in the early Christian communion. Gradually, with the passing of time, some of these early minglings came to be generally recognized and accepted as orthodox. Others of these early influences did not fit so well into the growing philosophical structure of the church. They were therefore discarded, or perhaps only ignored out of existence. The question that perhaps interests us is the degree to which Hermetic ideas may have survived, may even now be found within the body of orthodoxy, acceptable, generally regarded as orthodox to the person of today. One point that perhaps is of interest in the parallel between Hermetic thought and Christianity is the approach to deity, which strongly differentiates and distinguishes the teachings of this mysterious ex-personality whom we know as Hermes. In one of his earlier tracts, Hermes says the universe is composed of only two qualities: the Creator and the works of the Creator. This statement not only survived into Christianity, unless we wish to regard it as already indigenous there, but it certainly continued to exercise a strong influence in medieval thinking and even in modern religious thought. The concept as Hermes unfolds it conceives the universe to consist of only the attributes of one sovereign power. There is nothing but God. All things that do not appear to be God are conditions of God. Deity in substance and in essence, absolute and indivisible, may not so be cognized by man, Hermes taught. Man, therefore, must observe the separate works of God, and by thus observing, he falls into a possible illusion. This illusion is that these works have a separate subsistence, a true and total existence in themselves. Hermes says this is not so. that all works have their existence and subsistence only in God. Extending this concept, Hermes also taught that the manifested or obvious parts of creation, even if brought together in all their diversified and apparently separate fractional manifestations, deity is not merely the sum of the manifested parts of deity. Deity is the sum of that which is manifested and that which is not manifested. Deity is the substance, therefore, of all things knowable, all things known, and all things which have an existence but are unknown or unknowable. Hermes then gives us a statement which is very reminiscent of a familiar one, namely that in deity, or in God, men live and move and have their beings. And not only do they exist in God, in a world of God, surrounded by God creatures and God creations, they exist here not as visitors or strangers, or things separate and apart. So we have the Hermetic thought that man shares with creation an immediate participation in the Creator. The total of things knowable must include man. And Hermes tells us that not only that man which is visible to the sensory perceptions, but that man which is invisible. Not only that man which is the son of earth, but that man which is the son of mind. Thus Hermes gives us the relationship of parent and child, as far as this can be applied to an abstract theological concept. Deity is parent, total parent, father, mother. Hermes pointed out that deity is androgynous, namely possessing within itself the qualities of father, mother. But more than this, partakes of a still stranger extension. For this deity which is father and mother is also the progeny of father and mother. Thus deity is father, mother, child. Deity gave birth out of itself to all things, and these, by their unions and minglings, cause further generations, and these later generations are like the original creation, in God and of God. Throughout this entire concept, Hermes is essentially teaching a monotheistic theology. Yet he differs from some other schools in recognizing that monotheism in itself and by itself is not adequate to explain the phenomenal existence which we call creation. Therefore, to Hermes it was necessary to assume that from the original and creating power, and still embraced within the love, wisdom, and authority of that power, there are both primary and secondary emanations. Some creatures or creations more closely resemble deity than others. And here we come very close to some of the early Pythagorean and Platonic speculations. Those creatures first created and containing within themselves the greater effulgency of the divine power are more proximate to deity, and therefore by proximity attain a likeness or by likeness attain a proximity. Both positions are advanced. Later creations, or shall we say, creations of creations of creations, depart from the original proximity, and that man which is the Son of God is nearer in a strange way in power and potential than that man that is the Son of Man, that is the Son of God. Thus, by descent, creation falls away from the center of its own creative power and falls into the circumference of that power. Hermes conceived the center of this power to be will, or the tremendous dynamic of life, and the circumference of this power to be love, or the hunger of all things for their own divinity, and the hunger of God to absorb into himself or itself all of its own creations. Therefore, man, falling away from the will of God, falls into the love of God. He never departs from God, but may be brought back by love to proximity again with deity. And the story of this return will be the subject of the final lecture of this series, which will deal with the great Hermetic book, The Shepherd of Men. Hermes, therefore, like the Gnostics, envisioned a hierarchy, a universe of powers, principalities, angels, archangels, thrones, and dominions. He saw not only the great fountain of all things, but closely followed the Chaldean oracles in describing the farther fountains from the great fountains, the powers and the minds that flow forth from the power and the mind. He conceived of Anthropos, and Anthropos the son of Anthropos. He beheld in the unfolding of universal existence the opening of a great flower, reminiscent of the vision of Dante. And as the petals of this universal blossom, this rose of the troubadours, opened in the light of the divine sun, it revealed a universe of splendid majesty, an infinitely unfolding chorus of powers hymning the eternal, and all, to various degrees, revealing and serving this tremendous fountain of fountains, this father cause of all that exists. From these reflections, the Hermetic teaching organizes the universe into hierarchs, into descending orders of beings, from those completely divine to those possessing heroic potentials as demigods and supermen. There were not only celestial orders of deities, but there were sidereal orders, and there were terrestrial orders, and even subterranean orders, again following the Eleusinian and Orphic concepts of the Grecians. These orders of life filled all space with life, so that there was not anywhere where there was not life. The Hermetic masters of later time, particularly in the early alchemistical period, extended this thinking still further, laying the groundwork for such fantasies as the Conte Gabele, this mysterious story of elemental beings and creatures, and also opening the road to an extreme demonism based upon the daemonism of the classical world of thought. In the course of this thinking, Hermes made a series of statements which perhaps are indicative of a phase of our problem. These statements have been examined, analyzed, and to a measure rejected as heretical by Orthodox Christian theologians. Let us see just exactly what these statements may mean. In attempting to support and sustain the faith of his disciple Asclepius, Hermes explained that not only are living creatures possessed by divine powers, so that all men are not only gods in themselves, but oracles of greater gods. But such extraordinary powers may be conferred upon images, likenesses, or representations of deities. These images, possessing a peculiar sympathy through likeness, and that those images, consecrated to a deity, and fashioned in the popular likeness of that deity, and held in sincere esteem and veneration by contrite, noble, and devout persons, such images may possess virtues, may become, so to say, containers for extensions of divine power, and in this way may provide oracles, may perform miracles, may in turn be accepted in the absence of the deity, or in the unknowing of the deity, as a proper and appropriate emblem, symbol, or embodiment, a personification of a spiritual energy. This concept certainly affected Paracelsus, who in turn affected most of the rise of medieval science and laid much of the groundwork for modern science. This thought carries with it an interesting speculation. Hermes pointed out that images erected to sanctified persons or to deities may have power to heal the sick. In what degree does this essentially differ from the modern concept of images in many departments and divisions of the Christian church? Hermes does not tell us that these images are gods, nor that they are false gods, nor that they should be worshipped as equivalent to or equal to gods. Hermes tells us that these images are symbols, emblems, figures, bearing witness to man's veneration of invisible powers, proximate statues in honor of remote principles. If, therefore, an individual shall create an image with the full realization that this image is a shadow of a principle, and shall worship this image not for itself, but as a means of focusing his attentions or his devotions upon something substantially unseen and invisible, he shall not be regarded as an idolater. He shall not be regarded as a worshipper of idols, unless he bestows the spiritual power upon the idol itself, unless he regards the creature of marble, stone, or wood as having a sanctity in its own nature. If, however, he shall use this as he uses religious art to remind him of the existence of a spiritual power, and shall fully recognize that the image is not that power, but only represents it under certain conditions, and that all prayers addressed to the image are addressed actually to the power and not to the statue. Under such conditions there shall not be heresy. This is more or less accepted today. And the intercession of saints and the presentation of petition to canonized persons or to representations of Christ or the Virgin Mary or the apostles shall not be regarded as the worship of images, but shall be regarded as internal reminders by which man receives an impulse to the fulsomeness of veneration, and shall therefore worship in spirit and in truth, using this symbol only as a means of centering his attention upon something which is otherwise beyond the cognition of his senses. Hermes clearly makes this point, and we can scarcely deny that it has survived to us. However, in the course of time, a point also made by Hermes came into general disrepute and was conveniently forgotten. This point is to the effect that such images as are made under certain conditions have magical qualities peculiar to themselves. These magical qualities not being spiritual or religious, but pertaining to sciences, as yet but remotely sensed and practically without our general recognition. Thus, according to Hermes, if into a figure or into a symbol there shall be incorporated certain principles of mathematics, of universal procedure, of cosmogony, of art, of musical harmony, of artistic canon, if, in other words, this image shall be made a resplendent, geometrical, or artistic composition, so essentially proportioned, so beautiful in its parts, so benevolent in its complexion, that it shall cause the admiration of men, then this image is not dead. For it may lead men to repentance. It may cause evil persons to ask forgiveness. It may console the afflicted and the burdened. And it may also inspire the studious to examine its proportions in search for universal truths concealed behind the actual structure and form themselves. Thus, according to Hermes, anything which influences man cannot be dead. Furthermore, anything that influences man and is alive, or has life of any quality in it, can not only not be dead, but it can participate in but one life, and that is the life of God. Therefore, whatever virtue there be in herbs, whatever authority there be in law, whatever skill there may be in the hand of the physician, all these things are but the extensions of the creating power into the diversity of created attributes. Hermes therefore assumes that deity not only causes to come from himself forms and lives, but also relationships, patterns, interplays of forces, and that in these relationships there are also virtues, for things in themselves unchangeable appear to change or take on new mutual meanings and values because of motions. Motion is therefore a movement in interval of time or place, and interval and motion itself both are God. Out of this concept, a great many philosophical points could be developed. But for the moment, we cannot extend beyond this small circumference, as we have too many other points that call for our attention. We can therefore only summarize this phase of our thinking by pointing out that it was not correct and is not correct to assume that Hermetism is essentially pantheistic. It is not. It is pantheistic only inasmuch as it conveys life to everything. But it conveys only one life, that the life of God. And in the Hermetic philosophy, there is no possibility for the existence of a principle of evil. There cannot be a demonism as we know it. There can only be that kind of a recognition of tutelary spirits, mundane and submundane, all of them in some way legitimate and reasonable extensions of the divine power, which may extend itself in ways and on levels utterly beyond human cognition. Hermes also held that because one power animated all things, that there was a continuous and endless interrelationship of things. Man is not unaffected by that which is unseen. Man is not completely unconditioned by that which is unknown. Man must therefore perceive, not only with his sensory perceptions, but also with his intuitive and inspirational faculties. And there are aspects of divinity moving around him and through him constantly, which he cannot consciously delineate, which he cannot define, which he cannot even clearly experience. Those parts of divinity which are not within his rationality, therefore move him, whereas those parts of divinity which are within his rationality, he gains a certain mastery over. And by this mastery, he causes movement. He causes action. Thus using the conscious knowledge that he has to move what he knows, and being in turn unconsciously moved by that which he does not know. Thus man lives forever in a divine motion, a motion moving him both inwardly and outwardly. Outward motion may lead man in numerous directions, real or unreal. Inward motion leads man only to the total experience of life. Therefore, the inward motion of man is always a divine motion, a God motion. But in itself, this motion cannot be defined and can only be broadly estimated from the total pattern of the mutations of life caused by the motion of invisibles through various situations and conditions, during parts of which these invisibles project visible or semi-visible semblances of themselves. The next point that I think is important to us is the opinion of Hermes concerning the nature of what we term the Messiah. The Egyptians certainly had a messianic tradition. We know that in the later centuries of Egyptian religion, their form of messianic concept was drifting closer and closer to that with which we are now familiar. As early as the 5th or 6th century BC, the Egyptians had already come into the recognition of an intercessing power in nature, an intercessor, a power of salvation or preservation. And this power they variously symbolize. One of their names for this power was Iesus, a name which is startlingly reminiscent of Jesus. In the Hermetic philosophy, we do not have exactly the Christian presentation of the messianic concept. We do have, however, a concept, and one which almost certainly has played a part in the rise of Christian philosophy, as this philosophy was unfolded by men like Thomas Aquinas. According to Hermes, that which is eternal, that which has of itself everlastingness, enduring unto all generations, that which has neither a source in time nor in eternity, but a subsistence in foreverness. This power is alone immortal, incapable of death because essentially incapable of birth, incapable of in any way departing from the totality of its total self. This universality cannot be divided. It is indivisible. There can never be two, nor can it divide by some philosophical fission to become a duality. As Pythagoras had earlier taught, the only way in which division can be countenanced in the concept of a total divine power is that division is within that power, but that power itself remains undivided. Thus, in the Hermetic philosophy, a certain division occurs within totality. And this division blazes forth not as a separateness, not as a power brought into any possible antagonism with its own cause, but a power which is a somewhat restricted manifestation of totality. That power Hermes calls the divine mind. He calls it also universal reason. He says that the firstborn of the infinite is the extension of the infinite itself into the field of pure cognition. Therefore, that the first act of the first creation is to worship the Creator. Mind, therefore, by its natural inclination, turns toward its Creator, and pure cognition venerates above all other things the source of itself. This mind, in the Hermetic philosophy, becomes the only begotten of the Father. It becomes, strangely, both the only begotten and the firstborn. And in this Hermes is in no more difficulty than some other schools. For we refer to Jesus as the only begotten, and at the same time assume that deity is the creator also of ourselves. Therefore, Hermes begins to ponder the problem of the difference between the begotten and the created. Also, the difference in a kind of generation, and comes to the conclusion that mind or reason is the product of a peculiar kind of creation, a kind of creation that is never again repeated. That in the projection of the divine mind, to borrow an Eastern term, deity creates by will and yoga alone. The deity, by the pronunciation of a determination within its own nature, engenders within itself that aspect of itself which is mind. This mind, or this cognition, then becomes, strangely, the instrument of the divine purpose. It becomes the apex of the ascending pyramid of creation, and the base of the descending pyramid of the creating power. Thus, in the Hermetic philosophy, mind is a kind of savior. But Hermes was not perturbed with some of the peculiar situations that later arose in Christian theology. He was not concerned with the problem of a mind preserving something otherwise lost. He was not confronted with the need for a saving mind, as we know it. He was rather in need of the concept of an instructing mind. In the Hermetic doctrine, all so-called redemption, or regeneration, or restoration, or the transmutation of things inferior into a superior state or condition, is the result of the power of the revealing mind. It is due to the fact that through the revealing or the unfolding principle of reason, all things become aware of reality. And regeneration is awareness of reality. It is not a rescuing from sin, but a restoration from not knowing. It is the creature becoming aware more and more completely of the universal reality in which it exists. By the Hermetic concept, therefore, there can be only one kind of wisdom, and that is the wisdom by which man is capable of becoming totally aware of the total existence of deity, by which man can also become aware that all diversity is an illusion, and that what we call division is merely the result of limited sensory instruments which are unable to attain a state of total cognition. Universal reason, having come forth out of the eternal, becomes next to the eternal the most immortal of all creatures. Yet this wisdom is not in itself immortal. Nous, or reason, or mind, with its overtone in Hermetic speculation, a mind which is pure cognitional reason in itself, is therefore the most aged and the most immediate of all things. Mind has a beginning in time and an end in time, but its timelessness is exceeded only by the eternity of divinity itself. Thus mind must be born or begotten, and that which has been begotten must again return ultimately to the state from which it came. Therefore, eternal reason or absolute cognition must ultimately return to the Father, must become one with the Father. For truly, any being which has experienced pure cognition has experienced the Father, and that which has experienced the Father by likeness comes under the protection and under the shepherding of pure cognition. We cannot say, therefore, that pure cognition was the god of Hermes, but we can say that it was definitely the primary symbol, the first cognizable image of that which is beyond all human estimation. This mind, this universal reason, must then be examined in its several parts, for it contains within itself universal perception, universal reflection, and another quality, perhaps born of the union of perception and reflection, and that is the quality of immediate experience within the substance of its own rationality. Mind must therefore, in its fullness, to return to its full archetypal proportion, contain within itself the absolute experience of itself. Reason, therefore, must lead to what perhaps we may first conceive of as understanding. Understanding being more than knowing. Understanding being an enlightened kind of knowing. A human knowing impregnated with a spark of divine knowing. Understanding must then also be the power of impersonalization of perspective. It must be the flowing of knowing and of wisdom into the conscious participation with life itself, so that man understands not only intellectually, but by the impact of a factual significance upon himself. Hermes, therefore, points out that this mind possesses numerous saving attributes, if we wish to regard them as saving. But salvation is now merely rescue from inadequacy. Salvation is the natural return of life up the great ladder of souls. It is the path leading by means of love, through wisdom, back to the one which is the sovereign of all experiences. Hermes thus divides this wisdom into a spiritual, a semi-divine, a sidereal, and a terrestrial wisdom. He has special terms for these kinds of wisdom. He assumes also that in all the material and objective works of man, there are also patterns of wisdom. And there are various kinds of knowing, marked or sealed upon creation itself. These kinds of knowing become the parents of creatures. And according to Hermes, there are men in whom are embodied the cognition principle, other men in whom the reflection principle is especially strong, and a few who are destined by their own achievements and by the merits of universal procedure to a state of earlier understanding by which they can be elevated by certain mystical, avocational dedications to the experience of God. Thus there are some who are born with a peculiar power to know men, others with peculiar power to know nature, and others with peculiar power to know God. Those with the peculiar power to know God are called religious. Those who have the peculiar power to know men are called philosophers. And those with the peculiar power to know nature are called scientists. These powers appear as a natural and innate predisposition. They can be cultivated, but they cannot be created. They can be given expression, or they can be frustrated. But there are certain lines of inevitable conduct moving in space, and these lines of conduct are embodied in groups, in persons, in nations, in races, and come into manifestation in various times and in different regions, so that we are not able to say with certainty that all things are identical in their appearances or in their functions. We may, however, declare that all appearance and all function is suspended itself from identity. Hermes then goes on to explain that in man's world, in the human world of things, the universal or divine mind becomes embodied in man himself. And Hermes divides man into two essential patterns. The first of these is the archetypal man, the total man. This total man is an image existing in cognition itself. This archetypal man may or may not be an image held in total completeness. It is quite conceivable that archetype itself carries in it the dimension of growth. But archetype also bears a strange relationship as totality to its own parts. As deity, being the creator of all things, projects creation and inhabits it. So archetype, the archetypal man, the anthropos, is the source and collective unity of humanity, which is projected from it, which exists forever within it, is moved by it and is gradually growing toward identity with its totality. Thus, man, growing up in his human evolution, is fulfilling the collective archetype of man. And he accomplishes this by the peculiar process of fulfilling the particular archetype of himself. For as bodies are made of small units, such as cells and atoms, so the man archetype type of Hermes is composed of an infinite number of units, the personal human archetypes of individuals. As these archetypes form, as it were, cells in a vast body, so this body is a kind of macrocosmic man, a great man containing in potential all the power that is necessary for the complete potency of the creatures fashioned within it. In this archetype, man lives and moves and has his being. It is a kind of strange proximate deity, not absolute and not eternal, but possessing reason and mind. Therefore, we have a break, in a sense, between the older concepts of archetype and the modern ones. The archetype of Hermes is not merely a design upon a trestle ball, nor is it a thought arising in the divine mind, because in his philosophy the divine mind cannot create a thought. The divine mind can only create a thinker. Therefore, what we term this divine thought is actually a divine thinking pattern, a pattern in itself, not only complete so far as the biological growth of man is concerned, but also complete in his psychological and spiritual growth. Therefore, if a man attains pure cognition, he attains unity with the archetypal cognition of his own kind. This is a different approach, but perhaps in the long run, the conclusions are not so strange in light of other modern concerns. Where we have difficulty in finding a life inside of man, we may have difficulty in assuming a macrocosmic life also with intelligence. Hermes, of course, goes on to say that every species, every nation, every unit that exists in society must have an archetypal nature, and that this archetypal nature is the reason why this unit unfolds according to rules, and why it happens that the union of animals will not produce monsters, and why it occurs that we may expect like to engender like, and why also we have certain psychological peculiarities about groups. These group peculiarities can perhaps most easily be studied in animal life, but we are not as concerned with that. We are most concerned with the group archetypal entities in human affairs. One of the strongest examples of such an entity is nationalism, or, again, racialism. And Hermes would say also sectarianism. These isms are actually not merely man-created things. They are things which come into existence because of conditioned energy flowing through man into his environment and molding that environment into archetype. Therefore, there are great archetypes and lesser archetypes. A man moving from one to another experiences certain changes in his own way of life. The ancients were quite certain that when a person of a certain nation moved into another nation, he must also adjust his magnetic fields and his electrodynamic structure to these new vibratory circumstances, and that only when he was adjusted to the new archetypal pattern could he be said to truly belong. For things belonging must ultimately belong to archetypes, because archetypes alone have the energy or power to require belonging, or to manifest the instinct of belonging through themselves. The forms do not do this. It is the archetype behind the form that exercises this influence. It is not then particularly remarkable that Hermes should use this philosophy of archetypes to a measure as Iamblichus did in his development of his treatise on the gods and of the Egyptians. To Hermes, such archetypes might appear to be gods. They might appear to be sovereignties, and sovereignties of this kind might well reveal the peculiar dispositions of the creatures suspended within and evolving through these archetypal dominations. Thus, archetypal deities cannot be dissimilar to the peoples whom they support and from whom they receive worship. Plato perhaps gives us the same idea when he causes the world to be divided among the mundane gods, each having a certain allotment. We know that the Athenians regarded Pallas Athena as the patron deity of their city. To Hermes, this would have been an archetypal assignment. In other words, Athena or Minerva was the archetype of the Athenians. The Athenians being a kind, not only just Greek, but a kind of Greeks. The Athenians had laws, principles, ideals, traditions. Their culture was filled with this mysterious, intangible manna that is worshipped in the South Seas, or the arenda of our Indians. These people belonged, and because they belonged, they lived and died in the support of that to which they belonged. And escaping from this sense of belonging were uneasy and dissatisfied. We may have 1,000 other explanations for this condition today, but to Hermes, the basic meaning of this belonging was that they were within archetype, and that to what we call the folk, or the collective consciousness of groups, is archetypal, and that these archetypes have a consciousness, not merely as an existence as patterns or designs upon a tracing board, even though that tracing board be regarded as the universal mind itself. This concept, then, would lead to the concept further that reason, or universal mind, this firstborn cognition of the infinite, must recognize archetypes of a mundane order as dividing forces. As Homer describes the struggle between the gods of Greece and Troy in the battles for the Trojan city, so all struggle on earth bore witness to archetypal strife. And as surely as individuals find grave difficulties in overcoming their prejudices or their opinions, or escaping from the boundaries of their racial or cultural traditions, so likewise these things are dividing powers, keeping the individual locked within an archetype, but forbidding him to depart into a larger pattern. Here Hermes conceives the rescuing power of the universal mind. He perceives that this power is not only master over the world, but master over the patterns of the world. That it is within the power of the messianic mind to liberate creatures from archetype. That it can impose upon all things one greater archetype, and that is the archetype of divine reason itself. By this means, men break away from lesser gods, revolt against restrictions and limitations upon consciousness, And because there exists within them the peculiar power of the true mind of God, they are able, as in the Gnostic philosophy, to escape from the abyss and to free themselves from the power of the 7 planets, representing deities of archetype, deities imposing limitation and separation upon living things, separation through classification, whereas the universal mind breaks through. It does not deny the levels of life, but it unites these levels at their apexes, or at their most common grounds of junction. It brings them all within one master archetype, that archetype being the pure substance of the divine cognition itself. Thus this mind functions as a preserving force. It may also be merit to worship this mind, to adore it, to venerate it. For to Hermes, worship was merely a profound statement of acceptance. Worship implied that the individual agreed with the object of his worship, that he believed likewise, that he saw in the object of his worship an archetypal pattern that was the fulfillment of the deepest graces within himself. Therefore, worship is an allegiance. It is a giving of oneself to a concept, to a degree of enlightenment, to a conviction, deeper and more real than that ordinarily or previously held to be true. Thus man, moving by consciousness toward universals, moved by the reason within himself, sought to break through archetype. And our entire history of civilization has been a motion from isolation towards unification to at least a partial degree. We have not achieved the end, but the natural tendency for man is to seek to find fraternity with man. From the isolation of the primitive, man moved into various levels of community existence, until finally, at this time, he is at least dimly aware of one world, of one civilization, of one humanity, and the possibility of one religion. This one concept is a primary archetype. It is the great Pythagorean archetype, the archetype of the restoration of unity. And also, to Hermes, it carries with it something else. Man cannot attain to reality merely by the affirmation of reality. He cannot achieve any great end unless his cognition is merited by a total action. Thus we have, perhaps in Asia, a reason for the various postures, mudras, and mantram forms, which represent a kind of action. In any event, the achievement of a state must be as the result of the performance of a deed, not merely by the acceptance of that state itself. Theory without the performance of the dynamic action can never transform knowledge into understanding. Thus, in the search for reality, man must make a symbolic kind of gesture. He must move not only his mind and his soul, but his body. And in moving his body, it is not assumed that he can fly with it to some remote place, nor that he can perform some strange motion in space. He must perform a symbolic motion. A motion which, however, reveals by its instinctual direction and quality that it bears witness to a moving conviction. Conviction leading to motion. moves man. And this motion is the thing which must take place in order for a condition or level of experience to be changed. Thus, to Hermes, the search for truth must involve a motion. It must involve a movement. We can think of this motion as spiritual. We can think of it as psychological. But it must receive the peculiar seal of action. Perhaps this again, as the Egyptians pointed out, has something to do with the sensory perceptions. A motion which does not include them is not a complete motion. A motion in which man moves inwardly away from them, without including them, without considering them, without giving to the body and its various aspects the proper opportunity to worship its own superior. Failure to give this opportunity leaves virtue imperfect and prevents man from a completely holistic adjustment. This again would have some conflict perhaps with some theological systems, where man has thought of moving away from body, of transferring allegiances from body to consciousness or to mind. He has hoped that perhaps he could leave this body behind like some empty shell upon the shores of the sea of time. Hermes says, no, the body cannot be left behind. The body is the younger brother who must be carried along. We must take the body by the hand and lead it with us, for it has a destiny of us and in us. It has a kind of contribution to make. And perhaps this was the secret of the Hermetic science adapted to the speculations of alchemy. For in alchemy there was distinct emphasis upon the importance of the most neglected of all elements. One of the early Hermetic alchemists said that those who seek the mysterious magical agent, the proper material, the first material of the wise man's stone, nearly always fail to find it because they look for it in distant and difficult places. Another writer says, those who would achieve the great elixir, the universal medicine, must realize that its basic material is with them from the cradle to the grave, that it is never distant from them, that it is nearer to them than any other object that exists in nature. And this same writer says that even more humble than this, the very excrement from this near thing is richer than any foreign substance if we seek the material of the stone. The only possible implication from this is that in some way the basic material of the Hermetic mystery must be man's body. It is the only thing which can answer the requirements of the various definitions that are given. This mysterious thing must be physical. It must be composed of elements. It must contain within itself the seeds of life. It must have motion and animation. And it must be closer to man than anything except his own soul. The implications become increasingly obvious, for the only thing that can be so close and still physical must be the body. And the experimentations as they unfold justifies this thought. Therefore, in the Hermetic mystery, body has something to do with the regeneration or perfection of man. It is true in the Hermetic arts that it is the power of the mind to protect and preserve body. But it is not necessarily true that the body can make no contribution to this larger purpose. In his discourse to his son Tatian, Hermes explains that the humblest of things must not be left out. For as surely as the great may contribute to the greatness of things, so surely that which is most humble, that which is least of all, must likewise contribute, or completeness cannot follow. What then can the body contribute? And here Hermes gives us a few more rather interesting pointers. Body can contribute symbolism. It can contribute a kind of action, an action perfected by art, an action which we find perhaps most nearly approached in the artistic canons of men like Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo never regarded the body merely as the house of life. He examined it, he measured it, he estimated it. He came to numerous subtle calculations. He divided it into an infinite number of parts, these in turn divisible. He originated a concept of the ultimate eternal repetition of parts, a concept which has been preserved to us in the theory of dynamic symmetry. Namely and factually, every part of the body blazes forth with the emblems of universal law, and like the mysterious vision of the Greek philosopher, it stands as an heroic figure, its body covered with letters of fire, and its entire structure held within a strange framework of geometry. This body, then, must make its own peculiar contribution. For as surely as the image, because it is held sacred, may have a virtue, so surely the body, recognized in its true nature, has a virtue. And one of the virtues of the body is its power to release man through an experience of total body consciousness. Now this is not necessarily consciousness of body, but man has been given several books, even from the Hermetic Arcanum, by which he may know the divine. One of these books is nature, one is Holy Writ, and one the human body itself. Paracelsus said, if man would be wise, he must study his own body. For the proper study for mankind is man as a total experience. Hermes was convinced that the body was a kind of magical formula, and that those who could read it rightly and use it properly possessed a secret knowledge not to be otherwise attained. Furthermore, this body, acting, brought into motion, under law and by consciousness, assumed certain attitudes, became mathematically and harmonically adjusted. Much of this is contained in the abstract concepts of Hatha Yoga, where there is a peculiar and particular virtue in the positions of the body in relation to health, and also in relation to consciousness. And the body, assuming certain postures, and brought into a certain degree of refinement, and brought under a certain mastery by consciousness, becomes an indispensable part in the accurate and correct performance of the Hatha Yogic disciplines. In other words, it would be fair to say that certain spiritual ends attained by Hatha Yoga could not be attained if the person practicing it was not embodied. There was an ancient Egyptian adage that all new experience must come to man during embodiment, and that in the periods between embodiments, he reflected and gradually assimilated and digested experience and built it into power. But that new experience must come through body, and therefore that the release of man into certain levels of conscious experience also required the cooperation of body. Thus man not only must redeem life, but he must also redeem body, for body is merely a form of life. And just as surely as man is a citizen of a divine empire, he has another empire over which he is master. Let us assume for a moment the Hermetic axiom, which is derived from the Babylonian Hermes, Nebo, who was called the god of the writing table. This deity paralleled very much the thinking of the famous Hermetic axiom that was written on the emerald tablet of Hebron. On this tablet it was stated that all superior things are like unto inferiors, that all inferior things are like unto superiors, that things differing in multitude and magnitude are still bound together by a common sympathy of design which is indissoluble. By the same token, Nebo says, that which has been shall be. That which is somewhere is everywhere. Therefore man, recognizing himself as a citizen of the infinite, views himself as one small part of a great empire. He looks around him and beholds a total population of creatures like or similar to himself. He also perceives other species and genera different from himself. And he becomes aware of many creations abiding around him. And he sees himself as a citizen of a vast form, a great body, with its roots in space, and its branches unfolding into the mystery of time and generation. So surely as man is the citizen of a greater empire, so man is master of a lesser empire. It would be as wrong for man to depart from the empire of his own body as it would be for God to depart from the empire of space, and equally impossible. Now all beings have natural approach and departure from formal matters. But in the inner constitution of man, those years which constitute his normal span represent a vast cycle of growth and opportunity for the creatures that are his citizens, the creatures of his world. And these creatures are not only the visible creatures, or those which can be estimated by scientific means, not only the various cells and atoms, but invisible creatures, inhabiting galaxies of these atoms, beings so vast that they themselves are godlings, ruling over orders of cells, and ruling over orders of processes, and serving faithfully as superintendents and overseers, guarding the functions and the restorations of the human body. These lives are not separate from man. He furnishes them an embodiment. But if they become disembodied, they do not die, nor do they depart from man, but they return to man, and there await re-embodiment. Thus there is a vast evolutionary process in which the body plays a part. A man cannot escape from the evolution of the cell life within himself. His release results from his releasing those things that are parts of himself. Therefore his emancipation, his final liberation from his humanity, means that he has also brought up to a certain level of attainment, to a degree of revelation and liberation suitable to themselves, all the life that is dependent upon him and upon which he must bestow a sacred obligation. So Hermes ties man to the body. He ties man to the degree that man cannot escape except by perfection. He also implies that what we call ethical procedures, what we may term scientific methods, what we might broadly describe as such sciences as nutrition, or physiology, or even anatomy, are really sciences by which man learns to become a good and just ruler of his own empire. Thus Hermes, in his book For the Instruction of Kings, writes not merely for those who rule nations, but for those who seek to exercise proper rulership over the compound structure of themselves. The man who is a despot to his own body will never attain the idealistic liberation which he hopes. Man must bring with him the least of himself, or remain behind with that which he has left imperfect. Man cannot depart from his humanity until he can take with him the total of the parts of himself. And this totality includes those parts which are extended into matter. Man, therefore, can cast off a physical body, but he cannot cast off his responsibility to body archetype. He can only bring it to perfection with himself. He cannot outgrow it. It must outgrow the need for him. And this it accomplishes through his assistance, through his wise and effective administration of that empire which is himself. By the next step, man, belonging to a society, must ultimately bring that society together, for there is no release from archetype except outgrowing of archetype. If, therefore, there be a complete archetype of humanity, there can be no true substantiation of this archetype, no total fulfillment of it, until all humanity occupies its proper relation to the archetypal pattern. This means that all differences between men must be overcome, that amity must be established, and until such time as this occurs, the continuance of differences requires the infinite continuance of an existing condition. There can be no change without remedy. There can be no release without growth. Man can escape from nothing, but he can outgrow everything except God. And when he outgrows all other things, he returns to God, who is the proper and eternal source of growth. If then we conceive that reason is the shepherd of men, is that power by which the individual is enabled, first, to cognize his own existence, and second, recognize his own need. Reason, therefore, provides him with the indispensable instruments of his own salvation. He is saved not from ill, but from the state of not being saved, which in this is the common ill. For while man is not yet complete, he is torn between the imperfections of his knowledge and the internal inspirational impulses toward completeness. He is torn because prematurely completeness is not even attractive to him. Yet he cannot evade it. Therefore he is moved remorselessly along the way toward total enlightenment. And this emotion is universal. We have some concern and agitation at the present time over the possibility that our present atomic researches may result in the decimation of our species. We are worried that we may cease before we are perfect. Let me warn you and assure you that your fears are groundless. Nothing can end its labors until it has completed the purpose for its own existence. Therefore, it is conceivable that man, by his ingenuity, might destroy a kind of world, might destroy a kind of race, might devastate a planet, might even force it from its orbit into chaos. But none of these, even so-called tragic things, can in any way change the requirement of man. For man, surviving all vicissitudes, is still responsible for the government of his empire, and somewhere space will provide him with the environment necessary to growth until growth is accomplished. Now, growth in this kind, the Hermetic meaning of growth, as we find it in alchemy certainly, is not exactly the kind with which we are familiar in the developing of garden plants or even in the upraising of the young. Growth is another kind of thing. Growth is a qualitative fulfillment. Growth is the thing becoming itself. It is that which removes all limitation upon self. Growth is not an addition of that which is not natural. Growth is the achievement only of that which is inevitable. A thing does not become necessarily more by growth. Rather, we may say it becomes whole by growth. Growth does not increase the number of the parts. It increases the unities of parts. Growth does not remove the evil of its own absence. It merely removes intervals by means of which things lose their dissimilarities and find it possible to reunite or to coalesce in a more complete and harmonious manner. Therefore, growth is an increasing awareness by means of which we are able to reconcile dissimilars and gradually come to the realization of identities. Growth in this same sense of the word generally appears to us as a means of enlarging our abilities. Actually, this is not the truth either. It is not the enlarging of the ability that is achieved any more than it is the increase of knowledge. What we have done is to overcome debility or disability. We have not added to knowledge because knowledge is eternal and knowledge is forever and knowledge is total. But we have removed intervals between ourselves and knowledge. Therefore, growth is the setting up of a situation by which ever-increasing normalcy may be attained on the various levels in which growth is specified. Growth toward God is not a motion nor an enlargement. Growth toward God is a gradual removal of interval through realization, through understanding, and through the unfoldment of conscious powers. Hermes, then, gives us a universe in which all things are moving toward the completeness of their own parts, and in so doing, achieving what we like to term evolution. Evolution is really the overcoming of discords on all levels. The body becomes normal when its discords are overcome. Normalcy is not a remarkable state, nor is it a superior state. Normalcy is the natural state, which has been obscured by various forms of ignorance or excess. Man cannot create normalcy, but he can correct abnormalcy. Man cannot cure the sick, but he can remove the causes so far as possible by which sickness is able to endure. Health is not a particular end which men may sometime attain. Health is nature's norm, which by circumstances of one kind or another, sometimes obvious, sometimes subtle, sometimes caused by indiscretion, sometimes perhaps resulting from heroic self-sacrifice, but always sickness must result from the fact that normalcy, for one reason or another, has been unbalanced or has been prevented from manifesting itself. The person who works himself to death is a martyr, because actually he is sacrificing normalcy, which is health, perhaps in a cause greater than himself. Still, however, he will be rewarded for the merit of the cause for which he worked, but he cannot escape the limitations imposed upon the flesh by its own laws. Therefore, all good men do not have to be healthy. But no man can be truly healthy who is not also the good man, having within himself a true and proper enlightenment concerning values. And health, in a way, is righteous government over the population of our material empire. And where it is endangered, we must rush to its assistance with every possible and available means. Not because we simply want to be well, but because we have an obligation to universal life, and we want to meet this obligation in every possible way that we can. Hermes then tells us something about punishment and reward, and here again we may see traces and evidence of a relationship between old doctrines and new. Hermes had no concept of hell. The Egyptians did not know it as we understand the term. Most peoples of antiquity had but a dim vision of it. Some had a comparatively extravagant notion, but this only upon the outer surfaces of themselves. Their deeper and more mystical schools nearly always recognized symbolical meaning rather than literal meaning. To Hermes, as to Plato, hell or perdition or punishment represented the condition of a soul in bondage. It represented the individual who had not gained ascendancy over the total economy of himself. That being who is not able to posit his rationality in such a way that it is his guide, his leader, and exercises a kind of determinism. The individual who is not master of certain processes of his own life must be regarded as a slave, and hell or punishment is slavery to mental, spiritual, or moral infirmity. Hell is the condition of the individual who lives without attempting to attain unity. Hell is the discord of diversity in function, in attitude. It is confusion. It is pandemonium. And it expresses itself most commonly in the most obvious and simple evidence of confusion, and that is fear. That individual who has not been able to establish value, has not established a core consciousness within himself, has not devoted his mind and his thought to such arts and sciences as give him dominion and at the same time give him earnest responsibility. Such a person must be under the condition of fear. Fear is unreasonable doubt concerning providence. Fear is founded in a belief in accidents. Fear exaggerates the power of things over principles. Fear is natural, where man looking from himself sees confusion and not unity. And furthermore, looking from himself, observes in the conflict of parts a variety of misfortunes, and further contemplates the possibility that he may himself be involved in these misfortunes. Therefore, fear must be in that mind which has not a goal, a purpose, or a plan. The mind which is aware of the principle of the universal Creator cannot abide in fear. Therefore, one of the primary purposes of divine mind, or universal reason, is to bring man into a rational cognition of destiny, to reveal to man his inescapable place in a plan, that he is and must always be a creature of purpose, that truly, in this plan, the plan itself cannot be solved, cannot be completed, cannot be consummated, until fear ceases in every existing creature. One fearful creature leaves one part of the inevitable imperfect. Therefore, the very power which traditionally is said to mark the sparrow's fall, this same power decrees that in this universe there is nothing to fear but fear. And furthermore, that fear is proof that man has not attained inward penetration, that fear is the victory of defeatism over faith, that fear is the acceptance of division, whereas the achievement by rational illumination of the fact of unity relieves man from all unreasonable fear and places him in a universe of eternal progress in which he can never be less, but which he has the power through the unfolding of rational consciousness to become more, in the sense of having more awareness of that which is. Hermes then considers redemption, or the saving power of grace, as a kind of victory, not only of reason or rationality over fear, but of love over fear. Now, the difference between love and reason is of peculiar quality rather than essential nature, because the heart and the mind, originating in one source, must in their root be identical, though in their manifestations they appear divided. The reunion of these parts must also be attained in the course of the great Hermetic experiment. In man, love is not merely the mutual affection, nor a kind of regard of one creature for another, nor is it based upon affection for outward appearances, nor even for mental or emotional attributes, nor for character alone. Love is of itself a kind of spiritual agent. It is a power. It is a transmuting force. And the reason for its tremendous value lies largely in the fact that it enables man to escape the pernicious pressure of egoism. Now, egoism has its place in the philosophic empire. Man must pass through the experience of self-existence. But having passed through this experience, he must not linger, for intensive egoism is bound to transform itself from a helpful factor at one stage of growth to a pernicious factor at another. Egoism or egotism helps man to gather the lesser parts of his own nature into an identity. Therefore, in himself, or as selfless, he brings his empire into one-pointedness. At the present time, this empire, like most political states, is not equally represented. At this time, there are not only unrepresented minorities, but there is the vast unrepresented majority. That, in this case, being man's egoism, ignoring the requirements of his physio-psychical nature. Thus man has turned his democracy into an autocracy and established egoism or egotism as a dictatorship of self-will over both body and environment. This is not the purpose, however. Ego must be tempered and must regain its sense of responsibility. It must realize that the one that would be greatest among parts must also be the servant of all, and that ego is never complete in its purpose until it has redeemed the least parts of its own compound nature. But having achieved the unity of internals, having brought its own parts into conformity, into uniformity, into final partnership, having diffused its own consciousness as a mystical experience through the cell structure of its own body, ego must then face a larger challenge, namely that it must sacrifice its own identity, or it can never achieve absolute identity with eternity. The world is not saved if 2,750,000,000 human egos remain separate beings. It may be saved from something less, but it is not saved from a greater need. Thus egotism, resulting in innumerable egotistic institutions and structures, can ultimately frustrate archetype and can prevent the union of divided parts. Thus, beyond a certain point, ego must be released, relaxed, and allowed to escape from the driving power of necessity, which is its principal motivation. Ego, according to Hermes, was driven by necessity, an outrageous goddess. Necessity, in turn, forcing ego to certain attainments, ultimately forces ego to relinquish these attainments by a larger necessity. Necessity exists while man must struggle for survival. And the final symbol of this struggle is the survival of his individuality. Man must sometime, however, waken to the fact that the struggle for survival is an illusion, because it is utterly impossible for him not to survive. Survival, for him, however, does not have this broad philosophic implication. For most persons, survival means merely the continuance of a present state. Here, unhappily, ego is of little use, for it cannot preserve man from the changes of his estate, nor can it prevent change in nature. Thus, beyond a certain point, ego turns upon man and destroys him. And this is Hermes' concept of the fall of the angels. Lucifer, representing ego, the brother of universal mind, rebels against heaven and is finally cast into the abyss by Michael, the psychopompus of the army of the Lord. Thus ego must find ultimately either a voluntary relinquishment, or it forces the individual to an extremity in which a violent procedure seems to be the only possible course. Ego, however, by its own nature, is not too difficult if man will permit it to be itself. Ego is perfectly natural and perfectly normal in a situation. It is when it is moved out of that situation, or something is expected of it contrary to its own nature, or it is forced to preserve that which by its instinct it does not wish to preserve, then, under the pressure of will, ego becomes a pernicious circumstance. The relinquishing of ego, therefore, becomes the higher discipline of Hermes, as it was in India, Egypt, China, Greece, and many other areas. The relinquishment of ego is the gradual breaking down of the barriers of mental isolation, by which things are even more totally divided than they are by physical isolation. That thing is truly separate which is mentally apart. And as surely as mental separation is a more terrible problem than physical, so surely mental union is a greater blessing than that of any other kind. Mental in this case does not mean intellectual, scholastic. Mental means union on the level of idea, union on the level of pure intellection. And the moment man is confronted with a challenge to depress the power of the ego, he finds an ever-present agent working for him and with him. And this agent is love. And love, according to Hermes, is one of the primary fields of the divine nature. For love, of all things, forces upon man the importance of the not-self. Love causes the individual, first of all, to place value above self. At first symbolically, by transferring his attachment from himself to another. Love causes him to work industriously for a profit not for himself, but for the objects of his affection. Love leads him into civilization. Love begins the restoration of unity by the establishment of the home. Love progresses this restoration by the foundation of the ecclesia, the assembly of those who are devoutly united in spirit. Love also gradually turns man from the adoration of things inferior to the veneration of things superior. Man unfolds and evolves from the fear of God to the respect for God. From respect he advances to admiration, from admiration to awe, and from awe finally to simple love. A love which transcends all of the more spectacular attitudes which he may hold. Thus man, seeking for final union, finds that even the mind itself, even cognition, even reason, the only begotten, is itself in a kind of lesser division from totality. And that which cannot be bridged by consciousness is bridged by complete self-forgetfulness in the service of that which the mystic Sufi calls the beloved. Thus man, unaware of his own motion, makes the final step to God by not even desiring the step, but by becoming completely immersed in total affection for that which is divine. By this means he does, through perfect love, achieve that unity which he first contemplates and later embraces by an inevitable gesture of his own desire. These, in substance, represent certain phases of the doctrine of Hermes which have to a measure Christian parallels. Parallels which are not always obvious, but I think we have selected those points in the Hermetic doctrine which have the greatest provocative power in causing us to consider or contemplate as to the possibility of an interplay and interrelation between these doctrines. And also, we can also say, perhaps they indicate Christian influence on Hermeticism. In any respect, they represent universal beliefs or ideals which are expressed in the Hermetic writings and which prepare the way for the shepherd of men, or the great discourse in which Hermes, coming into the presence of universal reason, receives from reason the revelation which is the light of the world. And I think that covers our problem and our time for this evening, so we thank you very much. It is nice to see, after nearly 2,000 years, that the subject of this evening has brought together so many interested, serious students of a very remarkable, fabulous subject. The greatest of the books of Hermes is that which is called today the Divine Poimanda. It consists of 17 fragments. These fragments together cannot be said to form the corpus hermeticum, but they certainly constitute the greatest core of central authority in the Hermetic system. Of these works, the Poimandres, or the Vision, is by far the most important. It is usually placed second in the collection. The analysis of this work must begin with some effort to determine its place in the literary religious structure of our world knowledge. Actually, by structure, the Vision is a sacred book. It contains within itself nearly all of the traditional elements of a divine revelation. We have no real right to say that it is a plagiarization from other systems, although, as in the case of nearly all sacred books, it shows some indebtedness to earlier or contemporary thought. This must also be said of the Bible, or of the teachings of Buddha, or of the writings of Confucius. Thus we may say that the Vision not only gives us a firm insight into the Hermetic theory, but also explains clearly why this gradually came to be of unusual interest to chemists, and how it made possible, perhaps, the rise of symbolic alchemy. We know immediately when we approach the book that we are in the presence of something resembling an apocalypse. There is a reminiscent likeness to the vision of Ezekiel, or to other ancient literary and religious fragments. On the other hand, there is also a strange note of uniqueness running through the book. This uniqueness is not in the words, nor necessarily in the word pictures which are produced. It is in the arrangement of other available elements. That these elements existed prior to the production of the Hermetic writings, we cannot doubt. Therefore, it is the sequence into which they are placed. It is the order and descent of ideas which bring with them a certain newness, as though we had taken old and familiar pigments and paints, used a traditional canvas and the well understood brushes and palette, and yet had painted a picture that was new, a picture that combined much of the wisdom of the past and provided a kind of key to open doctrines which had already attracted and held public attention. Thus, I think we may say that the Vision represents a kind of key to the great theological mysteries of antiquity. It reduces them to a reasonable and recognizable order. It is a powerful defense of comparative religion. And like the Apocalypse of John, shows that the author or authors had a wide acquaintance with religions apart from the area in which this work is believed to have been produced. In broad structure, therefore, we have this work that has come down to us as the divine vision of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus, who is described as a priest of the mysteries of Egypt, and whose writings, according to their own content, bear not the stamp of a man, but the stamp of heaven. And in this work, Hermes is advanced as a prophet, as a minister and missionary of God, as one peculiarly and divinely favored to reveal an essential doctrine to mankind. The work is brief, comparatively, and we can sometimes wonder why it did not gain a greater sphere of influence. In many respects, it has a drama missing in other sacred books. It certainly has a wonderful symbolism which could inspire the minds of many persons to the contemplation of mysteries. Yet through it all, there runs a thread of intellectualism, so broad in its scope, so deep in its implication, that in all probabilities it decreed or destined that the work should have a minority audience, that it could only be understandable by certain types of persons. While it was a wonderful picture story, it was only for a certain kind of minds. These minds were not sufficient in number to integrate around this work the kind of religion or the kind of a common descent of beliefs which we find with simpler, more obvious revelations. The work also brings into focus a number of concepts with which we are becoming increasingly familiar today. One of these is an extension and application of the Platonic concept of archetypes. The term archetype actually occurs in the vision. Therefore, there is a link between it and the psychological concept of archetypes which we have today. Also, like Buddhism, and to a measure like Taoism, the vision strongly emphasizes the psychological quality in human nature. It deals with mind, it deals with reason, and it deals with the pitfalls into which the mind may lead, and the method of rescuing the individual from the disturbing influences of his own thoughts. Thus, the work may be regarded in modern terms as psychological, and it presents religion as a psychological mystery. It presents theology not in its traditional or conventional form, but more as a philosophy. And we must assume from the collected product of the Hermetic group that the work was that of a philosophic religious body, in which perhaps philosophy took predominance, but in turn became the instrument for the clarification of spiritual principles. There is much subtle wording in the vision also, wording which has to be rather carefully examined. It is quite probable that for 15 or 1800 years, from the decline of Greco-Egyptian culture to the rise of modern humanism, that these subtle inferences would have but slight impact on the public mind. There was very little ability to equate them, to find in them familiar responses through the long dark ages which we call the medieval world. Now, however, we have restored much of the learning which would enable us to give this great dialogue, which it essentially is, its place in our modern world of thought. we come across two or three important points which call for, well, a certain divergence from our principal theme or stream. So we will have to be prepared to reach out into comparative religion just a little in order to clarify the issue. The story takes, as in the case of the vision of Ezekiel or in the Apocalypse of John, the general pattern of the recounting of a mystical experience which occurred to the principal person, in this case Hermes. There is nothing whatever within the visions, as it is called, which would give us any clue to the historical orientation of Hermes or his character and personality. There is no description of him. He simply appears as a person passing through an extraordinary internal revelation. And having received the instruction, achieving to a dedication by means of which he went forth to share it with all who would listen. Thus the Hermes of the vision is a person without crystallized personality. He is an archetypal kind of person. Perhaps he represents all truth seekers, or the truth seeker. Certainly he experiences that which all truth seekers hope to experience, the kind of a reward by which they come in the end to the substance of their soul's desire. So we find, according to the vision itself, this man wandering forth alone into the wilderness. He comes to a distant place, a place apparently barren and forlorn, but one apart from the ordinary habitations of men. Here he seats himself and begins the quiet internal meditation upon the mystery of truth. Now in this meditation we are told in the vision, for example, that Hermes divides himself or separates himself from his body and his senses. This almost immediately gives us a certain hint of yoga or Vedanta, the presence of a discipline by means of which the conscious energies are directed away from objective things is clearly indicated. Hermes was following a formula or a pattern. He was performing a certain kind of devotion. And the implication further is that this devotion is that which was taught in the mysteries or in the secret schools of initiation. In any event, he retired into the inner parts of himself. He relaxed his objective senses. He depended not upon them, but upon the extension of an intuitive nature within him. And as he internalized, separating himself totally from all the concerns of this world, departing not only into the wilderness of a desert place, but into the inner wilderness of his own life, apart from all things, he suddenly beheld the universe open around him. It seemed to break, burst, unfold with incredible rapidity, and he beheld, filling the universe, filling space, a strange monster. This monster was a great winged dragon, which writhed and turned and twisted in the air. And when we come to this, we come to our first exploration of comparative religion. Well, the description of this dragon is almost identical with the description given by Confucius of the mind of Lao Tzu. It was this strange, incredible power monster. Something like the Chinese dragon, particularly the imperial five-clawed symbol of heaven. To the Chinese, the dragon was the symbol of universal energy. It was the symbol of life per se. It was the symbol of all power and of God as power. In the vision, this dragon becomes the personification of universal mind, the intellect of the world. It is a creature of vast strength and mysterious appearance, both inviting and menacing, and, as the vision tells us, utterly unfamiliar to the normal senses or to the expectancies of man's outward perceptions. Hermes, beholding the dragon, is terrified. But there is nothing whatever in the vision to indicate that this dragon was a monster of evil. It was not. It was the dragon of the mysteries. It was the winged serpent of the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. It was the combined symbol of life, light, consciousness, motion, and mind. It was all these qualities and powers as one eternal writhing thing. In the Chinese philosophy, the dragon is a most sacred and important symbol, inasmuch as it represents an animal that feeds from the sky. It derives no nutrition from the earth. It does not place its feet upon the earth. Its abode is space. It sleeps upon clouds. It never approaches man, and those who would discover it must journey to the most difficult and inaccessible areas. Yet this dragon in China is also the guardian of the pearl of great price. It is the guardian of the mysterious golden ball of light. It is even to some degree the devourer of the sun. And among the Chinese, of course, it was also the particular emblem of absolute sovereignty and royalty. Now, Hermes, beholding this dragon, gives us symbolically, almost in the form of pictures, a story that we must also give some consideration to. It tells us that the nature of true mind is unknown to man. That what we call the mind is not the mind. That this thing that is really the mind is as incredible as the dragon. That it is utterly beyond our experience. And he tells us in one of the fragments that the mind that we know is not the mind. That what we call the source of thought is simply an aggregate of physical faculties and powers within us. That what we call the thinker is not the thinker. What we call reason is not the reason with a capital R. What we call the God concept is not the true God concept. That what we are trying to define and defile in the very process is utterly beyond us. An incredible thing that in its first impact terrifies and brings us to our knees, beseeching it to conceal something of its radiance from us, because it is beyond our knowledge and beyond our power to endure. Thus, we have in the vision the immediate clarification of this thing which Hermes is later to refer to as reason. That this is not the reason of the bookman. This is not the reason of scholarship. This is not the reason which arises only from the experience and contemplation of worldly things. This is not worldly wisdom. This is not the wisdom that is derived from the researches that we know. This is the wisdom which lives and forever exists free in space. A reason that never feeds upon earthly things, but has a life in itself. A reason that is wisdom with wings, an immortal creature. A creature forever in motion, forever frightening or fearful in its aspect, but at the same time, this fearfulness of appearance only, for this reason, destroys nothing, attacks nothing, injures nothing. The only way in which it hurts man is because it frightens him. It does nothing actually to injure him. Hermes, however, fearful of the tremendous impact of this mind in the form of the great dragon, beseeches reason to present itself to him in some more familiar or more simple form. And this heavenly thing sort of falls back into itself again. And in the place of it is a great area of radiance. There is only light. And this light is therefore the appearance of reason. This light is a radiance abiding in space. This light carries within itself the power of the dragon, yet it is not of the same terrible and menacing appearance. This radiance, then, to Hermes, obviously permeates all space, and reason takes upon itself the power of enlightenment. It is revealed as the enlightener, or the bringer of the light of the mind. And Hermes feels himself lifted up, and he is placed in the midst of this radiance. And he stands there, supported only by space and the light, having a foundation in everlastingness, because he is in the substance of light itself. And from this substance there can be no falling, and there can be no injuring, and there can be no lack of anything. And yet, because Hermes has asked for wisdom, and asked to know the mystery of the great reason, which is the master of the great mystery of the world, he beholds something else, made possible to him out of the power of the divine mind. And this thing that happens to him is that gradually he perceives something. He does not know what it is exactly. It seems like dark curtains, or mysterious streamers of mist, or a strange obscuration that flows down from above, as though it were a water putting out fire. And this strange mist-like darkness, descending in every direction, slowly causes the radiance to fade out. The radiance is dissolved into this mist, and the mist becomes more and more dense and impenetrable, until at last Hermes finds himself standing only in the mist. Yet where he stands has been the radiance, but a water has put out the fire of light. Yet it was not earthly water. It was not anything that we know. It was a kind of conditioned darkness, not simple darkness, but a darkness that poured like water, or moved like some strange, mysterious fluid. And as this darkness finally caused the radiance to vanish into itself, so that it was no longer apparent or visible, Hermes became aware of sighing and of moaning, and of strange sounds coming out of the mist. And in the midst of all of this strange moaning and sound, he became aware that another transformation was taking place. He knew inwardly that what had happened was that matter, a mysterious, tangible substance, had gradually fallen from the sky and had devoured the radiance, and that this radiance was now locked in this strange fluidic mist, and that this mist was what some of our mystics of the early 20th century referred to as the mist of matter. It was this material something that had swallowed up the light. And because of this, there was a strange moaning and crying and sighing. As this condition continued for a time, another strange and wonderful thing happened. There arose out of this mist and this darkness, now ascending from below, a great column, a pillar. And this pillar became a great radiant thing, standing in the midst of the mist. And Hermes heard the voice of reason, the great invisible dragon that was no longer to be seen. And the invisible dragon declared that this mysterious thing that had risen out of the darkness was the word of the mind, the power. That this mysterious mind-word power represented a kind of instrument that was brought forth and created out of mind itself, out of being, out of reason, that was to stand under everlastingness as the symbol, like the column of Enoch, of the enduring fact. It was the pillar perhaps set up in Egypt, referred to in the Old Testament. Anyway, it was the steadfastness of the Lord, standing forever like a rock, like a great column, a great lighthouse or tower, forever standing in the darkness. Now this thing that stood in the darkness was a symbol also. But it was a symbol that in the Hermetic mystery, and particularly with some of the later Hermetists, takes on a great many attributes. This tower takes on some of the qualities of the mysterious rainbow of Noah, because this tower is the tower of the covenant. While this tower stands, there also stands the power, which stood, stands, and shall stand. This column represents the presence of reality in the midst of all things. In fact, the great mind instructs Hermes that this tower is the certainty in the midst of the darkness. It is the ever-present and indestructible monument, the lighthouse, the testimony unto the ages. And perhaps Hermes is not so far from the fact when he tells indirectly that to him this tower means law. This tower is the law. And this law is the law that stands in the darkness, that remains whether man knows it or not, sees it or not, understands it or not. And modern science, looking out into the universe, beholds a tower of law, which it cannot break. And that which in its own nature is forever invisible reveals itself by the immutability of the seasons, by the motions of planets, by the great courses of cosmic systems, by the principles of growth in all things, by the harmonies of elements, by the structure of cells, and by the mysterious formulas which by their reversal can even split the atom. Every one of these things stands as a strange lighthouse in the darkness, bearing witness to the fact that this world in which we live is forever supported and sustained by the single column of the divine will, that this will is the proof that God cannot, has not, and never will depart from his world, that this principle stands forever. So in the midst of all uncertainty, man searching for truth may detect the presence of these eternal landmarks, these principles and invariable patterns, which impel Lord Bacon to say on one occasion that it is not necessary for God to prove himself by miracles, for his commonest works are in themselves miraculous. This thought, perhaps, is the principle behind this concept. Certainly, it is the column standing as the inevitable, visible, knowable, tangible proof to the eternal power that never ceases, never changes, and can never be destroyed. From this tower, then, also comes other thinking and other value. For this tower, more or less, bears witness to the power of deity. The strange, intangible dragon, which is, in a sense, reason as universal will, gave place to radiance, which is reason as universal love. This, in turn, destroyed by matter this strange veil of the senses which descends over man's spiritual emotion, gradually dimming these emotions and perverting them. This, in turn, gives witness to the final manifestation of the invisible through the immutable structure of a universe upon eternal foundations and rising as a column out of the darkness. Now the great reasoning power of things then further explains that Hermes has beheld the descent of the eternal into the darkness of illusion. That the darkness in the midst of which rises the column is in truth the darkness of mortal mind, which stands in the presence of the column but does not see it, does not know it, does not know how to comprehend it or to realize it. For it is only given to those whom God shall love that they shall look out into chaos and see not chaos, but the rising of the great column of the law. The others are not given to see these things. Now the reason also explains how all this mystery came about. It explains, for example, that the divine mind within itself conjured up archetypes. These archetypes are its own thoughts, and the divine power of mind reason, reflecting upon its own nature, caused to arise within itself thought forms. These thought forms being what the modern psychologist might call the wishful thinking of the infinite. The infinite possessing within itself absolute potential, and with also the power of absolute transformation of potential into potency. The universal mind began to devise out of itself the devisements of itself. It began to project its own eternal reason into the products of reason, fashioning out of itself many patterns as though upon a potter's wheel. And each of these patterns was a magnificent, effulgent blossom of thought. Each of these patterns was a tremendous dynamic symmetry of divine idea. And the eternal mind, having daydreamed these beautiful things within itself, having in its meditation realized that of which it was capable, and having in itself the infinite good, which it could not but wish to express through the perpetual visualization of good things. It is said in the vision that the reason fell in love with its own thought. And because it formed a partnership with its own thought, it descended out of its own nature and became one with its thought. And this descent, or this departure from its own center into the center of its own production, was the first motion, and from this came the supreme illusion, which is existence as we know it. Thus, Hermes goes on to say that illusion always arises from reason falling in love with its own thoughts. That illusion for man is the dedication of the energy of his mind to the service of the productions of that same mind. Therefore, if a man shall have a fear, and shall create a thought, in which this fear is objectified as a pattern, as an impulse, as a design, causing negative attitudes to arise within him, then his reason becomes identical with his own thought. It falls in love with his own idea or archetype, unites with it, and begins to serve this idea rather than the truth. Wherever this occurs, negative habits set in, and man loses his own center, becoming the servant of thought, and forgets that every thought is a production of himself. Therefore, that the service of his thought is merely the service of a lesser part of his own nature. Forgetting this, he dedicates his life to the fulfillment of his own thoughts, and in so doing wanders further and further into space, like Dionysus, following the magic mirror held by the Titans. And when he has been lured away from the great throne of heaven, the Titans set upon Dionysus, the reasoner, and destroy him. And then they eat of his flesh. They in turn are destroyed by the thunderbolts of Zeus, and from the ashes of the Titans, containing the blood of Dionysus, was fashioned the bodies of mortal men. This is your Greek myth, and carries the same essential point. In the beginning, reason is lured into space by its own archetypal thoughts, thus establishing a pattern which maintains upon all the levels of life, and every man is lured toward chaos by his own thoughts, which he becomes enamored of, thinking them greater than the thoughts of any other man, and most of all, regarding them as greater than the thoughts of heaven. And in so doing, he sets up darkness, he sets up illusion, he sets up a mysterious falseness by which his entire future is strangely possessed and obsessed. The next point in the vision deals with another very interesting and curious thing. Having fashioned out of its own nature this mysterious symbol of the word mind, the great power takes the word and uses it as a kind of hammer, so that like the mysterious hammer of the Nordic deity Thor, or Thor, this hammer is used to beat out space, to carve or cut great holes in space. And we are again reminded of the Chinese, because Pangku, the symbol of the divine mind personified, is given a hammer and a chisel, and is given the power to carve out holes in space. And these holes become suns and planets and worlds. And here's an interesting point that Hermes makes, namely that these are not bodies in space, but holes in space. And that what we call the solidness of a physical thing is actually a solid within a density. And the density is the true solid. Therefore, matter is not a solid in space, but a deprivation or a hole. And density, which is space itself, life itself, the divine mind itself, finds its own productions as small areas of negation within its own nature, rather than forms or structures more positive than itself. The word or the mind moving upon the great deep, upon this strange mist of matter, causes something that Hermes in the vision describes as striving. Therefore, here we have an alchemical principle of motion releasing fire. We have motion as friction. And out of the motion of the will in the form of the hammer, or in the form of the active agent, we find there emerging out of space the 7 children of friction, called by Hermes the sons of striving. And these are the 7 deities, or the 7 planetary gods. And together these gods constitute what Hermes calls the second mind. Therefore there is the first mind, or the reason, which is the dragon. And there is the second mind, which is composed of the 7 governors, or the 7 cosmocrators, the objective forces of creation. These 7 governors form the demiurgus, or the second type of deity, the secondary god. And to such orders of deities would belong Zeus in the Greek order, or Jupiter in the Latin. These deities are the objectifications, the coming forth out of the darkness of cause into the great world of effects. Universal reason, the first mind, therefore operates through the second mind, which is the orderly sequence of creative bodies and worlds. And these 7 governors have their power from the great reason, which is the dragon. But they disseminate this power from themselves into the world, calling forth out of the darkness the shadowy substance of creation. These are indeed the spirits that move upon the face of the waters. These are the Elohim of Genesis. These are the Ammonian artificers of Egypt. These are the sacred vowels from whose combinations are formed the names of God. These 7 then become the carriers of the word. They are the disseminators. They are the diffusers and the distributors. And they sit upon their ancient thrones, or drive their chariots around the golden altar of the sun. We have therefore now the concept of the emergence of a universe, of a solar system, or of a power. Now in the midst of these procedures, Hermes beholds something still further. He beholds rising out of the deepness and darkness of things, Anthropos, the divine man. Anthropos seems to stand in the midst of all things. He appears to stand as an isolated and lonely creation. As Goethe says, "'Twixt heaven and earth dominion wielding." This is the mysterious, primordial, archetypal, universal man. This is the total man. This mysterious great man of the Zohar, who stands with his head in the heavens, 1 foot upon the earth and the other upon the oceans. This is the great macrocosmic man. And this man, in the Hermetic doctrine, is the one and only begotten Son of the Father. And this is the man that stands forth as Anthropos, the man which is the son of the mind, the son of reason, in whose nature have been gathered all of the celestial elements. For this man is the final and most perfect of the archetypal projections of the mind of the Creator. This man, therefore, is that being made and fashioned in the image of the reason of God. Now we said that this man, we mentioned in a previous lecture, efforts have been made to parallel this man with the Christ of Christianity as the only begotten, and also, strangely, as the celestial Adam. This power, which is also found in the writings of Bami and is symbolized by an upright, light letter A, even as the relapsed Adam is represented by a black letter A. This celestial man, however, is not truly a Christian figure. This does not mean that it is opposed to Christianity, but it cannot be said that this archetypal man of Hermes is simply patterned upon the Christ concept. Nor could it be safely said that the Christ concept could have been patterned upon this. It stands apart. For this man, fashioned by the Father, is truly the Redeemer of the world. It is truly the creature that was made to be proprietor over all things. It was this creature that was given the right to be a citizen in space, to wander from star to star, to gather experience in the great meadows of the constellations. This great man, this mysterious, shadowy archetype, was a perfect, magnificent, heroic creature, almost in itself a god, yet a product of a god. And into this archetype, all of the essentials and essences of the divine nature were united, so that truly it was the noblest work of the Creator, and was really a kind of projection of himself. There may be a parallel to this in the idea of Osiris being reborn in his own son Horus. For it was through this great man or universal being which it had fashioned that reason came into its perfect rulership over matter, because this archetypal being was virtuous, gracious, full of light and wisdom, defective in nothing, deficient in nothing, because within it were all the potentials and powers of the eternal reason. Thus, in a way, eternal reason is consummated in the concept of archetypal human reason. Not the reason of the schoolman, but the reason of the internal intuitive being. For this being was not embodied. It was simply a great design, a great living archetype. Into this archetype, however, the Creator placed not only the tremendous potential of its own being, but it placed therein also the peculiar habit of itself, namely the habit of daydreaming. This creature, like its father, could project thoughts from its own mind. It likewise could conjure up ideas, fall in love with them, become possessed by them, and wander away from its own strange, ethereal space foundations. And there is a wonderful word picture of this universal man, this anthropos, standing upon the rings of the seven governors, or the masters of the planets, and gazing downward into the mystery of the unknown. Hermes tells us then also a very interesting fact that I believe has become quite a point in Jungian psychology, namely that in the presence of the unknown, man is always in the position of being liable to a fall. the human being cannot, apparently, in his own personal psychology, survive a kind of mystery which, if it ever grasps him or envelops him, leads him into the strangest and most distant departures from reason and common sense. And in the vision, this anthropos, this divine man, standing with the governors of all things, looks down into the abyss, looks down into the strange whirling shadows, somewhere in the midst of which there is a broad, desolate, plain-like area, matter. Matter which has swallowed up the radiance of the dragon. Matter, all of the atoms of which are seminal with God, filled with the seed of God, filled with the power to bring forth dragons of themselves, filled with life, this life being more or less than the thought of reason, the eternal thought of the eternal thinker. And then the Pymander shows a certain indebtedness to Greek mythology. For this anthropos, this heavenly man, gazing down into the abyss, gazes as though into the depths of a still pool, or upon the surface of a burnished mirror. And looking down into the abyss, he is like Narcissus in the Greek legend. He sees, looking back up at him, a strange shadowy likeness of himself. This is the projection of his own thought in the daydream of creation. It is his first sensing of the power which he possesses within himself to create by reason. That reason generates, gives birth to things, that it is not merely for the constant remembering and handling of dead facts, that reason is a living thing, a God, and that which possesses it can bestow life. And this anthropos, looking down, becomes enamored of its own mysterious reflection, and descends or hurls itself from the ring of the governors down into the darkness of the underworld. It goes not because of sin, it goes rather because of fascination. It goes because within the nature of mind is an eternal inquiry, that the thinker cannot exist without his thought, that reason cannot escape the instinctive desire to reason, that the noun is forever giving birth to itself in the form of the verb. Therefore, that the thinker without a labor is inconceivable. An existence which does not seek to solve the mystery of itself is inconceivable. And an existence that is not fascinated by the projected shadows of its own creation is also inconceivable. So we find this universal man moving downward, precipitously, but voluntarily. And as it moves downward, there is a reaction from below. A mysterious veiled being, like Erda, the great earth mother of the Nordic rites. A mysterious mother principle, rises out of the darkness of the below and envelops the anthropos with robes of mist and of darkness, envelops it with strange protecting garments, and in these garments it falls into darkness and into sleep, and suddenly it is born again, and its birth is in the birth of body, and this thing which fell from the rings of the stars is reborn as the weeping infant coming into this world. Now, Hermes is not really telling us the story of human birth primarily. That is not his motive. Remember, our anthropos, or our man now, is a kind of mind. Of course, the great mother, the enveloping mother, is form, or body, which to protect this mind in the darkness of the abyss wraps it in a kind of swaddling garment, which is also not different from a grave cloth, and thus protecting it, protecting the power of the mind by encasing it in a form. It then leads it downward into the world of form. And we find then archetypal man, passing from the state of a spiritual existence to the state of a material existence. And symbolically, man the thinker is born into this world. Man not as a person, but as an instrument of reason. Man as a projection of the Father. Man really is the wish fulfillment of the eternal. Man as reason, exploring the darkness of the field of its own thought. So what has actually happened now is that the dragon, having projected the archetype of creation, creates an instrument by means of which it can move into its own archetype. This instrument is archetypal man, the symbol of Manus, the mind thinker. And taking upon itself the likeness of its own mind, it moves into its thought, falls with it into nature or into matter, and comes forth as embodied reason. This embodied reason is a strange thing, for it has a tremendous invisible and a comparatively limited visibility. This creature, wrapped in cloths and robes, is almost incapable of motion. It has lost all memory, as in the famous Gnostic hymn of the Robe of Glory. It has lost all memory of its own origin. It has, however, come into existence with a spark, and this spark is the seed of reason. And it is this seed of reason without which no thing can be created, and which is intrinsic in every atom, every electron, every indivisible, ultimate, minute particle of energy or substance. Every one of these contains the seminal reason of the infinite, contains the seed of eternal truth. This mind, then, coming forth and becoming the archetypal material man, becomes the parallel of the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists. For this is the Adam made of the red earth. This is the Adam whose nature is outwardly earthy, but whose inward parts still belong in and to heaven. Now this man, or this eternal power, this wonderful anthropos, has stood upon the rings of the seven governors, and descending into the darkness of material obscuration, has brought not only with it the power of the divine reason, but also brings with it the powers of the seven governors. These seven governors being the active agencies by means of which reason is served, by which reason projects its purposes, and by which reason is gradually brought into orientation in the material universe. Thus we find in the Poimanda, or the Great Vision, that Hermes describes a multiplication of this primordial man, having become absorbed into the mystery of material diffusion. This man becomes seven men, multiplying itself according to the mysterious powers of the guardians, or the governors of the world. And therefore the archetypal man, now embodied, but although embodied, not obvious to us, for we see no giant standing with its head in the sky. This becomes a totality which is broken up within itself to produce the seven men. Now, it is pretty obvious that Hermes is now telling us the story of the archetypal man by which we shall say humanity, the totality, humanity as one. Later, by the action of the differentiation of the seven governors, we find the one man as humanity, a reversal of position. So out of the one man come the seven androgynous male-female beings. And these, in the Hermetic tradition, represent the seven races. They are the seven differentiations by means of which humanity can be variously distinguished into levels. And each of the races, therefore, is an embodiment of the power of one of the seven guardians sitting upon the circle of the stars. Each of the racial beings has, therefore, its heavenly ruler, its star angel. And each of these seven different creatures have a different kind of core within them. They share in the one reason, but they have gained their hammer, or their instrument of action, from one of the seven guardians, or governors. And therefore each has its word, or its sacred syllable, by the pronunciation of which it can split space, by means of which it can release its own eternal potential to come forth into manifestation. So from one come the seven, and from the seven proceeds the multitude. And by the mixture and admixture of the seven, within themselves and among themselves, there comes forth the generations and the infinite progression of things. And these generations are reflected as the gradual individualization of the power of reason. Each of these seeds develops within its own nature its own individuality. For the symbol of the anthropos, or the universal man, is the symbol of individuality rising in the universality of divine reason. So out of all of this comes the mortal mind, mortal reason, the human thought, the human projection of its own thought purpose. And the result of all of this combines to produce individuality. And the final statement of individuality, I, or selfness. And this I is a pillar set up in the soul of man, just exactly like the great column was set up in space. And this pillar of selfhood, or selfness, becomes man's great center of assurance. It becomes the mysterious axis tree upon which turns the entire wheel of his existence. And it is this same wheel which, as Buddha taught, he clings to so desperately in the cycle of transmigratory existence. So there is an I, a column set up in the soul, which to each individual becomes the peculiar symbol of his godhood. But this symbol of his godhood is a strange and illusionary thing, and in the pursuit of it, man passes into a constant procedure of separation, segregation, division, further division, until finally, out of the one comes the circumference of ultimate diversity. And while the eyes shine like little stars, matter becomes an incredible area of selfnesses. And these form a new kind of matter, which is interesting and curious in itself. For just as the earth is made up of an infinite number of small material particles, so what we call culture, civilization, the vast area of human project, is composed of a kind of substance made up of an infinite number of selfnesses grouped together to form structures. These structures we may call economic, political, religious, artistic. They become schools and sects and creeds. They become doctrines and arts and sciences, forming like bodies and are composed of infinite units, compounds, each one of which must ultimately be dissolved. Thus all mental and emotional forms, cultural forms and concepts are temporary kinds of bodies composed of the voluntary cooperation of selves, of selfhoods, that stay as long as they wish to stay, or endure as long as they can endure, and then depart. So we have another interesting level, namely the self, iota, the ego, is the column set up in the midst of our own natures, by which we seem to see or feel the presence of a tremendous and enduring power. But this power is purely symbolical. Hermes then beseeches the great mind, reason, which is the eternal dragon, to reveal to him something more. He has now learned of how Leviathan, this dragon, gathering unto itself a third of the stars of the heavens, carried them forth into the abyss. We have again a biblical parallel. Now, according to Hermes, comes the greater mystery of it all. How this infinite number of separate I-nesses shall finally be reconciled. How from the base metals and substances of nature the infinite mind shall be rescued and restored and revived. And reason explains to Hermes that all these forms and bodies set up in nature are merely the instruments of its own purpose, and that its purpose is the complete and full discovery of its own unity. Man, in order to experience that which is good, must have certain need, must have desire, and must be capable of the archetypal thought of good. It must have the ultimate archetype of unity in order to experience its own eternal unity. That which is undivided knows not its own unity unless it passes through the experience of apparent diversity and discovers itself. Thus reason, through this vast pageantry and circuit of things, is forever concerned with its ultimate goal, self-discovery. That from the exploration of the not-self, it shall be restored to the equilibrium of the self-knowing. And the great mind or reason tells Hermes that the course of this is a vast cycle of which the death of man is a miniature representation or replica. And the reason says to Hermes that man is separate from truth because of the various deflections which affect its minds, which affect its attitudes, and particularly divide it from others of its own kind. The formula for regeneration as set forth in the vision is almost completely Buddhistic. But it is not certain that it was brought from India, although it is possible that it could have been, because the doctrine of Buddhism had been well established in Asia for 450 years before the probable date of the compilation of the Paimanda. In any event, this pattern, perhaps supported by the Babylonian account of the adventure of Ishtar at the Seven Gates, certainly gives us a clue to what we want. The soul passing out of the body at death, therefore proceeds toward the goal of liberation. What is death to the body is achieved by a certain disenchantment of the mind. Thus, as body must die to release its occupant, so illusion must die in order that the truth content in reason may rise victorious over error. Here again is a strong psychological position. And in this sense, death thus becomes disenchantment, the reason escaping from the wiles of the senses and from the pressures of material situation. We have something a little reminiscent also of the Parzival legend and the young prince in his experiences in the enchanted garden of Klingsor, the black magician. This disenchantment, like in the story of Mohammed's night journey to heaven, consists of the reason ascending through the 7 orbits of the planets, ascending through the 7 gates of the governors of the world, and voluntarily returning to each of the governors the conditioning qualities which that governor has bestowed. In other words, man fell by taking on attributes and qualities. He rises by renouncing them. So we have a bit of astrology coming into this pattern, which is perfectly consistent with the times, for in those days astrology was as sound a science as physics is today. People regarded it with just as much appreciation and keenness of affection. So the disembodied being, the disenchanted one, was wakened from the sleep of material life and has passed out of this world of matter into the sidereal world of the divine machinery, moves first upward through the gate of the moon, and there, as Hermes says, it relinquishes the power to increase and decrease. In other words, it ends the moods, or renounces its strange allegiances by which man has become servant of the moon, servant of change, servant of vacillation, servant of mood, servant of generation, servant of all these things which in their inconstancy hold up the mirror of illusion in which the being sees the distorted reflection of itself. So to all the strange illusions of night and darkness, the waxing and waning, from the strange laws governing the 28-day cycle of the moon, to all the strange world of phenomena which is associated by the ancients with the lunar orb, and constitute together the lunacy of old time. These are rejected, cast off, returned again to their custodian, where they shall be held to be used by others who need them. But now the soul is returning to its homeland, and having relieved itself from all of these mysterious bonds and bondages, the soul then ascends to the gate of Mercury. And here it returns to the guardian or the worker of the gate in its own way, those things which belong to the world of Mercury. And Hermes says that these include all manner of deceit, all manner of false thinking, all schemes, all plots and strategies, all brilliant intellections which have no substance in themselves, false knowledge, false learning, sophistication, that by which brilliance is mistaken for truth, and the light of sophistry is substituted for the light of reason. These things must return again. A man to pass through the gate and ascend must pay the fee of the gatekeeper, and at each gate the gatekeeper demands its allotment from the nature of man, so that at each gate man loses something of his mortal or corporeal nature. And he ascends to the third gate, and here he must restore to Venus those things which are the peculiar province of this goddess. And most of that which he must restore is vanity. Vanity must cease. He must never again be moved by appearances and the outward semblances of things. He must not chase the will-o'-the-wisp of gratification or of idle fortune, nor must he in any way be deceived by the seemingness of anything. He must penetrate appearances, seeking for that beauty which is in the soul of things, and not indoctrinated only by those symmetries and graces of form which he has mistaken for the presence of reality. Having paid the keeper of this gate, he goes on and approaches the gate of the sun. And here, to this guardian, to this one of the seven governors, he must restore its substance, which is ambition. For here he must return to the gatekeeper all of those things which bear upon greatness, all desire to excel others, all comparative search for self-aggrandizement, to escape from the illusion of high office or the delusion of humility and humble station, to escape also from the temptation of possession and the great temptation of all, to use what we have to the detriment and destruction of those who have less. This must be left with the keeper of the gate of the sun, and then the soul proceeds onward to the gate of Mars. And here the gatekeeper also demands his fee, and to him must be returned all contention, all discord, all hate, all warlikeness, either of the mind or of the body. Here likewise there must be an arbitration of every conflict which can possibly affect adversely the spiritual destiny of the soul. To Mars, therefore, must be given back temper, anger. Even righteous indignation has no place. All things but gentleness must be renounced. And then to the gate of Jupiter the soul ascends. And here it must perhaps sacrifice more than in any other place in our way of thinking today. For here we must sacrifice judgment of others. Here we must sacrifice the type of thinking which many people regard as philosophical. We must give up the mental solution to the mystery of life. Here we must end forever the discussions, discourses, debates of the learned. Here we must also seek to escape from theoretical knowledge, from the common mistake that if we name a thing, we know it. Here we must reform the whole concept of our higher learning, making it identical with the quest for reality, rather than the accumulation of a wealth of ideas, which may seem to be a marvelous fortune, but really are only a burden to the spirit. And having passed through this gate, the soul comes finally to the gate of Saturn. And here it must give up those things which are its most basic ideas. its belief in life and death, its belief in happiness and sorrow, its belief that this world bears anywhere within the substance of itself any injustice. Also, we must give up all compromise about the laws of nature and the laws of God. Here we must give up all evasions. We must give up everything which seems to point to the permanence of our illusionary state, so that indeed, from the gravity of this planet, we have gained a gravity which holds us down, and we must return it, so that we are once more free of motion, that we move with the moment, that we master the mystery of time, that we overcome forever past, present, and future in ourselves, becoming now not only bodiless but timeless, dwelling in space. And having so done, according to the old beliefs, we were returned again to the infinite, from the strange whirling rings of Saturn. And the soul which has ascended above the seven governors then enters into what Hermes calls the blessed state of the eighth sphere. This eighth sphere, which in the old astronomical system corresponded with the empyrean, or the abode of the angels, or the abode of blessed spirits, was also the sphere of the fixed stars. Here the reason, having liberated itself now from all worldliness, passes into the contemplation of the divine universe, not again necessarily coming face to face with the great dragon, but beholding directly the works of reason, beholding as Hermes did in his vision the unfolding of the resplendent world of absolute law, beholding truly the angels and the stars hymning the wide-eyed cherubim, beholding a magnificent garden in space, a garden filled with the flowers of truth. Here the being comes into the certainty of the divine good, lives in the world directly of the fashioning of God, and beholds inwardly the faces and substances of the divine powers, thus having ascended through the mystery of the ladder, or of the seven conditions. The being, no longer conditioned, moves again into the archetypal state of pure reason. This, to a certain degree, corresponds also with the ladder of illumination described by Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, for it represents undoubtedly the progressive refinement of man's consciousness, and his motion from opinion to sense, from sense to knowledge, from knowledge to wisdom, from wisdom to understanding, from understanding to intuition, from intuition to illumination, and from illumination to God. It is an ascending order, and this constitutes unquestionably the presence in the Hermetic doctrine of a distinct discipline, perhaps corresponding somewhat to the chakra system of Yoga and Vedanta, and again in the vision of the Apocalypse of John, these levels and layers through which the soul ascends are, of course, the seven churches which are in Asia, and the victory over the seven governors corresponds to the opening of the seven seals. These analogies and parallels bring us again, finally, to the contemplation of released or illumined reason. Reason which, by virtue of itself, now reasons about but one subject, and that is deity. Not deity theologically, but deity as totality. Deity is the end of all learning, the summit of all sciences, the source and perfection of all arts. We no longer think of reason either as philosophical or as theological. It is now simply the total knowing of the total thing to be known. Hermes, having received this part of the revelation, brings to us another interesting situation for us to consider. He asks the great mind, the great reason, the dragon, something about the nature of the expectancies and hopes of mankind about all this. He knows, and perhaps has already been told, because the original sequence of the verses or sections of the vision is not really known. He anticipates, at least, that he is about to set forth upon the ministry of service, that he is to bring the message of the great dragon, that he is to become the instrument for reason, that truly it is not himself but the divine reason in him which is to speak. And he asks, naturally, to whom shall the reason speak, and who shall understand the reason? How shall this strange ministry be promulgated? And the dragon answers him very, very definitely, but of course, as always in these cases, a dogmatic way which is not clearly practical, at least not in its first presentation. First of all, the reason assures Hermes that the secret of the final liberation of all things is that the same reason which in its substance overshadows and permeates is also the same reason which in its fragments, divided and embodied, must accept the doctrine. Thus reason speaks only to itself. It speaks from the total appearance of itself to the diversified appearance of itself. And because every germ of life contains the seed of reason, this seed can be restored, it can be released, can ultimately be raised from the darkness of its ignorance to an abiding in eternal light. However, this reason, in the case of mankind, is deeply buried and hidden within the structure of mortality. It is obscured, punished, almost destroyed by the senses. It has slight, if any, opportunity in the confusion of our outward living to achieve its proper and purposeful end. Therefore, the divine reason tells Hermes very simply that the course of procedure, much as in the biblical parable, is that Hermes shall go forth and sow the seeds of reason, that he shall bring the message, and the message shall fall upon fertile ground and upon sterile ground. And there shall be some who will immediately accept. There are others who will ultimately accept. There are many who will not accept, for time or time and a half times. That there will be those who, understanding, will in various degrees of intensity rise from the darkness of their sleep and search for this reason which is the true substance of themselves. There are others again who will believe it but will not seek. There are some who will say, this is true, but it is not for me. There are others who will say, sometime, but when things are different, I will search, but now I cannot. There are others still who will say, I would like to search, but my worldliness is stronger than my faith. Therefore I shall cling to that which I know. At some time, perhaps, I shall know more. All kinds of humanity. And there are some who shall blaspheme the reason, shall deny that it exists, and say that man comes out of the earth and will return to it, and that is all. And these shall be considered as abiding in a strange, thrice dark darkness. For they are not only without the light, but they are without the vision of the need of the light, and they are without the possibility of the hope of the light. these different beings will variously react. And some may turn upon Hermes and injure him. Some will ridicule him. Some may attempt to destroy him. Others will pass him by and ignore him. And a few will listen. More will argue. And some in turn will attempt to convert him to their ways. But in all cases, it is his duty to preserve always the vision and the reason, to serve it in every way that he can. And if it shall happen that a man shall not come to know the reason of the world, because the voice of Hermes has not reached him, or the voice of other prophets sent by God have not come to him, or men have so diluted the words of the prophets that they can no longer guide their lives by the ancient ways, these men are not lost. They are not destroyed, nor is there for them any great and eternal evil. They shall simply at death go to sleep. And they shall sleep, and they shall move in their sleep through the gates and the keepers of the gates. And in their sleeping they shall pay no fee, and they shall return nothing to the keeper of the gates. And they shall return again into the great eighth sphere, but they shall sleep. And they shall sleep through the mystery of this, and in their sleeping they shall float into the sphere of the stars. And in the sphere of the stars is a river, flowing forever, which is called by us the river of stars, the Milky Way. And this Milky Way is the nurse of little souls, and it nourishes them out of the milk of life. And when the souls reach this, they shall enter upon the stream as little ships upon a river, and they shall float, and float, and float. They shall float back again, down into the world, and be born again. And so they shall float back into the dream, and into the illusion from which they have never awakened. And they shall rest for a little time among the stars, and then they shall be born again in this world. And they shall keep on this cycle until they awaken. For they cannot be released until consciously and voluntarily they return to the seven guardians, the fees of the payment of the seven spheres. This, Hermes is told by the eternal reason, is not because God loves or hates, because God punishes or rewards. For there is nothing that God could hate but himself, nothing he can reward but himself. There is nothing that he can say, well done, to, except the doing of himself. There is no way in which a part of himself can be lost to himself, for he is all and he is forever. Therefore this great cycle goes on, not by fear, not by hate, not by punishment, nor by reward, but because it is under the mysterious axis which is called the spindle of necessity, upon which all things turn. And these are the roads and the ways and the machineries by means of which the divine power fulfills its own work. They are the functions of its body, just as circulation and assimilation and excretion are functions of the mortal body of man. And because the rotations and revolutions of the bloods and fluids of the body maintain the body, so the mutations and revolutions of beings maintain the vast circulation of that infinite one, who alone is the essential substance of things. Thus this great procedure is function. It is the proper and inevitable way in which growth perfects its own mystery, and by means of which all archetype is fulfilled. And in the fulfillment of archetype, there is then the end of both the dream and the dreamer. And that the dreamer awakens, the dream vanishes, and reality, fully aware of itself, abides continuously in the state of conscious reason, the eternal state of all-knowing, but liberated from the great illusion which is self-knowing. This concept gives certain comfort to Hermes, who then declares himself as willing to accept it. He also declares that it has come upon his consciousness, that he knows that the sleeping of the body is the waking of the soul, and that the waking of the body is of the sleeping of the soul. That man has two ways of life, two kinds of life. A life in which the senses are awake and the soul sleeps, and a life in which the soul is awake and the senses sleep. And that he now has joined himself consciously to the wakefulness of his soul, and that by this waking he does not destroy the senses, nor does he turn upon them as upon some evil thing, nor does he hate them. He simply returns them to the substances of space to which they belong. He returns them to the great keepers, who are the guardians of these things, and proceeds on his own victorious journey back to his own native land. He has completed his Odyssey. He has fulfilled the terrible journey which began at the siege of Troy and ends when he reaches the land of his birth. Hermes, then, conceiving these things, meditates upon them, and he tries to give us a certain further insight as to the meaning of religion and of the place of reason in all things. The word reason is hard. It is a word that we have to use. Perhaps some of the things we have said have indicated its extra-intellectual dimension. Certainly Hermes did not mean rationality as we use it. He did not mean the reasoning power as we have it. He meant rather the self-knowing consciousness of deity, which achieves a kind of existence by liberating itself from the self-knowing of all the parts of itself. But while the parts remain self-knowing, the total is not. When the total becomes self-knowing, the parts are not. It is a formula, and it is a formula that is to be found in many ancient works, but perhaps nowhere evolved and developed with as much dramatic insight as in the Hermetic legend or fable. Also, Hermes accepts this reason as a kind of complete and total insight without condition. In other words, reason implies complete freedom from the pressure of sensory perception. It implies complete liberation from any false pressure of thought or emotion. Reason is the pure power of rational cognition. It is that which inevitably turns upon fact and moves into identity with truth. Reason is therefore a kind of undisturbed ability to approach the thing in its substance, and is utterly impossible so long as pressures of any kind, mental, emotional, or physical, color or influence cognition. Thus we have in the concept of this pure reason almost a Buddhistic idea. The sense of nirvana as we find it, the samadhi of the saint in Eastern mysticism, this condition of the total experience of reality without the recognition of self-existence, the drifting of the personality to sleep, in which in this moment, when the personality ceases, the universal part, the universality, takes over, opens and rushes in upon man, perhaps even with the terrible aspect of the great dragon. Sometimes also in the subtle radiance with which that dragon later enveloped its powers so that it was more easily cognizable by Hermes. But in this pure reason is pure knowing, the knowing of causes, the knowing of things not by their names but by their substances and natures. Pure reason is therefore the utter cognition of total existence, total life, total energy, total God. And this cognition, by its very nature, as Hermes himself realizes, moves the individual gradually from his own existence to something else. Hermes fully realized that this ultimate state of reason could not belong to man. This perfection of cognition, this total apperception and apprehension of all things, was no longer a human faculty. There could be only one all-knowing power. There could be only one reason behind all things reasonable. Therefore, man himself could not ever become totally perfect in this rational faculty. The only answer was that as man ascends and leaves his humanity behind, he leaves also behind the mysterious image of the redeeming man, the anthropos. For the anthropos represents man's awareness of his nearest proximity to reason or reality. Thus the anthropos represents the extreme of conscious learning, conscious wisdom, conscious understanding. It is the highest state in which a being can contemplate its own source. Therefore it stands above the circle of the worlds. It stands as the only begotten. It is selfhood, the only born of the selfless. Man, therefore, can attain, perhaps, to an heroic state. For the hero of the Greek is the anthropos of Hermes. Man can reach a condition where perhaps all knowledge shall be granted unto him, where everything knowable he shall know, where everything learnable he shall learn, and everything capable of being understood he will understand. But when he attains that, he stands on the borders of space. He stands gazing out upon the final expanse of actual participation, identification, by means of which all things observed and contemplated have their intervals removed. This man cannot achieve by his own reason. So Hermes, following the Eastern mystics, Buddha and others, realized that at the last step, human reason simply ceases, and something else goes on. And this thing that goes on is that which grew up through human reason, which became, so to say, the tutoring power. Whereas man brings forth his children and raises them to their maturity, man likewise within himself brings forth his reason, educates it, directs it, disciplines it, and brings it to its maturity. But when his child is mature, that child no longer belongs to him, but has a life of itself in time and eternity. He has been only the custodian, the guardian of something he could never own. This is Hermes' concept of reason. Namely, that this reason which man disciplines, tutors, and uses for so many diverse purposes was never his own, and can never be his own. By means of the cultivation of it, he gains certain joys, certain experiences, certain opportunities. But as he shares the companionship of his children in their growing years, only to have them leave him, when they reach their own majority. So reason, having attained its majority, leaves man and goes back to God. It carries with it that part of man which is by a strange spiritual heredity associated with reason. It more or less carries back the only thing that is left of man by that time, and that is his own reason. But his own reason, leaving the world behind, leaves its own selfhood behind, and becomes again universal reason. So as Hermes is told by the great mind, or the great dragon, the only reason a man can be saved is because the divine reason is in him, that it cannot be taken from him. He may conceal it, and if he shall rise against this reason with all of the skill and bitterness of his own disillusionments, if he shall become like a fallen angel, a rebel in space, so that he raises his hand against heaven to destroy it, though he deny heaven, though he deny God, though he deny reason, though he lock himself for 1,000 lives within the small circle of his own contempt, he can do nothing. This reason cannot die. He must ultimately join all that has gone before and walk the path that all others have followed. For this reason will never die, will never rest, will never surrender itself. It will survive all antagonism and all resistance, and will ultimately proceed to its own source, drawn by the power of itself, which is greater than the power of the whole world put together. Therefore, nothing can ultimately fail, but things can be unreasonably and unnecessarily delayed. What is the objection to delay if men want it? The universal reason says, the objection to delay is man's objection to the consequence of delay. The individual, in his own objecting, becomes miserable. The individual, burdened with the results of illusion in his own character, comes under pain, suffering, misery, and loss. As in this philosophy of Buddha, man passes under the keeping of suffering. He must pass through all causations and consequences due to his own ineptitudes. Therefore, the way of reason is the way of peace. It is the way of release from obstacle. It is the natural and proper way that a man should go. It is perfectly proper that a parent shall raise the child. It is perfectly proper that it shall guard it and educate it and bring it through many dangerous periods perhaps, and sit by the side of sickness in the night, nursing and praying that the child's life shall be spared. It is also proper that the parent shall enjoy the life of the child and shall look forward to the fullness of that life for the child. But when the child grows up, which is like human reason reaching its majority, the parent, the old body, the personality with its senses and its limitations and restrictions, shall be so selfish as not to release the child, that the parent shall try to dominate the child, shall hold its life beyond the proper time, shall make this child the servant of its own happiness, instead of freeing the child to live a life that was its proper purpose. If, therefore, having brought the child to majority, the parent then continues to press its own will upon the child, then this child's life is damaged. Then there are sorrows for both child and parent, and perhaps the child will rebel, or perhaps the parent will have a broken heart because it has not received the sympathy and understanding which it feels it deserves for having so faithfully reared that child. This is the problem of reason and the mind. When man's mind reaches a point of skill whereby it is capable of sustaining itself and having its own life. It is then the proper purpose that this mind reason should be allowed to grow. Man should not bind it to merely the satisfaction of his senses. He should not overshadow it like the ambitious parent. Man should not take the life of this free reason and bind it merely to avarice, to selfish personal gain, nor should make this reason the servant only of its senses, of its passions, of its hates and its fears. In so doing, it oppresses the child which it brought up. It refuses to free the reasoning part to fly upward to the sky and to the light according to its natural destiny. Thus man can delay the return of the seed of reason to its eternal ground, but he cannot prevent it. For in time this struggle, this conflict will exhaust the selfishness in man. He cannot go on forever. He cannot be hurt forever. At last, raising his eyes, asking the heavens for pity, he must come face to face with the column of law that rises in the sky. And he must realize that against the eternal will he has struggled in vain, and that his waves breaking against reality are themselves broken, but reality stands unmoved. Thus in the Return to Reason, Hermes points out that eternal reason, speaking through him, Hermes, gave its message to his disciples, who are also reason. That one speaking to another is one speaking to the same. That everywhere the message goes forth, and it shall come as a ray of light to the sleeping seeds of itself, and they shall burst forth out of the earth, and those who are ready shall follow, and those who are not ready will not follow. This following is of no importance, nor does it have any meaning, because all these things are within the common reason, which is the infinite good. No man should be surprised by the conduct of another, because reason embraces all conduct and understands it, and knows why it is as it is. So those who accept the teachings of the shepherd are not different from those who reject, but those who have accepted have shortened the sorrow of their own journey, and have found their way back. And so Hermes, having seen the nature of his ministry, that his ministry is merely to pass along that road, to teach, and to go his way, realizing always that it is the eternal reason that moves within him, that if he is quiet and at peace, this reason will lead him, and it will make those who know him receive his words, and it will be acceptable to those who are ready, and for the others there must be the silence and the return to the stars. And having more or less put this whole pattern in order in his own consciousness, Hermes then raises his voice to hymn this eternal reason. And his words of praise are the words of the priest. For in this reason he is paying tribute to God, who of all creatures alone is completely reasonable. He is thinking of God now not as an ancient power standing with thunderbolts, or upon a gilded throne on some Olympian height. God is a kind of wonderful common sense, a common sense common to all things, but uncommon to the human experience. This commonness of God, this God that is everywhere and in everything, is not a remote, tyrannical deity, but just that voice which is raised in council, the elder speaking to the child looking wide-eyed both to the elder and to the world, seeking light. And wherever the child's eyes shall go, whether it knows it or not, It beholds the reason of the world. It beholds all things in reasonableness, and must learn sometime to apply this lesson to its own nature. Beholding order in the world, the child must grow to know order in itself. Beholding everything lawful, the child must act in all things lawful. And by so doing, it worships. For worship is nothing more or less than the living of the common sense of God in nature. This simple procedure of departing from the complexity of mortal mind into the simple and inevitable motions of the divine mind. And at the end of his wonderful discourse, Hermes raises his heart and his mind to the great dragon that is writhing in space. And he says to that dragon, "Eternal reason, the creature which thou hast fashioned in thy wisdom awaits the works that thou wouldst have him do. There is nothing of self, only that the eternal reason moving in all things shall perfect its perfect works, and that the wise man is not the master of the world, but the handmaiden and servant of that reason which alone knows the good and can alone lead man to goodness, to union with itself in the perfect state of timeless, ageless good." Thus the reason is all these things which we have variously named, but most of all, it is the total reasonableness of existence, bearing witness to the great reasoner, to the great power that does all things in a reasonable way, and that in this reasonable way all hope, all faith, all love, all friendship have their perfect works, for these things are the most reasonable of all. Well, time's up, folks.